Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Shigaraki's Decay Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The day Izuku Midoriya's life absolutely disintegrated. You're a villain. Do you hear me? A villain. Aoi's mother screamed at the little boy with messy green hair sitting across from her. Her face was streaked with tears, part grief for her injured daughter, part fury at the one who had hurt her, Izuku Midoriya, the boy everyone had thought was quirkless. Izuku was crying too, but quietly. After a year of being labeled quirkless, he had learned that silence was safer. Crying only made bullies laugh, silence at least bored them. If he kept quiet, maybe he could cut down on the beatings. But after today, he doubted anyone would bother beating him anymore. The doctor had named his quirk Decay, the ability to disintegrate anything he touched with all 5 fingers, hands or feet. And now, instead of heading home from school, he was sitting in a police station. That morning had started like any other. His mother dropped him off at school before going to work. It had been a year since his quirkless diagnosis, and everything in his life had changed. His mother didn't love him anymore. She didn't hit him or yell, she simply treated him like he didn't exist. She gave him plain rice for every meal, threw away his belongings, and left his room almost bare. The games, the smiles, the warmth gone. His father had walked out after the diagnosis, and his mother had gone cold as ice. Izuku tried to see the bright side. At least he still had a roof over his head and food to eat. Maybe one day she would love him again. He never dared blame her for her indifference. But a whole year had passed, and nothing had changed. His classmates treated him differently too. The teasing had turned into complete exclusion. His teachers handled him like fragile glass. The only thing that hadn't completely disappeared was his friendship with Katsuki Bakugo Kaken. Katsuki still supported him, in his own rough way, even after the quirkless diagnosis. But it wasn't the same. Katsuki had a powerful quirk, one that made everyone admire him and want to be his friend. If he openly treated Izuku as an equal, it could cost him. Izuku couldn't be selfish enough to let that happen. So whenever Katsuki wanted to play heroes and villains, with Izuku always cast as the civilian, Izuku would mutter that he needed to write in his notebook. Katsuki would roll his eyes and growl, "Tee, whatever you want, nerd." That day, Izuku had needed a pencil. Aoi always carried spares, so he tapped her shoulder to ask. The moment his fingers brushed her skin, she screamed. Izuku froze in horror as her flesh began to wither beneath his touch. Shock rooted him to the spot. He couldn't even pull away until their teacher rushed over and shoved him aside. He fell face first onto the tiles, both palms flat against the floor. All 10 fingers made contact. Decay spread instantly. His classmates shrieked as their teacher scooped Aoi into his arms and bolted out, leaving Izuku crying and begging for help. Minutes dragged by like hours before the police and ambulance arrived. They snapped quirk-suppressing cuffs onto his thin wrists, the kind they used on villains. Izuku didn't resist. Maybe Aoi's mother was right. Maybe he really was a villain. Oi! A rough, tired voice barked as the door swung open. Why the hell does a kid have HFFs on? Izuku looked up to see a man with long, unkempt black hair, yellow goggles hanging loose around his neck, and a white scarf draped across his shoulders. His black jumpsuit looked like he had barely bothered with it. He's a villain. Aoi's mother shouted. He hurt my daughter. Lock him up. She pointed at Izuku as if even looking at him might make her disintegrate. Eraserhead, one of the policemen blurted out. Glad you're here. The boy's quirk just manifested a dangerous one. We couldn't delay. We had to put the cuffs on to prevent him from killing someone. Aoi's mother shrieked. You're a hero. Put him in prison. Eraserhead's hair rose around his face, his eyes glowing red with fury. Where's the villain? He asked flatly. The woman flinched and jabbed her finger at Izuku. Izuku kept his gaze on the floor. He didn't dare move. Get out, Eraserhead said. Excuse me? She snapped. Out. His voice sharpened, low but commanding. With tears streaming down her face, Aoi's mother stormed out, leaving Izuku, the officer, and Eraserhead behind. Tsukachi? Eraserhead asked the policeman. He's on his way, the man stammered. He was across town on a case. Eraserhead's glare shifted back to the officer. And your best idea was to slap suppressor cuffs on a child? The officer swallowed hard. His quirk triggers on 5 fingers, hands, and feet. He disintegrates anything he touches. If it's a 5-point trigger, why not just wrap 1 finger on each hand and foot so he couldn't make full contact? The officer faltered. Well, why treat a child like a criminal? Eraserhead pressed. You have to understand we couldn't risk it. His quirk is volatile. It's not like we mistreated him. The boy put the cuffs on himself. Apparently, his quirk doesn't work on his own body. He pressed all 5 fingers together. Nothing happened. Eraserhead's eyes burned crimson. So instead of telling him not to touch anything until you tested it, you let him experiment on himself? Do you even realize why he agreed to the cuffs? The officer shook his head. Because he saw the fear in your eyes, Eraserhead snapped. Because he thought that if he didn't cooperate, you'd accuse him of being a villain. Great job. His voice dripped sarcasm. Izuku's eyes welled again. Take the cuffs off, Eraserhead ordered. Bring me tape if you have to. I'm not leaving him bound like a criminal. The officer hesitated but finally scurried out. Eraserhead crouched in front of Izuku, dark eyes meeting wide green ones. Hey kiddo, he said quietly. Let's get these off you, okay? Izuku nodded. Up Midoriya. The teacher barked, snapping Izuku out of his half-sleep. The first week of school had been exhausting more than usual. Ever since his mother had abandoned him a few months ago, he'd been struggling to adjust to living alone on nothing but the allowance she sent him. It was barely enough for food and school supplies. Just the day before, Izuku had been out trying to find a part-time job to cover his own expenses. Not that it was easy between his quirk and his lack of physical strength. He didn't exactly look like ideal hire material. And to think he had once dreamed of being a hero. Pathetic, he told himself bitterly. Oi! Katsuki cut in, glaring at the teacher. The nerd's tired, but he's not interrupting your class. Just leave him the hell alone and teach what's on the board. The teacher dismissed Katsuki's words with a wave, turned to the blackboard, and ignored Izuku completely. Being the best friend of Aldra's star student had its perks. No one dared mess with Katsuki, and because of that, most people didn't mess with Izuku either. They might fear him, ignore him, or mock him behind his back, but no one picked fights anymore. That was something at least. When his mother had picked him up from the police station after the accident, she had played the role of worried parent in front of the officers, then screamed at him the whole way home for the trouble he had caused. He was still wearing the duct tape Eraserhead had wrapped around 4 of his fingers, 1 on each hand, 1 on each foot to keep decay from activating. He had already lost his favorite shoes to his quirk, crumbling into dust the instant he slipped them on. Izuku had lost his status as quirkless. Now, he carried a quirk everyone whispered was villainous. But he didn't believe quirks were inherently good or bad, heroic or villainous. He believed every quirk had the potential to change the world if used the right way. 13 had proven that to him. The Space Heroes debut had caught Izuku's attention immediately. Black Hole was destructive on paper, yet they used it for rescue work. That gave him hope. But his quirk wasn't like theirs. 13 created black holes. Izuku destroyed. Worse, decay could spread uncontrollably. If he tried to rescue someone trapped under rubble, he might end up disintegrating the person along with the debris. Izuku didn't want that. He didn't want to kill anyone. So the dream he had carried since childhood, becoming a hero like All Might, remained buried deep, cutting into him like a knife. Nerd! Katsuki yelled at him. Izuku lifted his head. Yes, Katsuki? Here. Katsuki shoved a granola bar at him. Izuku's stomach growled loudly in response. Don't think I don't notice. Auntie ditched you, didn't she? Izuku gave a small, shaky smile and tried to deflect. Let's go to the Hag and make a legal case for abandonment, Katsuki growled. She still sends money, Izuku muttered. Enough to eat and pay for school. You're supposed to be a DMN genius, and you don't even realize that's a crime, Katsuki snapped. It's not like she ever laid a hand on me, Izuku murmured, fiddling with his little finger, the only one still covered by his gloves. She was just indifferent. She still is, just from farther away now. Nothing worth writing home about. Katsuki's hand sparked with a small explosion. Then come eat at my place. The hag likes you. She won't mind you dropping by a few times a week, at least you'd eat something besides plain rice. Izuku rolled his eyes. But I like plain rice. 'Cause you haven't tried my disgustingly delicious spicy curry, Katsuki declared, puffing his chest out with pride. You're coming. Either walk with me or I'll knock you out and drag you there myself. Izuku didn't doubt he would. Fine, he sighed. After school I'll go. You better, nerd, Katsuki growled before tearing into his bento like it had personally offended him. Izuku quietly unwrapped the granola bar and took a bite. It was going to be a long day. You better write down that you're applying for UA's hero course, nerd, Katsuki whispered while the teacher droned on about the importance of high school choices. It was their third year of middle school. In 10 months, the entrance exams would decide their future. When they were kids, Izuku and Katsuki had dreamed of becoming heroes together. They worshipped All Might, played heroes, and promised each other they'd make it into UA, the best school in the country. But they weren't kids anymore. Izuku couldn't afford to dream like that, not with a quirk that hurt people. Bakugo, the teacher said, looking up from his notes. I assume your application is for the UA hero course? Katsuki leaned back in his chair, smirking as he propped both feet on his desk. Obviously. I'm aiming for the top. None of these extras stand a chance. The room erupted in complaints. Katsuki ignored them, smug as ever. Izuku lowered his eyes to the application form on his desk. His first choice was still UA. But which department? Could he really write hero course? Don't kid yourselves, F extras. Katsuki snapped at the class. Only me and the nerd here are even qualified to go to UA. Don't waste your time dreaming. Izuku shrank into his seat as the room burst into laughter. His face burned red with shame. Midoriya? Really? Hanako jeered. Sure, he can go to UA, Rokaru snickered. As the villain in training exercises. The teacher pretended not to hear, eyes glued to his phone. Grit. Izuku thought. With that broken quirk of his, he'll kill someone. Bakugo, seriously bro, stop hanging out with villains. You'll just have to beat him one day. Or kill him if the law doesn't prevent it. The teacher was still doing nothing. Izuku felt himself drift away, sounds blurring as his classmates' voices grew crueler. He only came back when he realized Katsuki was shouting at them to shut up, his voice raw with anger. But even then, the teacher hadn't silenced the class for Izuku's sake. He had silenced them because Katsuki had demanded it. Izuku stared at his blank form, his heart pounding. Instead of filling in hero course, he carefully wrote, in neat letters, UA, General Studies Department chapter text. When school ended, Izuku didn't expect to be attacked by a villain. He definitely didn't expect the villain to try and take over his body. It'll only last 45 seconds, the monster rasped as its slimy form forced itself down Izuku's throat. Izuku gagged and thrashed, lungs filling with sludge as panic clawed at his chest. Was this how he was going to die? Alone under a bridge, his body stolen by a villain? He didn't want to die. Not like this. The slime made his gloves slick, sliding off his hands. Terror spiked as his bare fingers were exposed. Decay itched to activate. If he touched the villain, he would hurt him. But Izuku remembered the countless hours on Dagoba Beach with Katsuki, practicing control. Dusting debris into powder without causing chain reactions. He could control decay. He had to. Even so, the fear of losing control gnawed at him. One mistake, and the disintegration could spread further than he intended. He had seen it before, one careless moment during a class activity, when tape slipped off his pinky and he touched a table. Everything on it, even the chairs nearby, had crumbled into dust. The screams, the tears, the detention, they all haunted him. Now, with the villain suffocating him, he had no choice. His fingers brushed against the sludge. Decay spread instantly. The villain screamed, thrashing wildly, trying to wrench free of Izuku. The sludge that had seeped into his body clung to his organs, but even that began to rot away. The smell of dust filled his nose as the monster shrieked, half dissolving, half disintegrating. Izuku hit the ground, trembling uncontrollably, bile rising in his throat. And then it was over. Decay stopped. The villain's screams cut off. Piles of half-disintegrated sludge remained scattered around him. Izuku scrambled to pull his gloves back on, fingers shaking so hard he could barely manage it. He tugged them into place with desperate precision, leaving his pinky out just in case. He couldn't bear to be barehanded. "Monster!" the villain's voice screeched, weak and warped. "Shut up," a hoarse voice cut through, low and commanding. The villain fell silent. Izuku looked up, heart still pounding. Standing in front of him was a man in black, scarf draped loosely around his shoulders, tired eyes glowing faintly red. Eraserhead. Izuku's stomach dropped. They were going to arrest him. Illegal quirk use. Assault. Property damage. He would be sent to Tartarus, branded a villain for life. He broke into sobs. "Sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. His drool made my gloves slip off and my fingers touched him. I didn't mean it. Please don't put quirk suppressors on me." "What?" Eraserhead muttered, shoving sludge into a couple of empty soda bottles. "Why would I cuff you?" Izuku blinked through tears, confused. "Because my quirk is dangerous. I hurt someone. What I did, it's illegal." The man stepped closer, eyes narrowing. Recognition flickered across his face. "You're that kid," he said flatly. "Wow, you remember me." Izuku replied, surprised. Izuku's breath caught. "You remember me? Not every day you have to yell at cops to uncuff a terrified 5-year-old. His tone was dry, almost careless. "Get a kid. You're not under arrest. You're coming with me to the hospital, then you'll give your statement." Izuku's hands shook. "What if they don't believe me? No one ever does. They call me a liar. They call me a villain." Eraserhead's jaw tightened. "Demon quirkists," he muttered under his breath. Then, softer, he said, "Don't worry. The same detective who handled your case back then is still on the job. You'll be fine." The memory hit Izuku's digging into his wrists, panic clawing at his chest until Eraserhead had intervened. Until that calm detective, Tsukachi, had told Aoi's parents it had been an accident. Izuku nodded, though his chest still ached. "Good. Now let's go. This sludge bastard has plenty to explain," Eraserhead said, holding up the bottled villain. "And you need a checkup." "Kid, your emergency contact isn't picking up," Eraserhead said as he walked back into the room. Izuku shifted nervously on the hospital bed. Detective Tsukachi stood nearby with his notepad, ready to take his statement. Izuku had heard about the man's quirk, the infamous human lie detector. He wanted to ask a million questions about how it worked, but this really wasn't the time to let his quirk nerd side take over. He'd only embarrass himself. "Probably Aunt Mitsuki's busy," Izuku mumbled. "But I don't think it's a problem if I give my statement without a guardian here." Eraserhead rubbed his hand over his face. "What about your parents?" The question hit like a punch. Izuku flinched. The hero noticed immediately and gave a quick signal to Tsukachi. The detective stepped closer, his tone calm. "Do you have a bad situation at home?" Izuku shook his head fast. "No. My dad left when I was little, and Mom works far away." He wasn't lying. Every word was true. His dad had left when he was 4. His mom had taken a job somewhere distant, somewhere Izuku couldn't even place. He lived alone now, but she wired him enough money to scrape by. The silence of his empty apartment didn't bother him anymore, it almost felt normal. Tsukachi gave a small nod toward Aizawa. "He's telling the truth." Izuku thought they'd let it go. Of course they didn't. "Did your parents abandon you?" the detective asked bluntly. Izuku pressed his lips together. He didn't want to admit it, but lying was pointless. "My dad did. My quirk manifested late when I was 5 instead of 4. He didn't want a quirkless kid, so he walked out. Mom stayed for a while, but then she found a better job far from here. It's demanding, so now it's just me. She sends money every month." Tsukachi looked back at Aizawa and nodded again. Who's Mitsuki Bakugo? He asked. She's a close friend of my mom. I call her aunt. I've known her son Katsuki since we were in diapers. Another nod from the detective. Eraserhead grunted, ready to say something. Izuku's phone rang. He froze, clutching his backpack, praying the cheap surgeon's gloves he'd stuffed inside hadn't torn. The hospital staff had taken his old gloves away, given him a flimsy gown, and left him exposed. He hated it. The screen lit up, Katsuki. Oh no. He had completely forgotten about dinner. Katsuki was going to murder him. In fear he pressed, answer. Stupid nerd. Katsuki's voice exploded through the speaker, so loud that Aizawa and Tsukachi turned toward the phone. Where the hell are you? You said you'd come to dinner, and I don't see your stupid butt here. Izuku gave the adults an awkward smile before speaking. Oi, Katsuki. Something came up. What the F dash, Izuku? Katsuki shouted back. The hag just got a call from a private number. Izuku sighed in relief. Thank you, Aunt Mitsuki. Well, a villain attacked me. I'm in the hospital, he said as calmly as possible. What? Mitsuki's voice boomed in the background. You heard him, hag. Katsuki yelled. The nerd's in the hospital because of a villain. I heard, brat. Mitsuki barked back. The Bakugos started yelling at each other, completely forgetting Izuku was still on the line. Izuku glanced at the pro-hero and the detective. Aizawa looked irritated. Tsukachi looked alarmed. Izuku related to both. Finally, Mitsuki's voice cut back in, calmer this time. Izuku, is the one who called me still with you? Izuku turned toward Aizawa. Yes, Andy. He's a pro-hero. Hand him the phone, please. Sure. Izuku offered the device to Aizawa. But Aunt wants to talk to you, sir. Eraserhead frowned at the phone, then took it with a sigh. Mitsuki Bakugo? That's me, her voice crackled back. Aizawa shot Tsukachi a look that clearly meant watch the kid, then stepped out into the hall with the phone. The room fell into awkward silence. Izuku cleared his throat, rummaging through his bag. So, yes, Midoriya? The detective asked. Izuku pulled out his quirk analysis notebook number 13 and a pen. Pages full of scribbles, sketches, strategies, and quirk notes stared back at him. He quickly flipped to a blank spot and wrote, Detective Tsukachi. Would you mind answering a few questions about your quirk? The more specific the better. The man blinked. My quirk. Izuku nodded eagerly, showing him the pages. Normally he'd be too embarrassed to share them, but Tsukachi didn't seem like the type to mock him. At worst, he'd politely refuse. The detective's eyes widened as he skimmed the notebook. Katsuki's voice echoed in Izuku's memory. Nerd, you're a DMN genius. These stalker notebooks are full of stuff that could take down pros. And you're telling me you won't be a hero? Pathetic. Izuku had always thought Katsuki exaggerated. But Tsukachi's expression said otherwise. Midoriya, the detective said carefully, do you realize how dangerous this notebook is? Izuku laughed, waving it off. Don't exaggerate, detective. It's just a hobby. Simple observations, nothing special. The man frowned deeply. No. I'm serious. Be careful with these. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. To him they were just notes. Maybe unsettling, sure, but not that impressive. Really, it's fine, Izuku said, flipping to the fresh page with Tsukachi's name. But could you tell me about your quirk? Please. Aunt Mitsuki was talking to Eraserhead and the detective outside the room. Izuku could hear her muffled voice through the door, though he couldn't make out the words. Inside the room, Izuku and Katsuki just sat there, staring at each other without saying a word. It felt like the most awkward staring contest in history. I don't get what you're doing in the UA General Department, Katsuki finally grunted. A quirk like yours shouldn't be wasted like that. Izuku rolled his eyes. I hurt the villain. But you didn't have a choice. Katsuki snapped. That bum and the detective already told you it wasn't your fault. But it was. Izuku knew how to control the reach of his disintegration, at least, he used to. He knew how destructive it could be. He could have caused less pain, just surface wounds, minimal damage. But he had panicked. He had lost control. If that man had still had skin, it would have been stripped down to raw flesh. He swallowed hard. "You don't get it, Katsuki." His voice came out rough, gravelly from holding back too long. "I don't want to be a hero if my quirk is just going to hurt people." Katsuki shot up, grabbed him by the collar, the movement so fast Izuku barely saw it. "Then I couldn't be either. My quirk blows sheet up too." Izuku stared at him. For a second, he wanted to believe that comparison that they were the same. But they weren't. Katsuki's explosions dazzled, they inspired awe. His quirk burned bright and loud, something people could cheer for. Izuku's only erased. "No, Katsuki, you don't understand." People feared Izuku. They avoided him in hallways, whispered, mocked him from a safe distance. None of them ever touched him. Physical contact was always a threat to them, to him. The gloves helped, but the fear stayed. Silence had become his armor. It was the only way to keep the world from labeling him dangerous. And Katsuki wasn't even trying to understand. He just wanted to force his own will onto him. Izuku had wanted to be a hero once, to stand tall like All Might, to save with open hands. But that dream had been buried long ago, the day his quirk manifested in a cloud of dust and horror. He'd buried it for his mother, for everyone else. And Katsuki's insistence was a cruel reminder that it still existed somewhere, faint and unwanted. He hated it. "But at least your quirk doesn't turn people to dust," he shouted suddenly. His voice cracked under the weight of it. "Every time I touch something, it crumbles. Get it? I can kill people, not just a risk, I can literally kill people just by touching them." The words rang in the sterile hospital air. Katsuki froze, eyes wide. Izuku didn't yell, not like this. He was supposed to be the calm one, the quiet one. Their tempers had always balanced, Katsuki's fire against his restraint. But that balance had shattered. People look at you and say, "He'll be a great hero." Do you know what they say about me? Izuku's voice shook, every syllable splintering with old pain. "If you were anyone else, I'd be a villain. They see your grades and think you're dedicated. They see mine, my notebooks, and they think I'm a killer." Tears broke loose before he could stop them. They burned against his skin, unashamed, years of frustration boiling out all at once. He'd been rejected by a society built around saviors, around people who could heal, protect, control. A society that worshipped quirks like Eraserheads, like 13ths, like All Mights. Quirks that made the world safer. Beautiful quirks. Useful quirks. And beneath all that brightness, there was him. Unlike 13, he couldn't control it with precision. He couldn't afford specialized gloves to contain it. His quirk wasn't spectacular, wasn't heroic, it was lethal. He knew he could never be a hero. The truth sat heavy in his chest. And yet, the thought of surrendering, of never trying again, gnawed at the edge of him like a wound that refused to close. He tried to imagine other futures. Detective work like Tsukachi, analysis for hero agencies, maybe even teaching. But they all felt like compromises, like standing in the shadow of something he could never reach. "Why do you keep insisting that I have to be a hero?" Izuku yelled, feeling the quirk surge beneath the gloves, itching to break free. Katsuki said nothing. "Answer me. What do you get out of torturing me, pushing me to be something I can't?" Katsuki grunted, his palm lighting briefly, a spark, a flash. "Because you have to be a hero. It's what you've always wanted, you nerd. Don't you remember 13? Your quirks are similar." Izuku snorted, bitter. 13's quirk isn't destructive like mine. I can't control it that way. I don't choose what disintegrates, it just happens. It spreads. I don't want to hurt anyone. Katsuki raised his hands again, ready to fire another explosion, but nothing happened. Izuku turned his head just in time to see the doorway filled with 3 figures: Eraserhead, the detective, and Aunt Mitsuki. Eraserhead's hair was floating, eyes glowing faint red. His quirk was active. "What the hell is going on in here?" Aunt Mitsuki's voice cut like glass. "You've never fought like this. Why are you shouting, Izuku? Why didn't you tell me Anko doesn't live with you? Our house is always open." Katsuki dropped his head, guilt spreading across his features. Mitsuki's glare turned to him immediately. Why didn't you tell me anything, brat? What the hell are you doing using your quirk in a hospital? Eraserhead had to stop you. Ma'am? Tsukachi started, but Eraserhead gave him a look that said, let him speak. Izuku exhaled, shaky. Katsuki keeps telling me I should be a hero, but I don't want to. You do, Katsuki interrupted, firm, unyielding. You just keep saying your quirk's evil that you can't. Izuku looked down at his hands. The gloves were trembling slightly. Everyone knows what it's capable of. There's no way I can be a hero with something like this. Eraserhead coughed, his gaze steady. Kid, have you heard from 13 lately? Before Izuku could answer, Katsuki butted in. I've used her as an example, but he always makes excuses. Eraserhead's glare was sharp. I was asking Midoriya. He'd just answer with more excuses, Katsuki muttered under his breath. Stop interrupting, brat. This isn't your conversation. Aunt Mitsuki snapped, fury radiating from her. Eraserhead turned back to Izuku. It wasn't your fault. You were under pressure. You lost control. It happens even to pros. You just need to keep training, stay aware. That's all. The words landed heavily. Beneath the clinical tone, Izuku could hear something else. Permission. A lifeline. Eraserhead was telling him that even a quirk like his didn't make him irredeemable. A professional hero, one who had seen the destruction his power could cause, still didn't see him as a monster. The same man who had once saved him was saying he could still save others. That should have given Izuku hope. But he couldn't let himself feel it. Before he could find an answer, Eraserhead turned to Katsuki. And you, why are you so hell-bent on Midoriya becoming a hero? We've been friends since we were FNG toddlers, Bakugo said with a snort. He's always wanted this. Smart, stubborn. The world looks at his quirk and expects a villain. I push him because if he doesn't even try, he'll regret it forever. Izuku flinched. Katsuki wasn't wrong. Regret had always haunted the corners of his mind, the thought of what if, like a quiet, constant echo. He knew how UA worked. The practical exams favored those with physical quirks. People with quirks like his had to find backdoors, the sports festival, or a teacher's recommendation. He knew he could pass. But the thought of hurting someone in the process made him sick. You're hiding something, Tsukachi said suddenly, calm but cutting. What? Katsuki and Aunt Mitsuki said at the same time. My quirk's a lie detector, the detective explained. What you just said came off strange, like a half-truth. What was Katsuki hiding? He never held back. He said what he thought, no matter who it hurt. Katsuki. Izuku's voice softened, tentative. Katsuki's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Izuku had never seen it before. Why do you insist so much that I have to become a hero? He asked quietly, his tone low but steady, carrying more weight than a shout. Whatever Katsuki was holding back, Izuku needed to know. After all, it wouldn't be the first bond he ever broke. Sooner or later, he could only trust himself. Katsuki swallowed hard, glanced at the adults. No help came. Izuku didn't look away. Say it, he said, his voice like glass about to crack. For once, do something I want. Don't drag me down. Say why you keep insisting I have to be a hero. Katsuki grunted. When he finally spoke, it was quieter. A quirk like yours can only help or hurt people, he said. People with that much power can't just live normal lives. They always end up choosing a side. And most don't end up on the good one. People will fear or admire you, and that messes with you, because you know you've got power. Izuku felt another tear slip down his cheek, soundless. You're FING smart, Katsuki went on. You've got the brain and the quirk. You could be a great hero. He'd said that before. But Izuku knew there was more. And then, quietly, Katsuki said it. But I also know that you could be a terrifying villain. Someone who could destroy everything. And if I want to be a hero, I can't let you become one. The room froze. The words hung in the air like smoke. Every gaze turned toward Izuku, even Katsuki's. Something in him went still. The tears stopped. He felt disconnected from the moment, like he was watching it from somewhere else. His chest tightened, The air in his lungs thinned. His pulse hammered in his ears. He didn't want them here. Any of them. He wanted Bakugo to leave and never see him again. He wanted to swan dive off a rooftop and die at once. "Get out," he said hoarsely. Then louder, "Leave me alone." "What am I doing here?" Izuku said. "You're staying here." Eraserhead repeated. Izuku rolled his eyes, a small, defensive motion. That part one understood. "What I asked is why." Eraserhead exhaled through his nose. "You are alone. You have a quirk that requires training. You have just suffered a traumatic experience in many ways." "The sludge villain thing wasn't that traumatic," Izuku started. "I mean what Bakugo Katsuki said at the hospital." The man interrupted. "The sludge villain thing too. But I'm more worried about the fact that your childhood friend has accepted that he considered you a villain is not like an event that leaves you emotionally stable." Izuku hesitated. Well, the man was sincere. Brutally so. "It's not like I'm helpless. I've been alone my whole life." He admitted with a shrug that felt heavier than he meant it to. "I know how to survive on my own, and as long as I wear gloves. Old gloves that you cut yourself to fit your quirk when there are various specialized options for sale." Eraserhead interrupted again, voice flat but firm. "And seriously, boy, wouldn't you rather be able to always have your power at a low level than explode? Perhaps even by disintegrating other things, you release a little of your quirk's energy, and it becomes less lethal all the time." Izuku snorted short. Defensive again. "Why do you care so much about me?" Eraserhead shrugged. "It's because even if you try to deny it, you're a kid, and you don't deserve what you're going through." The words sat between them like something Izuku didn't want to touch. He looked away. He wasn't used to people saying things like that, especially not meaning them. Living with Eraserhead Aizawa Shota turned out to be quite similar to what he was used to before. Both were silent. Both lived on caffeine. Both had insomnia. Izuku liked the man. Or maybe it was safer to think he did. He didn't stick his nose where he wasn't called except for the time he decided to take custody of Izuku no matter what the boy thought. But otherwise, he gave him space. Didn't push. Didn't pry. Aizawa spent most of his time outside. Izuku liked that. The apartment was quiet when it was empty, and he could pretend the world stopped for a few hours. He locked himself in the room Aizawa had given him and stayed there half out of habit, half because he didn't know how to exist in someone else's space. In his words, "Child, if you were an intruder, I would not want you here. I offered to have your custody because I am somewhat familiar with your quirk and can help you." He couldn't help thinking that the man's hospitality was just a show of pity. Something similar to what Bakugo had done. "I'll be nice to him because he's a villain raising." Deep inside him, Izuku had anticipated this, but he didn't expect it to hurt so badly. He felt like an invader. Aizawa's apartment was practically empty, and the fact that the man decided to buy things for Izuku had made him feel uncomfortable. The room he had given him had been empty before, not meant to be used. But now it had a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. Izuku refused to let him buy him new clothes. He had what he needed. But the man went to the mall and got him specialized gloves for the 5-finger activation quirks and a pair of hooded sweatshirts. Plus a pair of shoes his size. "What plans for high school?" Aizawa spoke as they enjoyed ramen. Izuku shrugged. "General education at UA. It has a good curriculum and references." Aizawa nodded. "And after that?" Izuku thought about it. "Maybe quirk analyst or detective." Aizawa blinked before shrugging his shoulders and returning to his food, Izuku doing the same. "Child, leave homework for later. Let's go to UA," Aizawa exclaimed, heading to the bathroom. Izuku looked up from his trigonometry book. "What?" "Let's go to UA," Aizawa repeated. Izuku put the book down and went to the hallway. The bathroom door was closed, so he leaned against it. "Why?" he asked, rolling his eyes. Aizawa growled from inside. "To practice your quirk." Izuku rolled his eyes. "I said I would go to general education." The door opened, and Aizawa came out. "That doesn't excuse you from having to practice it. I have free time. I expelled my whole class." Izuku blinked. "Class A? The one at the sports festival?" Aizawa nodded. I'm not their classroom teacher anymore, so I'm free to help you with your quirk. Izuku growled. Am I forced to accept? Aizawa passed his hand over his face and sighed. I'm not going to force you to do anything you don't want to, but I recommend that you accept. It's to improve your quality of life, seriously. But it's your decision. Izuku thought about it. Aizawa seemed seriously wanting to help him. And it would be rude to deny something to the man who had accepted him into his life. Okay, Izuku blurted out. Let's go to you. That's a quirk. Yamada said, dumbfounded as he watched Midoriya disintegrate the cement blocks in a matter of seconds. Shota nodded. And one to control, even though the boy just wants to apply to general studies. Yamada frowned. With his quirk, he would sweep the entrance exam. He feels insecure about it. He is afraid of hurting others, and he tries to retain his potential. I know he wants to be a hero even if he refuses to accept it. Shota grunted as he watched as the child became anxious around the remnants of the blocks. Panic flooded the kid's eyes. Decay escaped from the boy's hands and overflowed as it disintegrated the rest of the blocks. He's not doing it at will, he thought. It's getting out of control. So without hearing what Yamada was saying, he ran down from the observation room and activated his quirk. Decay stopped. The eyes of his ward widened in relief and surprise before turning to meet Shota. Thin tears ran down the child's freckled cheeks, and his lip moved slightly. Midoriya's breathing was ragged as his hands positioned as fists. That was going to irritate him. One of Decay's side effects on Midoriya was that if his quirk made contact with any point on his body, that area would end up irritated. Once he felt that Midoriya's quirk had slowed down, he released his. Midoriya? He asked as he watched as the kid ignored him and mechanically went to where his gloves were. His ward raised the little finger of his left hand as he carefully manipulated the glove to put it on his right. Once done, he used his right hand to put it on his left. This time, he didn't have to lift his little finger to do it. Once he had them on, the boy extended his arms and observed his hands. He began stretching and contracting his fingers, allowing the free ones to feel the material of the gloves. Maybe he believed that his quirk was going to disintegrate them, and he could no longer contain it. Seeing that nothing was happening, the child sighed before realization reached his expression. Midoriya spun around, focusing on Shota's eyes, and a rueful grimace crossed his face. Shota thought mentally. No. He growled as he approached Midoriya. Midoriya blinked in confusion. Excuse me? Shota ran his hand over his tired face. Don't dare apologize for losing control. You called me. Shota entered Nezu's office with his arms crossed. He had been taking Midoriya to the cafeteria to get something to eat. He was sure there was katsudon on the menu until Nezu called him through the speakers. Yamada was on his free PRD, so he led his ward to his noisy friend and asked him to watch Midoriya while he went to confront the rat. The child had an uncomfortable expression as the voice hero nodded. He knew the boy had a hard time trusting people. It had taken several days after the hospital incident for Midoriya to decide to strike up a conversation with him. The child had not opened. It was understandable. The child didn't trust adults. Now, after his childhood best friend confessed that their friendship was based on preventing his ward from becoming a villain, the boy didn't trust anyone. I have a few things to figure out, he had said. I'll be back once I'm done. The kid had nodded, trying to stay calm, and turned in Yamada's direction as Shota had left the office. The Chimera grinned. T? Shota shook his head as the headmaster motioned for him to sit on the chair. He did it slowly while his eyes did not leave Nezu's movements. He wants something, he thought. I see it in those eyes. What's the reason? He asked dryly as he watched the rat drink some of his tea. You usually call me before or after school. Nezu put his cup in front of him and nodded calmly. I called you because I found that pupil of yours curious, he said with a wide and sadistic smile that along with his high-pitched voice could only be described as terrifying. Midoriya's situation is special. I appointed as his guardian before the investigations of his mother for neglect and child abandonment, the sludge villain and quirk discrimination. Nezu said amused. I found out about his notebooks. The rat blurted out. He is a brilliant boy with a powerful quirk. Shota nodded. He wants to be a detective or quirk analyst. He repeated what Midoriya had told him without believing it at all. No matter how much the child said, no matter how much he confirmed it, Midoriya Izuku couldn't lie to himself, much less to others. The Chimera seemed to agree. Interesting. What will you do with him once the investigations are over? Shota blinked in confusion. Excuse me? Netsu smiled after seeing that he had caught him off guard. Where will he go? Orphanage? Foster home? Family friends? The child would suffer in orphanages and foster homes. Most likely, treated as a threat to the safety of other children, forced to retain his quirk, or forced to use quirk suppressants. Family friends? The boy's father had abandoned him when he was misdiagnosed quirkless about 10 years ago, and Shota was sure that, after the hospital disaster, Midoriya was in no condition to live with the Bakugo. The child wouldn't want to either. Shota looked at the rat questioningly. Where are you going with this? He asked threateningly. The rat's smile only grew. If he enters here, he has the option of becoming a UA ward, so he would quietly have to say goodbye to his upbringing. Shota didn't understand the point. The investigations would last long enough until Midoriya attended UA, long enough for the kid not to enter the adoption system. He didn't doubt that the boy would pass the entrance exam. He had thought of keeping the child under his guardianship beyond investigation, justifying it by quirk training excuse. Only to hide that he, to some extent, had a soft spot for Midoriya. Shota had met him the first time Decay had manifested, had read his records, and had met the boy's mother. The word they used to describe the child was bubbly, energetic, and enthusiastic. The kid he had found under the bridge was neither of those things. Shota could describe Midoriya Izuku as docile, intelligent, tired, depressed, and terrified of himself. S. Coles would say he was an attention-grabbing, problematic, poor school performance. The child he had met several years ago was scared of the sudden awakening of his quirk because he had already gotten used to the idea of being quirkless. Still, he could see the spark in the boy's eyes, the hope in people, waiting for someone to come up to him to remove the HNDCFFS that were squeezing his slender wrists. The days when Shota demanded that the HNDCFFS were removed and delicately maneuvered his wrist while covering the little fingers of both hands and feet. When he finished, had allowed Midoriya to hold his hand. The eyes of the child Shota was taking care of were nothing alike and caused a pang of guilt to accentuate in his chest. If he had realized that Midoriya Inko was not a mother to the child, would he have let the child leave with her? No. Now, with the child in his care, he could help Midoriya Izuku. Where do you want to go with this? Fifth. Netsu took another sip from his cup. Is he going to school? Shota denied. When he told us how they treated him at Aldera, we took him out there and enrolled him in online classes. He is just a few lessons away from finishing all of high school. And that had surprised Shota. Midoriya had culminated most of his school year in a few weeks, proving again that something was wrong with the schools he had been studying. That child could simply become a genius. Maybe even he would have Midoriya take an IQ test to see how far his capabilities go. Shota thought, realizing where this conversation was going. The Chimera's smile grew. I'd love to meet Midoriya-kun. He had been sitting in a chair across from the desk of present Mike Yamada Hizashi, who had requested katsudon for Izuku while the voice hero was eating teriyaki chicken. They were both silent and, although Izuku liked the silence, it was uncomfortable, not pleasant like the ones he shared with Aizawa. The man had tried to strike up a conversation with him, and Izuku hadn't been very willing to reply with anything other than monosyllables or short answers. He didn't want to be rude, but he was too embarrassed because he knew that Yamada-san had been in the observatory when Decay had gotten out of control. He had seen him gross, tearful, panicked, and scared. With Aizawa, he accepted it because the Erasure hero had seen him when his quirk had manifested for the first time at the age of 5. Because of that, he felt, to a certain extent, comfortable with the man. In addition to his silent presence and stoic, he denoted a calm aura. Yamada-san denoted a childish and funny aura, the kind that animates a party and makes everyone happy. Izuku was like a person who used to attend a funeral. So a joyous presence felt out of place. No matter how much he tried to be kind to Izuku, the boy felt uncomfortable. When Aizawa arrived about 20 minutes later, Izuku was relieved to see his guardian ready to take him away. Aizawa thanked Yamada-san for keeping an eye on him and making him eat. "Don't worry, Shota," Yamada-san said quietly. The little listener was good. Aizawa-san grunted in agreement, and his eyes focused on Izuku, who was preparing to leave. "Nedzu wants to meet you." "Principal Nedzu? One of the brightest minds in the world? That Nedzu? The principal of UA?" Yamada-san coughed. "Are you sure the rat's intentions are good?" he asked, and Izuku could see that he was slightly shaking. "Little listener, Nedzu is the creepiest being there." Izuku shrugged. "Then don't go against his will," he said, and Aizawa snorted as Yamada's eyes widened in panic. "You have a death wish, don't you?" he asked jokingly. Izuku grimaced. Maybe yes, maybe not. Definitely, Izuku had a death wish, but they didn't need him to admit it, and Izuku wasn't planning on doing it. If he said no, Aizawa wouldn't believe him because the man already had an idea of Izuku's self-loathing. In addition to his diagnosed depression, anxiety, and emotional instability, that they were going to start the therapy with Hound Dog. In the words of Aizawa, you cannot cure them only with antidepressants. Therapy helps a lot and, hopefully, you'll be able to do without them. If he said yes, Aizawa would try to put him in bubble wrap, or at least his desire to do so would increase. Izuku wasn't made of glass. Glass, before being it, is silica sand, which has a texture similar to dust, and other compounds, which are heated to 1,500 degrees Celsius to obtain it. Izuku was made of dust and other compounds. All the sheet that he had experienced was the heat, which increased and began to fuse all that. Izuku was still like dust. Despite everything, he hadn't turned into something as fragile as glass. The day that Izuku turned into glass would be the day that he could no longer get up. Death would reach out to him and whisper in his ear beautiful words and promises of a next life where he no longer had a quirk like decay. A place where he wouldn't have to deal with it. He hoped never to turn into glass. Maybe this change of normality was what it took to not reach that state. "You are a joker," Yamada-san snorted. "Just like you, Shota." Aizawa grunted again before nodding. "Thanks again." He turned on his heel and went to the door. "Let's go see Nedzu, child. You are warned." Izuku shrugged as he picked up his jacket. "It wouldn't be the worst thing I've been involved in," he said, approaching his tutor before turning his gaze to Yamada-san. "Sorry to be cutting, I don't usually talk much. Thanks for the katsudon and try." Yamada-san spread a smile. "Don't worry, little listener. Good luck with the rat. I hope to see you again." The left side of Izuku's lip lifted a bit, resulting in a kind of crooked smile. "Anyway, Yamada-san," he said before walking through the door behind his guardian. The time Izuku Midoriya met Principal Nedzu could be described as the strangest experience he had in his 14, soon 15, years of life. When they got to the office, Izuku was trying to stay calm after his typical tired expression. Inside him, he was trembling, not with fear like Yamada-san, but with excitement. He had dreamed of going to UA since he was a child and had learned that All Might had studied there, the best school for heroes. Now things had changed, and his childhood dream of being a hero had turned into agony. He had decided to sweep it under the rug, which he did with the dust. Decay had turned his dream of being a hero to dust like everything Izuku touched. As society hid all its ills under the flashy and outlandish exploits of daylight heroes, Izuku swept the dust of his childhood dreams under the excuse of a false dream, maybe being a quirk detective or analyst. He wouldn't hate being either of those two, it wouldn't be as exciting as being a hero, but he would live in peace. Would it have been better to continue quirkless? He knew about the high rates of quirkless suicide worldwide, especially in a country like Japan. He had had a quirkless friend before his quirkless diagnosis. Sadly, the boy's family had moved after Izuku's 6th birthday, and they had not kept in contact since then. He had been looking for him in the news headlines. Maybe he could have killed himself, but he hadn't seen his first name, and if he was honest, he no longer remembered his face or last name. There were many gaps in his memory, blank spots that did not allow the fluidity of his memories. The psychologist had said that it was a kind of response from his mind to take care of post-traumatic stress. Izuku had tried to argue that he didn't have PTSD, but after being told that quirk discrimination, parental neglect, bullying, etc., were important factors for him to develop something like that. Am I a dog, bear, or mouse? No one knows. Nedzu appeared animate as soon as he entered with Aizawa, raising his paw for Izuku to shake it. Izuku blinked in confusion. You're a stoat, sir, he said, reaching out his hand and shaking it. Nedzu's smile widened, and Aizawa narrowed his eyes. What? The man asked, looking at the chimera. Izuku shrugged. He's a stoat. Nedzu laughed. You are very intuitive, Midoriya, he said as he returned to his desk and lifted a kettle. Tea. Izuku nodded as he went to the chair in which was the cup that the principal was filling with tea. He looked at the chimera, and he motioned for the green-haired boy to sit down. Aizawa was still at the door with his arms crossed over his chest. Should I stay, or is this private? Nedzu shrugged. It's up to Midoriya first and foremost, he said, and his gaze focused on Izuku. What would you prefer? He felt more comfortable with Aizawa present, but he also knew that he couldn't depend on the man's presence. Sooner or later, they would both have to be in different places. Izuku would have to deal alone with his own mind. Sooner or later, the investigation would end, and Izuku would be thrown into the foster system, as it was impossible for him to be allowed to return to his lonely life. He had to detach, not attach. If it's not a bother, I'd like to talk alone, he replied as he shot a glance at Aizawa. A gleam of betrayal crossed the man's eyes, but he finally said, If you need anything, let me know, child. Izuku nodded. Thank you, Aizawa-san. You're welcome, Aizawa finally said before closing the door. Izuku was left alone with the chimera in the office. Nedzu never stopped smiling. Would you mind telling me about your analysis? He asked. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know? The chimera shrugged. When my subordinates do something relevant, I find out. When Aizawa-kun used his foster care license to be your guardian, I got curious. I talked to Tsukachi regarding your notebooks. He called them a danger to national security, and that made me interesting, he said simply as Izuku lowered his head in shame. The chimera frowned at the gesture and denied. Those who are not like us, always afraid of that which they cannot understand. Izuku raised his head and frowned. Like us? Nedzu nodded. People assume that the true power is in the quirk, but it's the mind, he exclaimed, smiling. Knowledge is power, Midoriya. If you're able to generate it from simple observations, you are mighty than that quirk of yours. The chimera nodded as he stretched his paw. So, can you show me one of those notebooks? No one had ever been enthusiastic about the idea of reading his notebooks. Whenever he mentioned them, people told him he was weird and scary, a freak. Now one of the most intelligent beings on the planet was interested in them. He had never considered them so specials. They were observations that anyone could make. For a reason, those who had taken the time to read something of them had confessed that they were too terrifying. Well, the chimera was asking for it, and if Izuku didn't live up to his expectations, he could say that he was right, and the others exaggerated. So he pulled out quirk analysis number 13 and put it on Nedzu's paw. What are we supposed to be doing here? Izuku asked while looking at Inui-san, aka Hound Dog. The man shrugged. Whatever you want. Izuku raised an eyebrow. So if I don't want to be here, can I just walk out that door? Inui-san nodded. But you haven't, and we've been through several sessions, he said calmly. Because I wanted confirmation so I wouldn't get in trouble, Izuku replied, feeling like a sample in a lab. It's not like the sessions were very productive. Izuku was just actively refusing, but he kept attending, trying to be polite and show his gratitude to Aizawa. After all, he liked the new normality. Since he didn't have to be alone all the time that he wasn't with Katsuki, nor did he have to worry about working, Aizawa had made him quit all his jobs and wouldn't let him take new ones. Izuku liked Aizawa, and he was beginning to feel that he could trust the man. He hoped not to be wrong. You don't have to speak if you don't want to, Inui-san clarified. Izuku narrowed his eyes. But you're looking at me like I'm through a microscope. Inui-san shrugged and snorted, Even if you don't use it, you have my full attention. Izuku sighed and looked at the ceiling again. How was your day, child? Aizawa asked after class time was over, and the two of them were able to return to the apartment. Izuku shrugged. I had to analyze some third-year quirks, and the therapy with Inui-san was quiet. He replied. Aizawa sighed as he ran his right hand over his face. By quiet, you mean you didn't talk to him, right? Isn't that what he said in the sessions stayed in the sessions? Wouldn't Inui-san not say anything to Aizawa? Wasn't it a safe space? Izuku growled. How do you know? Aizawa snorted. It was the closest thing to a laugh Izuku had ever heard come from the man. The first few times I went to therapy, I also refused to say anything. He admitted. The summer breeze blew and caressed Izuku's face, ruffling his frizzy hair. In Aizawa's case, it made his long raven hair go in different directions, tucking several strands into the man's field of vision or his mouth. Izuku laughed. Why don't you cut your hair? He said, changing the subject. Izuku didn't want to talk about therapy anymore because Aizawa was able to figure it out without being a therapist. Don't try to divert the focus of attention. The man growled. We are talking about you, problem child. Problem child. It was a nickname Aizawa had given him, and even though it sounded bad, it didn't mean anything like that. Rather, it was a way of describing Izuku's apparent aura of troublesome attraction, nothing similar to what it meant to the people of Aldera or even his parents. Izuku gave up and sighed. It's difficult, he said and watched as Aizawa nodded, indicating for him to continue. It's strange. But how? Aizawa looked at him with a frown before growling. Because you are a child, and children need someone to take care of them. He replied calmly. They both kept walking in the direction of the train. Children should not be looking for work or worrying about what they will eat. No person should be seen as someone who is not because of something they cannot control. Before Izuku knew it, Aizawa's hand was on the curly mess of his hair and was starting to run her fingers through his. He felt comforting, so much that Izuku wanted to cry. How could such a small gesture make him feel like that? Izuku sobbed. I really want to get better, but I always go back to my dark place. Aizawa stopped, and Izuku did the same. The man turned to see Izuku and squatted in front of him. I'm going back to my dark place too, he admitted in his hoarse voice, but there are things that motivate me to get out of there. What? He knew that Aizawa had friends or at least people who cared about him. For example, Yamada-san was one of his acquaintances from high school, but abandoned by his father at 4 years old. His mother had gone from a completely loving and emotional attitude to an apathetic one from one moment to the next. The Bakugos, the closest thing to a family he had since then, the more likely they were afraid that he would become a villain, or at least in Katsuki's own words. Who did Izuku have? What did Izuku have? What could help him get out of the dark place? Aizawa must have been wary of Izuku's thoughts because the man placed his hand on the greenette's shoulder and sighed. Listen to me. You're not alone anymore, he said, and Izuku began to feel glassy eyes. There are people who care about you and will be willing to extend our hand when you ask for. The words were sincere. Izuku felt that they were and wanted to believe that they were. When you are in your dark place, I promise that I will come to take you out of there. He finished, and Izuku knew that tears were rolling down his face. He could see Aizawa's commonly stoic expression softening, and as his dark eyes showed determination and sincerity, his touch was gentle, even though Izuku knew that the man's hands were calloused and rough as a result of the use of the capture weapon. Aizawa was telling him to let them help him. And even though Izuku was still afraid, he decided to accept the hand extended to him at that moment. Good morning, Izuku. Inui-san greeted. Izuku nodded with a slight smile. Good morning, Inui-san. How have you been? If the therapist was surprised, he did his best to hide it. I've been fine, but you have to put me aside. Tell me, how has your week been? Inui-san started, smiling calmly, and Izuku sighed. After you have accepted that you have a problem, the next step is to accept the extended hands to help you. Izuku was willing to do it. It's been pretty calm. Something funny happened on Thursday. I'm gonna tell you. Izuku summoned all the willpower within him and released the air he had been holding. Aizawa-san. The man looked up from the essays he was correcting and focused on Izuku. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. It must be because I look like FANG jelly, Izuku thought. Aizawa must have noticed that Izuku was nervous because his expression softened, or at least stopped frowning and he nodded slowly, indicating the green net to continue. Can I go alone to the mall to buy more notebooks? Izuku asked suddenly. I promise you won't have to spend anything. I'll pay for my train ticket myself and also the notebooks. I promise that if you accept, I'll text you every half hour saying where I'm and what I'm doing. Besides, I'll be back at 7 p.m. at the latest, please. He ended, feeling that the air was leaving his lungs. Aizawa blinked in confusion for a few minutes before sighing. Sure, he said quietly. Just come back unscathed. Now it was Izuku's turn to frown. That easy? Do you want me to say yes and put conditions on you or something like that? Aizawa questioned stoically. Or do you want me to tell you, use my money, save yours? He continued, leaving Izuku with wide eyes. The boy was going to deny the second question until Aizawa growled. If I ask you the second one, you will say, no, they're my expenses, don't bother. I know you will refuse. Did the man have a second quirk that allowed to read minds? Before he could ask, Aizawa rolled his eyes. I'm an underground hero. Knowing how to read people is part of the job. Are you sure? Izuku asked, running his fingers down the sleeve of his knitted sweater. Nothing. It felt strange to ask for things and not be asked for anything in return. Commonly, any kindness or courtesy received was accompanied by a favor. It had been about 2 months since that day when he had decided to accept the help offered to him. He was beginning to feel more comfortable among people. He thought that he was getting better, but the feeling that at some point they were going to disappoint him remained heavy in his chest. His life had been full of people failing him. As much as in his heart, there was a hope that this time was going to be different. His head kept torturing him with scenarios where those he was beginning to trust would turn their back on him. They will notice that he was a waste of time, a villain rising. His head was still treacherous to him. Inui-san had told him that it was common for people like Izuku. His thoughts would still linger because they had been accompanying him from an early age. The distrust generated an imminent waiting for abandonment. Aizawa had told him that he would bring him out of his dark place when he returned. Until that moment he did it. On nightmare nights, Aizawa had woken him up, and on bad days, Aizawa had accompanied him while he gave him space. Who would take so much effort for something that it was going to abandon? His head was reasoning considering Inui-san's words. Mothers who carry their children in their wombs for 9 months and then abandon them. Dark thoughts covered the voice of his psychologist. Even so, he still felt that it was rude to ask Aizawa for things. The man had taken his guardianship and offered Izuku a place to stay and not be alone. A way out of his dark place, food, medical attention, a psychologist, and even furniture and clothes. Are you sure you don't need me to buy or do something? Izuku asked. Aizawa growled. I would tell you no, but you will keep asking until I say yes. He said, running a hand over his face before getting up, going to the kitchen, which he never used, and opening the drawer where he kept the money. Izuku was going to refuse, telling him that he was going to pay, but Aizawa grunted. Just as you want to pay for your expenses, I will pay for mine. He said stoically, giving him some bills. This is for you to buy me. He went to the small refrigerator and took out one of the packages of jelly. It was the second of the 3 liquids that Aizawa drank. In the first place was the coffee, and in the third place was the water. Some packets of these, the ones I can afford. If you find grapefruit, it would be fine. Izuku nodded. Thank you, Aizawa-san. He exclaimed. I'll go change. I'll be out in a few minutes. His guardian nodded. Remember not to get killed, problem child. He said, and his attention returned to the papers on the table. Izuku smiled slightly and turned in the direction of his room. Stocking up for the next trimester? The light blue-haired cashier amused asked. You arrived in good time. Prices start to go up in a few weeks. It wasn't for school. Izuku thought. I finished it already. Instead of saying that, Izuku nodded with a slight smile. You don't talk much, do you? She replied, curiosity shining from her eyes. Izuku shook his head as he arranged the notebooks in the backpack that he had brought because he hated using bags. The girl's eyes focused on his gloved hands, and she screeched, "Is it a 5-point touch quirk?" Izuku shifted uncomfortably in his place. His brain warned, too many questions. He wanted to run away, but it would be rude, right? So he just nodded again. Apparently, the girl noticed that Izuku was anxiously moving because she sighed. "Excuse me, I like to ask a lot of questions. I'm curious. Also, people have told me that I have a lot of energy. Do you think that, don't you? Would it be rude to say yes?" she had asked. So, Izuku nodded before sighing. "Don't worry, I don't like talking and I look like a zombie, so I'm not the one to tell you whether or not you have a lot of energy," he replied slowly. "Sorry if I was rude." The girl shook her head and smiled. "Not at all," she exclaimed outrageously, drawing the attention of the other customers. She shrugged and handed him the ballot. "Thank you for shopping with us. Nice to meet you." Izuku smiled as he put his backpack on his shoulders, nodded slightly, and left the store. There were many options of Aizawa's packaged jelly, from strawberry to tomato. But there was no F&G grapefruit. He was looking for one of the managers to ask. Maybe they had any packages of that flavor in the store's warehouse. But he got into a panic when his eyes met an ash blonde hair that he perfectly recognized. He thought and headed for the exit. "It's early. Other stores sell the packages." Fate didn't listen to his pleas. "Izuku!" A female voice called out to him. "It's Aunt Mitsuki," he thought, feeling the air return something to his lungs. It's not Katsuki. It's not like he wanted to meet the Bakugo or anyone from his middle school. He was calm and comfortable with the people he was interacting with inside UA. Izuku forced himself to stop and sigh. "Hello, Auntie." The woman gave him a sad smile before reaching out and ruffling his hair. Before, that was a great comfort, but now he couldn't help but compare it to Aizawa's. Had he become so attached to the man? Aunt Mitsuki had been there for him when his mother had started to be neglectful. Katsuki's mother invited him to their house almost daily and gave him food, even when she had stopped being close to his mother. Aunt Mitsuki was the closest Izuku had had to a mother figure in a long time. It hurt that he always should remember to his mind that the woman was not his mother. She was Katsuki's. Izuku knew that Aunt Mitsuki had yelled at Katsuki after the hospital incident. She had been furious at what Katsuki had said. Izuku wanted to believe that she didn't see him the way her son did, but he still felt confused about how he felt about her. "Why the F did you say that to Izuku?" She had yelled at her son. "Why the F did you say it that way? You know Izuku would never do anything like that." Katsuki had snorted. "It's because we've been there for him," he replied without his characteristic screams. "He has all the potential of a villain. That's why he must be a hero. To avoid that, I've been his friend, so he doesn't become a dash." Izuku felt the slap that Aunt Mitsuki had given Katsuki from the way it had resonated. "You know him since you are babies," she claimed. "And that's how you see him. Like a villain. He's practically your brother. And I see him that way, but I also know that a quirk as powerful as his is dangerous, no matter which hands it's in." The nerd himself said it. His quirk is destructive. If he uses it like 13, there's nothing to fear. But I have seen him using it. Katsuki yelled. That thing seems to have a life of its own. And when Izuku uses it, it's like destruction gives him pleasure. That's why we trained it. So he doesn't become a monster. It hurts me to see that you talk about Izuku like that. Aunt Mitsuki replied with a cracking voice. A tone of disappointment was cast in it. "Go back home, Katsuki. I'll take care of this from here." And that was how Katsuki had left the hospital. After that, Aunt Mitsuki had agreed to let Izuku stay with Aizawa while the investigation against his mother unfolded. She even had taken the trouble to make the complaint. Inui-san had told him that it would take a while to be clear about his feelings and emotions. It would take a while to heal. That was fine. Izuku was going to be okay. Izuku hoped he wasn't wrong. "What are you doing here?" she asked as she shoved a carton of milk into her cart. Izuku pointed to the showcase full of packaged jellies. Aizawa-san asked me to go for some of those, but I can't get the flavor he likes, so I was going to go to another store. It's still early. He felt the anxiety crawling its way to his throat while his hands were tightening the straps of his backpack. It had been a while since he had seen her. Aunt Mitsuki nodded before sighing. How have you been? She asked. Have you been eating? How's the new school going? You've grown a few inches. Are they treating you well? Izuku got mixed up by so many questions. Fortunately, he had grasped what was necessary. I've been fine. Lunch rush food is delicious. I finished the school year online. They're nice. I'm going to therapy. He replied, giving the woman a calm smile. Aunt Mitsuki's features softened, and she smiled. I'm happy for you, Izuku. I'm really sorry about what happened at the hospital. Katsuki is also undergoing therapy. I know it may seem uncomfortable, but I want you to know that our house is always open for you. Get it? Izuku hummed before finally nodding. It's been nice, Auntie, but I have to go, he said as he slowly walked away. Say hello to Uncle Masaru from my part. Aunt Mitsuki gave him a sad smile before nodding. Give my regards to Aizawa-san too. She said to him. Take care, Izuku. Izuku sighed and headed out of the store. It had been somewhat uncomfortable, but he felt calmer. Maybe it was one of the loose ends Inui-san told me about. Izuku thought as he left the establishment. When the first term of UA classes ended, Aizawa had told him about a summer camp that the children of the hero class would attend. Therefore, he would also go, even though the man was no longer their classroom teacher. According to Izuku's observations of the sports festivals and the analysis task Netsu had left him, most of the students in Class A had quite volatile and unwieldy quirks. Those in Class B had quirks that required technique to be helpful in the heroic field. Of course, there were exceptions. But Aizawa had told him that Netsu typically gave each first-year teacher 7 students, 2 for recommendation and 5 for the regular exam, and then they divided the rest. Aizawa was the teacher with the highest number of expulsions in the history of UA, but he always ended up re-enrolling most of the students. Others would end up transferred to Gen Ed or permanently expelled for discrimination of any kind. So he understood the reason why the man was requested to go to the training ground. Someone had to help the students with volatile quirks. Furthermore, it would also be productive for Izuku to train his quirk in another environment, at least to control the amount of disintegration he produced and the speed with which he did it. Is there another option? Izuku asked, watching Aizawa throw a backpack at him. You know that I never force you to do anything. The man said. But this is for your well-being, something that it would be good for you to be around people your age and change the environment. Izuku blinked in confusion. Don't you do the same thing? He asked with a small sheet-eating smile. Why can't I follow your example? Izuku expected the man to respond sarcastically with his typical listless tone. That didn't happen. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and groaned. Trust me, child. He replied. You don't want to be like me. The days passed since that conversation, and they had quietly decided to pretend it never happened. Things seemed to be going the same way Aizawa was. The exit. It's early. Other stores sell the packages. Fate didn't listen to his pleas. Izuku. A female voice called out to him. It's Aunt Mitsuki. He thought, feeling the air return something to his lungs. It's not Katsuki. It's not like he wanted to meet the Bakugo or anyone from his middle school. He was calm and comfortable with the people he was interacting with inside UA. Izuku forced himself to stop and sigh. Hello, Auntie. The woman gave him a sad smile before reaching out and ruffling his hair. Before, that was a great comfort, but now he couldn't help but compare it to Aizawa's. Had he become so attached to the man? Aunt Mitsuki had been there for him when his mother had started to be neglectful. Katsuki's mother invited him to their house almost daily and gave him food, even when she had stopped being close to his mother. Aunt Mitsuki was the closest Izuku had had to a mother figure in a long time. It hurt that he always should remember to his mind that the woman was not his mother. She was Katsuki's. Izuku knew that Aunt Mitsuki had yelled at Katsuki after the hospital incident. She had been furious at what Katsuki had said. Izuku wanted to believe that she didn't see him the way her son did, But he still felt confused about how he felt about her. Why the F did you say that to Izuku? She had yelled at her son. Why the F did you say it that way? You know Izuku would never do anything like that. Katsuki had snorted. It's because we've been there for him. He replied without his characteristic screams. He has all the potential of a villain. That's why he must be a hero. To avoid that, I've been his friend, so he doesn't become a dash. Izuku felt the slap that Aunt Mitsuki had given Katsuki from the way it had resonated. You know him since you are babies, she claimed. And that's how you see him. Like a villain. He's practically your brother. And I see him that way, but I also know that a quirk as powerful as his is dangerous, no matter which hands it's in. The nerd himself said it. His quirk is destructive. If he uses it like 13, there's nothing to fear. But I have seen him using it. Katsuki yelled. That thing seems to have a life of its own. And when Izuku uses it, it's like destruction gives him pleasure. That's why we trained it. So he doesn't become a monster. It hurts me to see that you talk about Izuku like that. Aunt Mitsuki replied with a cracking voice. A tone of disappointment was cast in it. Go back home, Katsuki. I'll take care of this from here. And that was how Katsuki had left the hospital. After that, Aunt Mitsuki had agreed to let Izuku stay with Aizawa while the investigation against his mother unfolded. She even had taken the trouble to make the complaint. Inui-san had told him that it would take a while to be clear about his feelings and emotions. It would take a while to heal. That was fine. Izuku was going to be okay. Izuku hoped he wasn't wrong. What are you doing here? She asked as she shoved a carton of milk into her cart. Izuku pointed to the showcase full of packaged jellies. Aizawa-san asked me to go for some of those, but I can't get the flavor he likes, so I was going to go to another store. It's still early. He felt the anxiety crawling its way to his throat while his hands were tightening the straps of his backpack. It had been a while since he had seen her. Aunt Mitsuki nodded before sighing. How have you been? She asked. Have you been eating? How's the new school going? You've grown a few inches. Are they treating you well? Izuku got mixed up by so many questions. Fortunately, he had grasped what was necessary. I've been fine. Lunch rush food is delicious. I finished the school year online. They're nice. I'm going to therapy. He replied, giving the woman a calm smile. Aunt Mitsuki's features softened, and she smiled. I'm happy for you, Izuku. I'm really sorry about what happened at the hospital. Katsuki is also undergoing therapy. I know it may seem uncomfortable, but I want you to know that our house is always open for you, get it? Izuku hummed before finally nodding. It's been nice, Auntie, but I have to go, he said as he slowly walked away. Say hello to Uncle Masaru from my part. Aunt Mitsuki gave him a sad smile before nodding. Give my regards to Aizawa-san too. She said to him. Take care, Izuku. Izuku sighed and headed out of the store. It had been somewhat uncomfortable, but he felt calmer. Maybe it was one of the loose ends Inui-san told me about. Izuku thought as he left the establishment. When the first term of UA classes ended, Aizawa had told him about a summer camp that the children of the hero class would attend. Therefore, he would also go, even though the man was no longer their classroom teacher. According to Izuku's observations of the sports festivals and the analysis task Netsu had left him, most of the students in Class A had quite volatile and unwieldy quirks. Those in Class B had quirks that required technique to be helpful in the heroic field. Of course, there were exceptions. But Aizawa had told him that Netsu typically gave each first-year teacher 7 students, 2 for recommendation and 5 for the regular exam, and then they divided the rest. Aizawa was the teacher with the highest number of expulsions in the history of UA, but he always ended up re-enrolling most of the students. Others would end up transferred to Gen Ed or permanently expelled for discrimination of any kind. So he understood the reason why the man was requested to go to the training ground. Someone had to help the students with volatile quirks. Furthermore, it would also be productive for Izuku to train his quirk in another environment, at least to control the amount of disintegration he produced and the speed with which he did it. Is there another option? Izuku asked, watching Aizawa throw a backpack at him. You know that I never force you to do anything. The man said, but this is for your well-being, something that it would be good for you to be around people your age and change the environment. Izuku blinked in confusion. Don't you do the same thing? He asked with a small sheet-eating smile. Why can't I follow your example? Izuku expected the man to respond sarcastically with his typical listless tone. That didn't happen. Aizawa narrowed his eyes and groaned. Trust me, child. He replied. You don't want to be like me. The days passed since that conversation, and they had quietly decided to pretend it never happened. Things seemed to be going the same way Aizawa was. Going to UA to finish a few things before the training camp, and Izuku was attending a few extra lessons with Nezu. The hero carried out his patrols as usual and Izuku read or watched television until sleep caught up with him. Izuku was still confused by Aizawa's reaction. It had been abrupt, and with the words of "you don't want to be like me," he had left the room, leaving the boy alone. Obviously, Izuku didn't want to be like Aizawa, or at least in every way. He didn't want to have long hair or be a hero. But that was a lie. He wanted to be a hero so bad, but even the thought overwhelmed him, and he wasn't ready to face his mind. He didn't want to live based on packaged gelatin and coffee, much less spending all day in a yellow sleeping bag and being a teacher. But he admired his guardian, too, and would like to be strong enough to stand up despite all adversities, to be willing to extend his hand to whoever needed it, people like Izuku, for the simple fact of wanting to do it. He hoped he hadn't bothered him too much. He didn't want to be thrown into foster care once the temporary guardianship ended, even though the man had told him that he would renew it. The option to become a UA ward was in effect if he was an official student, but he was not. But had Izuku done something wrong? He didn't think so. Inui-san explained about feeling guilty for other people's reactions if he said something without malicious intent or content. Izuku wasn't guilty in that case. But it was hard not to because Aizawa was commonly unflappable, so something must be wrong. Should he talk to his guardian about it? Would that be wise? Or would it be better for him to continue pretending that this had not happened? He remembered Inui-san's words. Communication is important. Whatever you feel uncomfortable or strange with, you should discuss it with someone, preferably your guardian or me. It had to be Aizawa if that was the case. But would he seem nosy? Izuku appreciated Aizawa giving him his space and not asking too many questions. Should he do the same for him? It had once happened that Izuku had apologized for breaking a glass. He had had a panic attack and said "I'm sorry" so many times that, according to Aizawa, it seemed like he was going to explode if he didn't say it. Once he had returned it to Earth, Aizawa had told him, "You must not apologize for accidents. It's not as if you have control over them to avoid them." Izuku had shaken his head. "I could have been more careful." Aizawa had hummed a bit before sighing. "Yes, you could, but your quirk doesn't control physics, right?" he asked, Izuku frowning at the question. "There are things for which children, like you dash." "I'm not a child." Izuku interrupted. "I stopped being a child a long time ago." Aizawa rolled his eyes. "You are 14. You turned 15 in a month. You are still a child in my opinion." Izuku opened his mouth to interrupt, and Aizawa growled. "I'm an adult. You're a child. Adults take care of children until they become adults." He replied, staring at Izuku. "Or at least they do their best. Adults try to guide children to the right path, or at least the good ones. Children can commit mistakes, and it's not like we have to demonize them because to err is human. Adults make mistakes too, but nobody likes when they get wrong," he said and stood in front of Izuku, dark eyes connected to Viridian's. "When I make a mistake, I will have to accept it, and if I don't, I hope you will let me know. The same with you." Had Aizawa made a mistake? Izuku didn't think so. He must have lost too much time in his head because, at that moment, he felt a light hit on his green curls. "Oi, child." Aizawa caught his attention. His chopsticks were in his right hand, and in front of both were 2 bowls of yaki udon. "Everything okay?" Should he do it? He had just asked Izuku. Finally, he gave in to his uncertainty. "You don't have to answer if you don't want to." He began as he took his chopsticks and began to mix his food. But a few days ago, we had that conversation in which you told me that I wouldn't want to be like you, and I felt like that you felt uncomfortable when I said that. If it's not annoying, why? Aizawa grunted and ran his hand across his face. You feel guilty for me reacting, don't you? Izuku hummed before nodding. Maybe sometimes I talk too much dash. Aizawa rolled his eyes and shook his head. No, don't apologize, less for that. You didn't mean it badly. It wasn't even a bad thing. He said firmly before picking up a couple of noodles with his chopsticks and putting them in his mouth. So, what was bothered you? Izuku asked. If you don't mind explaining it to me. His guardian took some water before sighing. You and I are alike in many ways, and that worries me. He admitted. When I was in my second year and I was transferring from general studies, it happened that a friend of mine passed away. His name was Shirakumo. Did Aizawa lose a friend? That must be hard and traumatic. As a result, I blamed myself. I overextended myself. I worked day and night without rest. I pushed everyone away. I made bad decisions, and I still do. I still have a lot to learn. Izuku, confused, blinked because he didn't fully understand what he was trying to tell him. Aizawa never spoke much about himself, except what was necessary for certain things in the department. Why did he open up so suddenly? His guardian must have noticed his confusion. I tell you this because I'm not the best role model, child. I still keep making the same mistakes as a person and teacher. I let my problems affect me and others. I wouldn't like the same to happen to you. He replied, taking another sip of his glass of water. You are young and I want to help you. I hope I am doing well, just dash. You told me that to err is human. Izuku interrupted. Mistakes don't take away all the good deeds you do or define you. They are part of us, and accepting them helps us grow. He said, You have helped me a lot. You told me that I should accept the extended hands before me. He exclaimed and put his chopsticks on his napkin and extended his gloved hand to the man. Then, please, accept mine as my thanks for all that you have done for me? Or Yamada's. You're not alone. Izuku wanted to laugh. The atmosphere was weird. He had given the most motivational speech of his short life, and he was trying to support the person helping him. Also, the expression on the man's face didn't help. It was the most notorious emotion he had ever seen in Aizawa's face, and it was because of. Would he be disrespectful if he laughed? Would that take away the seriousness of the matter? His guardian's eyes were wide open. His mouth, usually closed in a fine line, was ajar. Fortunately, Aizawa was the one who snorted, and Izuku allowed himself to laugh. Sorry, he said, laughing. But your face. His guardian didn't laugh, but he could see a slight hint of a smile peeking out. Only you, problem child, could use my words against me, Aizawa said, and his hand took Izuku's and squeezed it. Let's do the best we can, plus ultra? Izuku nodded. Plus ultra. Did you really leave them in the middle of the road? Izuku asked, watching as the silhouettes of the students vanished as the bus sped forward. Yes. Aizawa said slowly. If they are studying to be heroes, they will arrive unscathed. The day training camp started, and they left UA early, a few hours before Class 1B. Izuku met the students. It was the students introducing themselves and him trying to shrink from the overwhelming presences, and they were encouraged by the camp, despite still yawning. Aizawa kindly asked them to leave him alone and crawled into his sleeping bag to take a nap, leaving the students unsupervised with Izuku. The most frequent questions were the following. What is your quirk? Answer. Izuku didn't give any. What is your relationship with Aizawa? Answer. He's my tutor while an investigation is in progress. How is it like to live with Aizawa? Answer. Silently. It came to a point when the students realized that Izuku was uncomfortable, so they gave him space. The green-haired boy silently thanked them. It had been an hour before Aizawa made the bus stop, and the students got off under the guise of rest stop. He gave Izuku a silent look that meant don't move, and the green-haired boy remained firmly in his seat. When the last student, Fuwa Ma'ata, a girl who wore fluffy earrings, wandered far enough away, Aizawa motioned the driver forward and threw a map at the students from the window. Isn't it a bit cruel? Izuku said. They'll be exhausted by the end of the day. It will take them approximately 3.5 hours. As heroes, they would not last a full turn if they are unable to stand at the end of this. Aizawa pointed out. Also, you will have time to familiarize the environment in which you will be working. Izuku frowned. What if they don't show up at that time? His tutor shrugged. They won't have lunch, and their training will start tomorrow, but it will be more demanding. That's cruel. Izuku exclaimed. The road to heroism is not easy, child. Not easy. It took the students 6 hours to arrive at the camp. Izuku greeted them while silently eating a bowl of curry. Aizawa growled. It took you 2.5 hours longer than anticipated. He said. Why? The students saw him furious. Their clothes were worn and full of dirt, others had twigs in their hair, and some were missing pieces of clothing such as shoes, earrings, or sleeves. Fua Moata, who had lost one of her earrings, said, Crows attacked us. We fell down a hill. Izuku frowned. But to get here, you didn't need to go up the hill. A fish-headed boy snorted. The map points to it. There are 2 routes. Aizawa said with a shrug. They're both marked. Class A's eyes widened in disbelief, and they came over to check the map. There's no other route. Mahoto Kitido complained. This is one of your logical ruses, right, Era-sensei? Aizawa shook his head and strode closer. The students were startled by the imposing presence of the man and, while some tried to make themselves smaller, others got paralyzed with fear. Give me that. His guardian growled, reaching out his hand. The boy who had it in his hands gave it to him without hesitation. What is this? Aizawa said to the students, pointing to a blue line. A river. Mahoto said with complete assurance. Fua smacked him on the head at that. Idiot. That's the route. You read it wrong. Izuku snorted. He wanted to laugh out loud, but at the same time, it would be rude. So he stared at his curry. It tastes good, he thought. But not good enough as much as the stupidity they just did. Go eat. Aizawa ordered. Then you will take a shower and rest. Tomorrow begins your hell. The students nodded and ran straight into the kitchen. The Class B students had been so quiet that Izuku had forgotten they were there. Izuku slightly smirked as he saw the desperation of the students for a plate of food. He thought, they don't know what awaits them. Then he felt Aizawa's hand squeeze his shoulder. Remove that smile of satisfaction from your face, he said, and then he outlined his maniacal smile. That you don't get rid of hell. It was too good to be true. He groaned and mentally slapped himself. Isn't this torture? He asked as he watched with wide eyes as Fua launched herself from the top of a hill. Everything is for them to reach and break their limits. Aizawa said, we have permission from their parents and everything. The conditions are that the children do not return with fatal injuries or deaths. Oh. It was the only thing Izuku replied. Disintegrate the tree. Aizawa asked. What? Izuku asked. The man rolled his eyes before growling. Didn't you hear me? Disintegrate the tree. They had been in the camp for half a week, and Izuku didn't feel comfortable about using his quirk so many times. Due to its destructive nature, the specialists and counselors had told him, you should never use it. His life would be limited to the use of gloves and the intake of suppressants. That hadn't struck him as strange. It made sense. But, apparently, according to Aizawa, suppressors shouldn't be an option. Quirk counselor had prescribed an overdose that would kill him before he was 25 years old. Even though Izuku said multiple times that he wanted to die, he didn't want to do it that way even at that age. So, learn to control his quirk so that it wouldn't get out of control if he ever found himself devoid of gloves or Aizawa himself. At that time, he didn't want to disintegrate the tree. It's going to spread, he said worriedly. Aizawa denied. If you think about it holding on to an object, it won't. You think I haven't tried it? He asked sarcastically. The rare times it's done something I've wanted, it ended up being worse the next time I used it. It's because you lose control. Aizawa argued. I'm here to prevent it. It's not that. Izuku yelled, taking a breath. It's that when I use my quirk, a desire for destruction takes hold of me. And it was something that he had only said to Katsuki. But the blonde had told his mother on the day of the hospital. It was strange to describe that feeling, that desire that whispered in his ear every time he used his quirk. Destroy everything. Izuku hated many things, but he didn't intend to turn them to dust for that. He didn't like many people, but he didn't intend to murder them. His guardian ran his left hand over his face before sighing heavily. You never told me about it. Izuku shrugged. It's not something I'm comfortable or proud. Having such a destructive quirk and a yearning to destroy aren't exactly things that pull me out of the villainous CNCPs people have of me. He said quietly. There are people who told me that I can be a hero if I wanted to, but how can I be one if I have this desire to destroy everything? It's a part of your quirk nature. I've read about this. People with quirks of blood commonly ingest it. Others whose quirk requires talking can't shut up. I'm almost 100% sure Bakugo Katsuki's explosive attitude is regarding his quirk, the nitroglycerin in his system. Izuku rolled his eyes. I know what you're trying to say, but the thing is, those things don't kill anyone. Mine could. Unless you do, your quirk gets tired. The man replied thoughtfully. It's not that you overuse your quirk, but rather you let it expand, destroy, and then calm that desire it has. Was Aizawa seriously proposing that Izuku let decay freely destroy things? Nothing to control it? Just let him subsume its destructive desires? But you know what happens if I let it go free. Izuku claimed. I just won't be able to stop it. Or you can't stop it because you seek to slow it down rather than control it. The raven-haired man argued. Quirks are an extension of ourselves. We have to use them from time to time, even if we don't like the idea. The boy with the tired viridian eyes sighed. You want me to let it go and see if that will calm the destructive desire I feel when using it, right? He asked. His tutor nodded calmly. Maybe it could even reduce its power. He added. We would have to try. The first time Izuku Midoriya used his quirk, it was not pleasant. Although, on second thought, when had using his quirk been pleasant? The rational part of his brain hated it. He screamed and screamed when he felt decay reach out and turn what he touched into dust. But the instinctual part, the quirk nature, cried out a burning desire to destroy. As if his quirk had a mind of its own. Izuku was terrified that this desire would take hold of him, that he could not stop it and end up destroying everything. Would it be different if someone else had decay? Perhaps that person would not have that destructive desire, or it would be more intense. What was wrong with Izuku? Izuku was broken, wasn't he? Maybe other circumstances had affected his life. What if he had killed Aoi instead of hurting her? Disintegrated to the Bakugos? His mother? The mere thought of those possibilities made him completely sick. Child, breathe. Aizawa's voice sounded far away. Breathe. What if this got out of control and ended up disintegrating Aizawa and the entire UA hero course? What if this ended up disintegrating the forest? What if this ended up disintegrating Japan? Child. The voice of his guardian yelled. You haven't done anything. They had started with Aizawa's proposal, and Izuku had felt dizzy when he saw decay disintegrate the tree. The trunk turned into dust. The tree leaves completely collapsed as there was nothing to support them. He remembered the kindergarten floor destroyed. Scared children screaming. The teacher leaving him alone and calling the police. Aoi's mother yelling at him, the words spat out with hatred. The sound of the door closing the last time he saw his mom. Katsuki's words at the hospital. He hated his quirk. The therapy had been good in helping him with his feelings of self-loathing, but he knew that Inui-san was trying to make him feel more comfortable with his quirk. Izuku fell for it. His quirk destroyed everything in his path. Izuku's life was one of those things. Midoriya! Aizawa yelled. Calm down. The panic grew. He could feel invisible needles in his hands. His quirk crying out for something to touch. Something to destroy. Izuku! His name. Aizawa had never called him by his name. He felt the firm hands of the man resting on his shoulders. He didn't feel uncomfortable at the touch as much as he did not like the physical contact. That felt comforting. He hadn't realized that his eyes were closed. Child, calm your breathing. When he opened them, he met Aizawa's eyes glowing red, the gloves on the man's right hand. So he did. He inhaled and exhaled slowly, following his guardian's breathing. What happened? He asked, shivering. It was as if the heat from his body had left him. You dissociated. Aizawa replied. His hair stopped floating, and it fell on his shoulders. His eyes were no longer red, and there was some concern in his voice. Do you want to talk about it, or do you prefer to rest? Hellhounds should be in the middle of their training, and you will have privacy. Izuku sighed. Sorry. His guardian growled. You're going to therapy for a reason, don't apologize. But I have to dash. I think you have to rest. Aizawa interrupted. We'll pick it up another time. Izuku wanted to protest. He wanted to ask the man when he would get tired of trying with him. How much longer would he be willing to deal with a boy like him? Other children needed more support than him. Izuku felt that he didn't deserve all the help he was receiving. People react differently to the same circumstances. We cannot believe that our problems are inferior just because another person lived them and got ahead. Inui-san said. But wouldn't that make us weaker? Izuku asked. The only thing that makes us weak is not wanting to recognize the help we deserve. The man replied calmly. And how do we know we deserve it? Izuku frowned. We, ourselves, are our harshest critics. Inui-san said quietly. The first thing is to recognize that we need it. And then? The boy asked. Accept it. Izuku had started to accept the extended hands to him, but it was easy to forget about it. His head no longer went so much to his dark place. But when he returned, it was hard to get him out of there. Aizawa helped him on bad days. Inui-san advised him. Yamada and Kayama tried to cheer him up. Nedzu talked to him. He sometimes felt that he was being too lucky. The calm comes before and after the storm. Had the storm already passed and he hadn't noticed? Was it coming? I'm worth it, he thought, trying to get rid of the negative thoughts. I'm worth it. Child? Aizawa asked after noticing that Izuku had gotten into his head. Izuku sighed and gave the man a slight smile. You're right, Aizawa-san. A break would be good for me. Nedzu grinned when Izuku handed him the portfolio. I see you had a productive summer, Midoriya-kun. The Chimera exclaimed, opening it. Izuku shrugged. Progress in analysis. Regarding decay, nothing. His principal sighed as he reached for the kettle in the middle of his desk and poured tea into Izuku's mug. The issue with you, humans, is that your emotions are capable of clouding your abilities. Nedzu said quietly. You have a brilliant mind, but you don't believe it. Izuku nodded as he ran his right hand over his face. That's why I'm going with Inui-sen, right? The Chimera hummed. It's a step, but you must want to do it. Was the principal doubting of him? From his desire to get better? Izuku was trying, but healing was not a direct path. There were ups and downs. He couldn't ask him to do more. Izuku couldn't do more. He was fighting his mind, his own thoughts. He couldn't get rid of them. They were frequent torturers on nightmares. They were present even on waking nights. Nedzu must have noticed that Izuku had tensed because he immediately shook his head. Calm down, Midoriya. It's not like I doubt that you want to get better, but sometimes you have to mentalize that you will, to want to do it more. But I really don't know what to do anymore. Izuku sighed. I'm trying. Nobody tells you that it's wrong to fail in the attempt. The Chimera replied. What is wrong is to go into denial instead of getting up. Something that Izuku deeply appreciated was the fact that Aizawa had not wished him happy birthday. He had only given him katsudon for lunch and hadn't told anyone about it. He knew it was conscious and not a mere coincidence because their usual meals were simple and frozen preparations. So seeing his tutor arrive from UA with a bag of steaming katsudon from a relatively decent restaurant, Izuku knew it was the stoic man's way of wishing him a late happy birthday since his original date had been at the camp. He had given the green-haired a day off to analyze quirks. His guardian hadn't told anyone, not Nedzu, or Yamada, or Kayama. Katsuki had been calling him, but Izuku ignored him. He didn't feel ready to have a conversation with the blonde. Not after what he had said and done. Inui-san had told him that it would be hard, healing takes time, And some conversations need to be postponed to happen in the right way. Child. Aizawa called from the kitchen. Yes. Izuku asked, turning to his tutor. The Bakugos called. They want you to come over to their house for dinner tomorrow. The man said as he poured himself his 10th cup of coffee of the day. Izuku shook his head. I don't feel ready. The man sighed quietly. I saw it coming, but I had to ask you anyway. They say Katsuki is worried about you. As if that would change things. What was said was already said. He had quietly talked with Mitsuki and it felt good. He could talk with Masaru in the same way. But not Katsuki. He had called him Kaken when he was a kid, now he was just Katsuki, because calling him Bakugo would feel strange. He didn't know how to feel. He felt upset and betrayed. They were supposed to be friends, almost brothers, but the boy with the explosive quirk had literally done that. Explode Izuku's confidence on his face. He had called him a rising villain and had commented on the desire of destruction that took hold of Izuku every time he used decay. All their years of friendship based on Bakugo's first heroic act. Just that. Worried about me? Izuku snorted. Worried that I might turn into a villain, he'll say. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. What he said at the hospital was not pleasant at all, but I think he has some genuine concern. You have known each other since you were children. Whose side are you on? Izuku hissed. Just one touch and you'll get rid of him. The man narrowed his eyes. Of none, I'm just giving you a more neutral view of the big picture. You can't live with that resentment. You are a hypocrite. Izuku replied and watched as the man's commonly stoic expression transformed into one of betrayal. I didn't even want to be here in the first place, but meet me here. You are here because you are an unstable child with an uncontrolled quirk and a negligent mother involved in a villain attack. Aizawa's voice was cold. That is why you are here. So why didn't you take me the first time my quirk manifested? Izuku asked. My mother was negligent at that time, and I was a terrified child with a dangerous quirk. Just one touch and you can go. He remembered how the hero had let him go to his mother. He remembered the punishment that awaited him at home. Perhaps his life would have been different if he had clung to Eraserhead more. It wasn't his fault at all, and Izuku couldn't deny that he felt sour on his lips for blurting that out, blaming him. But he couldn't help how he felt about it. Child. Aizawa's voice denoted warning. Don't do this. Go to your room, and if you are calmer, we will talk tomorrow. Izuku snorted. It's because you can't handle the situation, right? He sneered. You wouldn't be the first person to qualify me as a lost cause. The man growled. Go to your room and we'll talk tomorrow. Izuku didn't know how he felt about it or the reason why he was saying such things. His mouth lacked a filter. It didn't agree at all with his desire of getting better. What was happening to him? Why did these things happen to him? Aizawa had only been kind to him and was not forcing him to do anything. Why was Izuku speaking to him like that? He was ungrateful. He would understand if the man decided to leave his guardianship in the hands of someone else or send him to the foster system. You don't understand anything. He growled at Aizawa. You never will. Just one touch. A voice whispered in his head. Take off your gloves. Touch him. To your room now. It was not the first time the man raised his voice, but it was the first time he did it angrily. His eyes glowed red, and his hair floated. Izuku could feel like that annoying voice fell silent, and his pulse calmed down. His hands no longer itched. Izuku stared at him with wide eyes, and his vision was glassy. He hadn't realized that he had been holding back tears. Decay wanted me to kill Aizawa. Izuku thought. I don't want to kill him. He felt his breathing quicken, but he was still aware of his surroundings. Not like when he panicked using decay. It was different. It was guilt. Katsuki was right, Izuku could become a great villain if he wanted to, but he didn't want to. The only thing Izuku yearned for was to live without destruction following him wherever he went, without those dark thoughts. Death could be a solution. End your life by taking a swan dive. But he had people who would feel bad if he did. Did he really want them to bear that guilt? He wanted to help Aizawa. The man needed help as much as he did. They had spoken. Izuku had promised that he would extend his hand to him like Aizawa had been doing. Izuku didn't want to be ungrateful. The recovery is not linear. Inui-sen said, there will be ups and downs, but you cannot give up when you have fallen. But what if I find myself alone? If the others give up on me? The man shook his head before offering a reassuring smile. I don't think they'll be able to do it. You better try not to give up on yourself. Izuku sighed and watched as Aizawa watched him from where he was standing. Both had not moved from their places. Both were waiting to see who would take the first step. Sorry. Izuku said. I'll go to my room. Good night. I screwed up, okay? I screwed up with the kid, Yamada. Shota growled as he ran his hands over his face. The blonde blinked for a few seconds before sighing. You argued. You'd both said pretty ugly things. But it's not like you were going to send him to the system, right? No, the system SEKS for people like us. It won't help him at all. Shota flatly denied. They'll have him with suppressors and he'll stay there until he comes of legal age. It's not an option. And hand over guardianship to UA when he's an official student? Yamada asked. Shota denied again. That child needs special help. UA will protect him and everything, but Midoriya requires attention. And it must be yours, right? Yamada raised a slight smile at that. The raven-haired man scowled at him. It makes sense. My quirk is ideal for training his. Yamada hummed. You are like 2 drops of water, but only one doesn't look like a tramp. Shota growled. If you want to say something, just say it, Yamada. The blonde just gave him a funny look and shrugged. You see yourself in him, don't you? Or is it something else? Maybe Shirakumo. But they weren't going to get to that point. Shirakumo Oboro was dead. The end. Get to the point if you have one. I have things to think about, and none of them pertain to the past. Shota replied brusquely. Yamada sighed. You're getting professional help, aren't you? Shota nodded. Then I'll tell you, you let your traumas affect your relationships with others. You are so afraid that Midoriya will end up like you that you don't realize what he needs. Letting his traumas affect his relationships with others? Shota liked to think that his decisions were the most logical and rational that he could choose. They had never failed him. Why would they do it now? He opened his mouth to say something, and Yamada rolled his eyes. He's not you. He looks like you in many ways. But he's not you. The blonde said firmly. You know you're a bit screwed up, right? Shota nodded. And you do recognize that you have become attached to Midoriya, right? Shota hummed a little but ended up nodding. He's a good child. I hate how he despises himself. You want to help him, but you focus a lot on what he needs, not what he would want. The blonde said calmly. You are giving what Midoriya needs, but have you thought about what he would like? He would like to never see Bakugo Katsuki again for the rest of his life because of the resentment he has towards him. Shota spat. Resentment is bad, Yamada. And the best option for Midoriya is to forgive Bakugo for what he told him? Yamada asked with a raised eyebrow. From what I'm constant, that boy said some pretty ugly things. Shota rolled his eyes. Don't put words in my mouth, Yamada. I didn't want to force him to go. I just wanted him to understand that his decision wouldn't be based on it. Midoriya doesn't have to forgive him, but that family cares about him. And why didn't he stay with them then? Wouldn't that be a more suitable environment than you? Yamada questioned. I took his guardianship after the hospital incident. His quirk and investigation are factors as well too. Shota replied. And you saw yourself in that kid because you agreed pretty quickly to take him into your care. The blonde guessed. What if I did? It's not something that concerns you. He hissed. Maybe talking to Yamada had been a mistake, but he felt like if there was something more to that awkward conversation. Something he needed to hear. Shota, you try to help him but not how he needs. He doesn't see you as a teacher, and you don't see him as a student either. I'm not his parent. Shota cut in. I'm not parenting material, and I never will be. I don't want him to see me as one. But you see Midoriya as yours. Yamada said. You care a lot about him, but you are not being honest with him. I haven't lied to him. Shota defended himself. I've always told him the truth. Yamada shook his head. I mean your intentions. You don't want to help him just because it's your responsibility. You want to help him because you see him as your child. Because you see yourself in him. You're being self-centered, Shota. Shota didn't like to believe that he was self-centered or selfish. He was a professional hero for a reason. His life didn't matter compared to others. He was going to dedicate it to help people. The blonde must have noticed that Shota wasn't following him. When Oboro died, you just focused on your pain. How do you think I felt? Namuri? We were supposed to be the 3 dumbingos from Class A, but you left me alone after that. If one failed, the other 2 were supposed to pick him up. You just walked away and left me alone. You're self-centered, Shota. Shota had made that clear when he had joined the hero course. I'm not here to make friends. Shirakumo and Yamada had been 2 people who clung to him like ticks. They sucked the energy out of him. He was fond of them, but he preferred to be on his own. Although, with the latest events, maybe the company was nice. He wanted to argue against Yamada, but the blonde hadn't finished yet. You expel students because they don't fit into your CNCPTN of heroes. Don't stick to any of your classes. Reason? You're just trying to make those kids live as long as possible outside of school. You don't want to feel guilty about things that get out of your control. You reject others. Yamada accused. And you know that you are wrong. You don't want Midoriya to be like you because you know it. The boy was right when he called you a hypocrite. Are you done? Shota asked, feeling his head start to hurt. Yamada shook his head. You sent him to his room after an argument. You didn't give him a chance to explain. He didn't put up against you. If you think you guys are alike, that means you can't even deal with yourself. Am I sincere? You are exactly the person he needs because both are too complex for others. There is a strange comradeship between you 2. We always tend to detest those traits that we are able to recognize in ourselves. But you need to change your approach because Midoriya isn't you. When they returned to the apartment, Shota steeled himself. Midoriya. The boy turned to see him. Aizawa-san. I'd like to talk to you. Are you okay with it? He asked. The boy blinked in confusion but finally nodded. It would be a very long night. The fact that Aizawa asked to speak to him meant something. Maybe he had already given up on Izuku. It would be the most logical decision, passing the responsibility on to someone else. I wanted to kill him. He thought, tormented. I was so close to taking off my glove and touching him. He was a monster. They had to lock him up in Tartarus. They had to supply him with suppressants for life. They should cut off his fingers. Whatever to stop decay. He's a hindrance. Decay spoke as he walked behind Aizawa's back. You'd be better off destroying everything. Decay was a quirk. It was not a sensitive one. That voice was just from his head. A haggard vision of himself that he had created based on what others had told him. A part of him that only craved blood. That wasn't him. He couldn't give in. Shut up, he thought firmly. He needed to apologize, even if that included digging his own grave. He would miss everything that Aizawa had presented to him. He would lose his chance to go to UA. He might even end up locked up. But maybe that would be for the best. Shota inhaled deeply. Well, he started, trying to keep calm. We had a somewhat strong argument. Midoriya nodded. It was a good thing. They hadn't spoken to each other all day. At least this was a form of communication. We said things that perhaps we didn't want to have said or something hurtful. Shota continued. So, forgive me for my attitude. The boy shook his head to the side and blinked in confusion. You're apologizing, he said incredulously. Shota frowned but nodded. I said some pretty ugly things and maybe I didn't express myself in the right way. I didn't handle the matter well either and sent you to your room. Midoriya shook his head slightly. I don't understand. He replied. Why are you apologizing? Because my attitude wasn't right. The dark-haired man replied firmly. Even though I promised to get you out of your dark place, it seems that I plunged you deeper into it. So, I'm really sorry about that. The child looked at him with an expression that might be categorized as I don't get it, I don't get it, I don't get it before running his gloved hand over his face. I wanted to kill you, Midoriya said coldly. Shota widened his eyes in surprise but kept his expression as neutral as possible. Could you formulate? Midoriya sighed. My quirk causes me certain problems by controlling my emotions. They are volatile like it. Or at least, that's how my hypothesis is formulated. That destructive desire that I mentioned to you takes hold of me when I use it. It becomes murderous when I feel angry or cornered. He admitted with his head down. I try to stay as far away and apathetic as everyone to avoid hurting them. Yesterday, when we argued, my quirk was asking me to kill you. I considered it. The child stopped to inhale deeply. I don't wanna do it. He stammered with a broken voice. But I thought about it and for that, I ask your forgiveness, Aizawa-san. He finally said before throwing himself to the floor and crouching down, his hands and face on the ground at Shota's feet. The erasure hero could hear the muffled sobs of the child below him. It wasn't the way this conversation was supposed to go. They would both talk, discuss how to proceed with their situation, establish rules and then go back to how they were before. Shota wasn't ready to explain to a 15-year-old that he didn't blame him. Quirks were strange. Each nature affected each user differently. Shota got a dry eye, Vlad King needed to drink blood, Yamada would eventually go deaf, etc. Quirks were strange. In Midoriya's case, it was destructive and wanted the boy to be. Perhaps, he could find a solution for him if the boy agreed to go to a quirk counselor, but he had so many bad experiences with those that he flatly refused. But Shota had a theory that they could prove later. So he put his hand on the child's head and stroked his hair. Oi! He called out. Don't apologize. But I have to dash, the boy started without looking up and Shota sighed. No, he said firmly. Sorry if I sound imperative, but I won't allow you to apologize. Midoriya shook his head. Don't you understand? He replied with a shaking voice. I wanted to kill you. I thought about it. Decay thought about it. But you didn't. Shota refuted. Midoriya shook his head even more. You don't understand. He said as if he was short of breath. I'm a danger, Katsuki was right, I'm a villain and dash. At that moment, Shota hugged him suddenly, stopping the boy's verbal vomiting. It was not something measured or thought. He just did it. Midoriya wasn't his student. He was his ward. His child. You couldn't be. He told Midoriya, starting to draw circles on his back. You're too good. He felt Midoriya shaking his head under his grip. I'm not good. I thought it. I dash. You held back. He replied. There was no harm. I did hurt you by saying what I said, I acted badly, I projected myself on you, and it was wrong because you are your own person. Aizawa wasn't upset with him? Izuku had told him that he had thought of killing him with his quirk. You should be terrified and upset. He told his guardian. Upset by what I told you. Aizawa replied firmly. Because I was not able to understand you and acted rude and inconsiderate. I think of you as a student and then remember that you are not. Are my ward. I assumed your guardianship for a reason, and it's that I want to help you, get it? Izuku nodded. They had had this conversation many times. He had talked to Inui-san about it. The recovery was not linear. They both knew it and were dealing with it. They knew there would be ups and downs. But it was one thing to know and another to experience it. Aizawa was doing the best he could, and he knew, as did Izuku. They both failed a lot. They both reproached each other. But they would both be there. That was a promise. So, he allowed himself to sob into his guardian's chest. Sorry, he said in a choked voice. He felt Aizawa's face lean into his curls. Sorry, the whispered voice of his guardian said, and his breath hit lightly on his scalp. Izuku slightly trembled as he felt the warmth of Aizawa's presence. Maybe it was time to open up a bit more. Call me Izuku, he asked. His guardian held his breath for a moment after that before nodding slightly. Call me Shota then, or don't use the san if you feel uncomfortable. Izuku nodded and raised his face so he could look his guardian in the eyes. Thank you, Aizawa, he said calmly. His guardian gave one of his faint, almost imperceptible smiles. I'm here, Izuku. And I'll be here for you. Where are we going? Izuku asked as he watched the buildings disappear. Nowhere, Aizawa declared at the wheel, but Kayama lent us her car for this. They had just left UA and were in the car Kayama Namuri, aka Pro Hero Midnight, in the middle of the road. Izuku listened to some music from his phone, and Aizawa was silent in the driver's seat while keeping his eyes fixed on the road. Why are we going anywhere? Izuku asked again, feeling anxious. His guardian growled at it. Do you remember what we talked about a few weeks ago? My quirk causes me certain problems by controlling my emotions. They are volatile like it. Or at least, that's how my hypothesis is formulated. That destructive desire that I mentioned to you takes hold of me when I use it. It becomes murderous when I feel angry or cornered. I try to stay as far away and apathetic as everyone to avoid hurting them. Yesterday, when we argued, my quirk asked me to kill you, and I considered that. I don't want to do it. But I thought about it, and for that. Izuku gulped. Yes. I have a theory. The Erasure hero exclaimed calmly. But I don't need civilians around in case it gets out of control. They arrived at something like an abandoned city. Old buildings on the brink of collapse, dusty streets, and not a single soul around. It was as if people had gotten up one day and decided they wanted to leave. Where are we? Izuku frowned. This is Futaba. It was evacuated in 2011 due to a nuclear incident. Aizawa explained calmly. In the pre-quirk era? Izuku exclaimed in amazement. Wow. Isn't this like the country's heritage or something? Why have I never heard of it? It's because, as you said, it's from the pre-quirk era. It's not worn enough for tourists to visit, and the government is focused on other things than just giving it a decent use of this land. I asked Nedzu to ask for permission to use it, and the commission told it can be used as he pleases, except for building. Aizawa said as he made his way across the worn asphalt. Izuku, next to him, was observing the area. What did you bring me here for? Izuku asked, unable to connect the dots. His guardian narrowed his eyes at him. Aren't you Nedzu's personal student? Izuku nodded in confusion. What does it have to do with this? The black-haired man groaned as he ran his hand over his face. Use your brain, child. Izuku analyzed the space. They obviously weren't going to build or rebuild anything there. There were no people around. Aizawa did not seem like the type to enjoy sightseeing, perhaps the type who would live in places like this, but not the type who would visit for the pleasure of learning the history. There was also no way to repair the place. It was in its last. Sooner or later, those buildings would fall, and the ghost town would be reduced to more dust-covered rubble. Seeing that, Izuku didn't understand what was going on. Aizawa sighed and put his hand on the green-haired boy's shoulder. I want you to reduce this ghost town to dust. The boy's eyes widened in panic at this. Shota hoped it wasn't a panic attack. Do you want me to destroy all of this? The boy screamed in terror. He was the adult. Shota had to remain calm, even though he was hurt by the boy's reaction to the possibility of using the full power of his quirk. You said you have a destruction's desire that comes from decay, right? Erasure Hero asked. Izuku nodded shakily. How about you have to destroy some things to calm it down? The boy watched him with wide eyes. Is that the theory you want to prove? Shota nodded. There are no civilians within a good 20-kilometer radius. My quirk will allow me to stop decay if it gets out of control, and I believe that by overriding it, you won't lose yourself in those desires. Izuku bit his lip as his eyes stared at the ground. Are they really okay with me doing this? When Shota had accepted Izuku's guardianship, he had been serious. Whatever slip the child had, the Erasure Hero would be there to extend his hand. If decay got out of control and caused damage, Shota would be there to accept the consequences because Izuku was under his care. He knew that Izuku Midoriya was afraid of himself. He was terrified of his quirk. He was reluctant to reach out to people and be helped. Shota Aizawa wasn't much different and had been quite hypocritical in wanting to help the kid when even he couldn't help himself. They had argued about it. Yamada, that outstretched hand that Shota always rejected, was the person who had given him the wake-up call regarding his mistakes. He was going to therapy just like the child. You are a logical person. Shota indicated. I think it's clear that if they weren't okay, I wouldn't have brought you here in the first place. Izuku hummed at that. In that aspect, you are right but dash. The rest of the sentence ended up hanging in the air. Shota knew what he was going to ask. Won't they see me differently after this? The black-haired man shook his head. We will all continue to see you the same way. Quirk doesn't determine the person determines the function of quirk. How do you know that? Izuku asked. Shota shook his head. Because, even though you've had to face shitty people in your life, there are still those who see you for who you are, Izuku? Not decay. Like who? The child hissed. Excuse me if I'm rude, but the reason you are harboring me is the dangerousness of my quirk. Otherwise, I would have ended up in the foster system. After all this time, did the kid believe that? Or was he saying that in denial? We've known each other for a long time, remember? Shota told him, and Izuku nodded hesitantly. I agreed to take care of you because I remembered that child I put tape on the fingers and toes to remove the HNDCFFS, and I didn't find him when we met again. That's why I accepted. Your quirk is a secondary factor in this case. Izuku's eyes met his, and he could see the slightly shiny edges. Don't cry, please. Shota thought. Netsu made you his student because of your intelligence. Kayama and Yamada don't care about your quirk. Neither did Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo. At the moment we seem few. But you will have more people who see you, Izuku, not your quirk. Izuku Midoriya knew he had been out of luck receiving his quirk. Such a destructive quirk could only bring chaos. Izuku Midoriya was aware he couldn't be a hero with a quirk like that. But he didn't have to be a villain either. The world was a dazzling place in daylight, but under all that glamour, monsters in human suits were hiding. Demons come out in the dark. All people have them, but while some attack people, others find themselves fused with them. Izuku had been dealing with the demon he had called decay since it developed. Being one with nature was a survival rule. Challenging it only leads to death and rejection in many cases. But some had already carried out such an action and had been moderately victorious. Nature dictated that Izuku must be destructive, but he refused to accept it. He refused to be a part of it. He couldn't change decay, much less get rid of it, but Izuku could dominate it. So, feeling the full support of his mentor, Izuku released the desire that had been smothering him. The wall of the tent that lay under his hands began to disintegrate at a slow pace. Then decay reached the rest of the structure, and there was nothing left but dust. It was an indescribably pleasant sensation. As if the pins that had always been hurting his hands stopped for a moment. As if he finally got rid of a heavy load that he didn't know he had been carrying. The memories engulfed him. Midoriya. Stop. You're hurting her. Izuku didn't know what was going on. He just knew that he was too scared and that the itching on his fingertips was subsiding. Midoriya. Why, Izuku? Inko asked when they got back from the police station. Why can't you be a good boy like Katsuki? Little Izuku was trembling under the cold gaze of his mother. I'm so sorry. The woman didn't mind the tears that ran down the face of her son. Now I have to see how they don't expel you. She grunted as she pulled her phone. Izuku stood still next to her, frozen like a statue, not knowing what to do. Inko must have noticed that he was still there because she firmly squeezed his right arm and pulled him into his room. Lock yourself in your room, and you better not cause me more trouble. Inko Midoriya didn't mind locking up her son for the rest of the night, without dinner. Izuku was crying, and the moon was his only company. A smiling girl in pigtails approached him. I'm Susuyo Hinako. Nice to meet you. Izuku raised his head from his desk and smiled shyly. You are new, right? Susuyo nodded enthusiastically. My parents moved for work reasons and I got transferred. Izuku didn't know if she had already been warned or not. He was in his 6th grade of elementary school. Rumors regarding Decay's malevolent nature were running through the halls. Hadn't she spoken to anyone else yet? It was an opportunity to see what they said about him without the need for Katsuki to convey it to him inaccurately. Did they give you the warnings yet? He asked. Susuyo nodded, playing with her fingers. Bathroom 9 on the 4th floor is haunted. Bakugo has a shitty character. Izuku couldn't defend Katsuki from that statement. He was aware that the blonde had an attitude worthy of burning garbage. Never eat teriyaki chicken from the cafeteria. Give Professor Yamamoto apples. Avoid Midoriya. Do you know who he is? Izuku hummed. Yes, what have they told you about him? I know him very well, and I can tell you what would be lies and truths. The girl nodded. Please. They say he's creepy with his mumbling and his quirk disintegrates everything he touches. God. Can anyone be that horrible? Well, Izuku couldn't deny that those parts were true. His mumbling was entirely his problem. His mind was thinking so fast that thoughts escaped from his mouth. Decay was quite a creepy quirk. He couldn't deal with Katsuki's idea that it looked like Hero 13's quirk. I don't know. I never thought about it. Izuku replied, shrugging. I'm not that horrible of a human being, though. The girl laughed before realizing the last sentence. Her eyes snapped open, and Izuku held up his gloved hands for her to look at them. I officially introduce myself. Name's Midoriya Izuku. Quirks Decay. Susuyo didn't say anything. She just turned and walked out the classroom door silently. Izuku dropped his smile before grunting. I saw it coming. Being quirkless Esikas. Izuku nodded as he handed over the video game controller. Don't swear, Tamura. Tamura rolled his eyes. You're too polite, Izuku. Don't say that shit about the nerd, in extra. Katsuki grabbed the boy by the collar of his uniform and slammed him against the wall. You want to be a hero, right? The boy snorted. How can you be friends with a potential villain? Stop calling him that. Katsuki exclaimed as he threw the boy to the ground. The boy got up. His quirk allowed him to toughen his skin. Don't pretend you don't know. Deep down you know. You're only his friend because you fear what he might do when he becomes a villain. The blonde approached the boy, took a deep breath, and spat in the other's face. Get lost. He finally grunted as he disappeared down the hall without realizing that Izuku had witnessed it all. A quirk like yours can only be useful to help or harm people. People with quirks as powerful as yours cannot be civilians. They always end up going one of those sides and usually don't end in the good ones. People can fear or admire you, and that affects you because you know you have power. You're FING smart. You have the quirk and the mind. You could be a great hero, but I also know that you could be a FING scary villain capable of destroying everything. If I want to be a hero, I can't allow you to become one. I also know that a quirk as powerful as his is dangerous, no matter which hands it's in. The nerd himself said it. His quirk is destructive. If he uses it like 13, there's nothing to fear. But I have seen him using it. That thing seems to have a life of its own. And when Izuku uses it, it's like destruction gives him pleasure. That's why we trained it. So he doesn't become a monster. You are here because you are an unstable child with an uncontrolled quirk and a negligent mother involved in a villain attack. That is why you are here. The sensation relaxed him completely. Was this how he felt satisfying Decay's desires? It's not like he could do it all the time, but he was fine. At that moment, Izuku felt good. Release those sorrows, all the pain that people had caused him, and all the anger generated by the injustices he had experienced. But above all, he was able to recognize those rays of light that had spread before him. That hope that he thought he had lost a long time ago. You are 14. You turn 15 in a month. You are still a child, in my opinion. I'm an adult. You're a child. Adults take care of children until they become adults. Or at least they do their best. Adults try to guide children to the right path, or at least the good ones. Children can commit mistakes, and it's not like we have to demonize them because to err is human. Adults make mistakes too, but nobody likes when they get wrong. When I make a mistake, I will have to accept it, and if I don't, I hope you will let me know. The same with you. There are people who care about you, and will be willing to extend our hand when you ask for. When you are in your dark place, I promise that I will come to take you out of there. Nobody tells you that it's wrong to fail in the attempt. What is wrong is to go into denial, instead of getting up. We've known each other for a long time, remember? I agreed to take care of you because I remembered that child I put tape on the fingers and toes to remove the HNDCFFS, and I didn't find him when we met again. That's why I accepted. Your quirk is a secondary factor in this case. Nedza made you his student because of your intelligence. Kayama and Yamada don't care about your quirk. Neither did Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo. At the moment we seem few. But you will have more people who see you, Izuku, not your quirk. And Izuku continued being Izuku. As much as decay was breaking free, Izuku never lost himself. Because, for the first time, Izuku Midoriya felt free. Decay was just a quirk. The pressure in his chest completely disappeared, and he inhaled deeply. He hadn't realized that his eyes had closed, concentrating on that pleasant and relaxing sensation. Was this how freedom felt like? He opened his eyes slightly and watched as no buildings rose in the area where he was with Aizawa. Just dust. After giving a quick inspection of his surroundings, his eyes met those of his guardian. Aizawa was standing in front of him with wide eyes, and most expressively, Izuku had ever seen him. "How are you feeling, Izuku?" he said. Izuku inhaled slowly, deciding that he liked to breathe without feeling pressure on his chest, and let a slight smile slide across his lips. "I feel like I can finally breathe." End of Arc 1 Chapter Text. 2. This is not your hero academia. When he walked through the door to Class 1C, Izuku hoped he wouldn't have to deal with an exam as soon as classes started. He was aware that Aizawa used unorthodox methods, like threatening his students with expulsion or expelling them to then re-enroll them later. He hoped Yamada wasn't gonna do the same. He would hate having to take an exam and letting his classmates know that Izuku already knew the whole syllabus, thanks to Nedzu. If he was being honest, he would have preferred to stay with the Chimera instead of attending classes with the General Education Department. He asked for it, but Inui-san said it was necessary for his recovery that he socialize with other children. Something about how interactions with people his age were more necessary than those he had with grown-ups. Upon entering the classroom, Izuku decided that Hound Dog's advice might go to hell because being surrounded by so many teenage hormones other than his own had him overwhelmed and stressed. The only person who seemed to understand how he felt was the purple-haired boy, who was sleeping on his desk. Izuku checked the seating arrangement on the blackboard and found the name of the sleeping boy, Shinso Hitoshi, who was curiously sitting behind him. "Hello, little listeners." Yamada entered a few minutes after Izuku sat down. "Can I get a yeah?" All the students in Class 1C blinked slightly before tilting their heads to the right side and looking at the blonde man in confusion. It was too early to deal with someone as loud as Present Mike. As much as Izuku liked Yamada Hizashi, he had to admit that his voice was not the most pleasant thing he had to hear at that hour. Noticing that no one was going to respond to his greeting, Yamada pouted. "Well, difficult audience." He commented as he made his way to his desk, "Welcome to you. This school will be the most important place in your education for the next 3 years. As much as it's known for the hero course, the rest of the departments are just as good. So you guys are special when you pass the rigorous entrance test." And it was true. It was not as if the general education test was simple. It was complex, and his syllabus was a little broader in the subjects it dictated. Since hero course entrance test included unique topics, as well as support and business. Also, general education was known as the Heroic Rejects course. The course of those students who failed lamentably in the practical part of hero course, not because of insufficient performance, but because they hadn't had a chance against the obviously biased exam. "We have an assembly to address. Line up according to your student number, and we're off." The first thing he noticed in the assembly was the absence of Class 1A, better known to him as Aizawa's class. He must be expelling someone, he thought, ignoring Nedzu's welcome speech and All Might's introduction as a member of the teaching staff. He had spent over a year living with Aizawa, and Izuku could tell that he felt comfortable having the black-haired man as his guardian. His mother was still completely off the radar, and it was not like he begged for her to show up. He could live without ever seeing her face again. The problem was he saw his mother's face every time Izuku looked at his in the mirror. Big green eyes. Forested hair. If not for his curls, freckles, and the fact that he was a boy, Izuku might have tortured himself with the image of Inko occupying the other side of the reflection. "Hey, go ahead." A hoarse voice snapped him out of that train of thought. "We have to go back to the room." Izuku blinked in confusion as he tried to remember where he was. He was at UA. It was his first day of school. He was in the auditorium of UA at the welcoming assembly. Are you okay? Do you need a teacher? Nursing? Water? The voice sounded concerned, and then Izuku's eyes came into focus, meeting Shinso Hitoshi's face. Oh shit, he thought. I just dissociated. Izuku quickly shook his head. Sorry if I scare you. Sometimes I suffer from dissociation. Not a big deal. The boy narrowed his eyes. People go to psychologists for that. Izuku nodded. That's why I say it. Not a big deal. It happens sometimes and I'm treating it with a psychologist. Shinso still didn't seem convinced, but he nodded anyway before grunting. Go ahead. We're the last here. I don't want a mark on my academic record. As it is the first day of school, I think that an icebreaker will be effective for us to get to know each other. What do you think? There was no kind of enthusiastic response to Yamada's suggestion, just a few nods or shrugs. I start, and the person to continue will be. Yamada paused as he checked the seating assignments behind him. Hanamoto. The girl in question had long black hair in 2 ponytails and gray eyes. She lifted her head from her notebook and nodded. Yes, sensei. Yamada grinned. Then let's get started. The blonde man exclaimed enthusiastically. My name is Yamada Hizashi. I'll be your homeroom teacher this year. Voice hero, present mic. I also teach English and I hope we get along this year. He doesn't mention his quirk. Izuku noted. It's because everyone knows it, you idiot. Hanamoto stood up at Yamada's sign to her and smiled slightly. I'm Hanamoto Hana. I know, my parents are not creative people. She joked and earned a few laughs from their classmates. I want to be a psychologist, and my quirk is emotional vision. Practically, when I see someone, I can see how they feel. Izuku thought, opening his quirk notebook and writing down Hanamoto's. Izuku was excited about the new quirks he would add to his notebook, but he was also gnawing at the uncertainty of how this group of people would react to his quirk. Would they ignore him? Would they speak shit about him behind his back? Would he suffer from beatings? Would he have to request to return to private lessons with Aizawa and Nedzu? It had been a while since he had been in a classroom as a student surrounded by classmates. It had been a while since Decay had requested to destroy something. Yamada wouldn't let something bad happen, right? He was part of Izuku's trusted adults. For one reason, he was in class 1C and not 1D or 1E. Or would he ignore it like all of Izuku's previous teachers? Nedzu had promised him that UA had zero tolerance for discrimination of any kind. That was why they accepted quirkless students as well. UA is different, he thought. UA is safe. But what if it wasn't? If they only were beautiful words with empty meaning? Izuku didn't want to go back to the dark place. He hated it, but his mind took him there, no matter how much progress he made. What if he made a mistake? Would his fingers or hands be amputated? Maybe he was exaggerating, but he wouldn't blame them if that was the action they chose to take. But why would they? Izuku had known these people for a year, and they hadn't had a problem with his quirk. They had always supported and advised him. Perhaps all that warmth was due to the temporality of his stay with them, but it seemed that it would be permanent. Would they treat him differently? His mind was not a safe place to lock himself in. But it was difficult for him to have to fight himself. It was exhausting, and he sometimes thought about giving up, but he remembered the effort others had put into him. Was Izuku worth it? Aizawa had said yes. Aizawa was almost never wrong, and if he did, he would apologize. He felt pressure on his right shoulder and was brought back to the present. Are you okay, little listener? Yamada asked, watching him with concern. He hummed mentally. Izuku nodded hurriedly. Sorry, I got lost in my thoughts. Yamada frowned but ended up nodding. Do you want to introduce yourself or not? Obviously, he would say no, but was it the right decision? He was in that class to support his recovery process. Would refusing to introduce himself indicate that Izuku didn't value the effort others have made for him? Izuku had to think of himself before others. Aizawa had told him that selfishness was good up to a point. But Izuku really wanted to get out of that dark place, and the best way was to do it was to face his demons. No problem. Izuku said with a slight smile before standing up and sighing. I'm Midoriya Izuku, I want to be a quirk analyst, and I hope this will be a productive year for everyone. He had practiced presenting himself in front of the mirror and Aizawa. Originally, he was going to ask Kiyama for advice, but Izuku knew that she would tell him to be more flirtatious, while Yamada would suggest that it be more lively. A boy to his right raised his hand, and Izuku frowned. Yes. What's your quirk? He asked suddenly. I'd say analysis, but you're wearing those gloves and you haven't said it. Yamada must have noticed Izuku tensing because he shook his head. Everyone shares what they want, so. Shinso Hitoshi. Your turn. He heard a growl behind him. The purple-haired teenager lazily rose from his seat and surveyed his classmates with those tired eyes. Shinso Hitoshi. I'm not here to make friends. A deathly silence settled in the classroom as Shinso sat down again. His classmates blinked in confusion, and he could watch Yamada hold back his laughter. He's like Aizawa. Izuku thought after recalling the anecdote from the first day of his guardian's transfer to the hero course. Yes, Izuku liked Shinso. The boy in front of him frowned. What do you want? He asked, looking at Izuku. He hummed. I don't feel comfortable with many people, and I see that you're alone. The purple-haired boy snorted. I said it in class, but I'm not here to make friends. No dash. And his mind clouded. It was a strange feeling if Izuku was sincere. He felt trapped in his own head, his senses mitigated by a kind of weird fog in his body without responding to his orders, only remaining static and predisposed to a single voice. It's Shinso's quirk. And just as quickly as it emerged, the mental haze lifted. Izuku coughed to accommodate his voice. Stop showing off your cool quirk and tell me if you prefer strawberry or grape. My guardian really likes these juice packs, but one is enough for me. Shinso blinked slowly. Did this guy really think he would scare me? Izuku mentally snorted. If only he knew. You keep talking to me. He replied in an astonished tone. Do people seriously consider that as villainous quirk? It would be rude if I just don't respond. Izuku said, shrugging as he sat on the empty chair and spread the grape juice to him. I remembered that I don't like grapes very much, and I think you're a purple guy. Purple guy? The boy asked. Izuku nodded as he set his bowl of white rice on the table. Hair, eyes, dark circles, and synesthetically your voice hears like purple. Shinso raised an eyebrow before sighing. You're a strange person, Midoriya-kun. You wouldn't be the first to say it. Izuku took some rice with his chopsticks. But what a cool quirk you have there. It would be nice if you were a hero. The boy's eyes widened at Izuku's statement. Didn't they replace one C's shy Midoriya? Who are you? I'm not comfortable with a lot of people, and when I heard you giving your miniature no-friends speech, I said to myself, that boy and I will get along. Why do you believe that? Shinso asked as he shoved a piece of pork into his mouth. You didn't mention your quirk, just like me, so it's something that scares people. If I'm honest, I don't understand why, but people are kind of stupid and quirkless these days. The purple-haired boy shook his head before growling at Izuku. Is this a joke? No. Izuku took another bit of rice and stuffed it into his mouth. I understand what it's like not to tell about your quirk because people fear it. Shinso frowned while his sight fell on Izuku's gloves. Quirk with 5 points of contact? The greenette nodded as he calmly withdrew one. His pale hands felt frozen from the cafeteria air, no matter it was spring. You can use your quirk. Aizawa's voice flooded his mind. It's part of you. Don't be afraid, Izuku. Do you think your quirk is scary? Izuku asked with a trembling voice. It's my chance to have someone who understands as a friend. Izuku thought. I just hope he doesn't freak out. He held out the packaged mochi that Kiyama had given him. Izuku didn't really like candy anyway, and held it up in front of Shinso's face. 4 of his 5 fingers held the package. When he lowered his pinky, the mochi slowly fell apart, turning to dust. Shinso's eyes widened in surprise. He slowly drew back. It's instinct, his mind thought. Nothing's certain until a word comes out of his lips. My quirk is decay. It allows me to disintegrate everything I touch. Shinso didn't reply. His lips parted and closed like a fish. I already broke him. Izuku growled mentally. This was very reckless, right? But Yamada-san says this is how he became friends with Aizawa. Idiot, Yamada's Yamada. Yamada's bright and confident, while you are a nervous wreck who appears confident based on sarcasm. The intrusive thoughts of self-loathing were bullshit if Izuku allowed himself to call his own mind like that. I'm a mess. Izuku thought. This was a terrible idea. He sighed as he put the glove back on. Sorry for the inconvenience, Shinso-kun. He began to arrange his rice bowl and chopsticks while he put the juice packet in his pocket. The tray would only make him uncomfortable walking, and he was sure that he wouldn't mind Aizawa if he decided to eat his lunch in the teacher's lounge instead of the cafeteria. Anyway, he knew the UA faculty. They knew that he was under Aizawa's guardianship for a reason. They greeted him in the hallways and had even sent him a gift for Christmas. Will it really always be like this? Izuku had asked Inui-san in one of his sessions. Inui-san frowned. Could you formulate? Izuku sighed. Trust people my age. I thought I had problems with adults, but now I know I don't. He commented and ran a hand through his tousled curls. We were in the center for some paperwork that Aizawa had to carry out. He told me that I could go for a walk because it would take an hour. What did you do, and what did you want to do? His therapist asked. The greenette shrugged. I wanted to stretch my legs, so I said that I would walk for a while. Aizawa gave me some money in case I got hungry. Inui-san nodded slowly, indicating for him to continue with his eyes focused on Izuku. Everything was going normal until I saw a takoyaki stand and went to buy some. He continued, there was a group of guys my age there, talking and laughing. They were very noisy. Were you overwhelmed? Izuku hummed before nodding. But I could handle it. I was praying they wouldn't pay attention to me. He felt his body tense and his fists clench around his sweater. One of them turned and asked me about my opinion of a song that I've never heard before. Did he do it mockingly, or was he kind? I do know. Izuku replied, trembling. I only know that I ran out and returned to Aizawa. The therapist sighed heavily. Did you tell Aizawa about it? Izuku denied. He asked me what happened. I told him I was tired. He didn't believe me, but he gave me space. At least I see that communication has improved, even if you don't tell him your problems directly. The teenager groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. The point is that people my age make me nervous. Children are cruel. Inui-san hummed lightly. I think the loose end of what happened with Bakugo is affecting the way you relate to others. Something perfectly understandable considering the constant that he represented in your life. I don't want to see Bakugo Katsuki again in my life. Izuku grunted. I don't want to know anything about him. And I never said you had to. Inui-san pointed out. Sometimes, you have to make peace with yourself. You have improved a lot, but you will have to expose yourself to some situations for those kinds of changes. What are you talking about? Izuku asked. Classes start in a few months. You are smart enough to get into the Department of General Education as written in your application. You will have to deal with the other students. Socialize even in the slightest way. The greenette's gaze fell to the floor. Like exposure therapy or something? Inui-san nodded. Remember that you don't have to do anything you don't want to. Recovering takes time, but you must face your demons. And Izuku had been willing to. He wanted to achieve it for the people who believed in him and for himself. Recovery was his goal. He wanted to have a better life than the one he had before the one Aizawa was giving him. He wanted a better life so that the black-haired man wouldn't worry about him anymore. Yamada looked like the type of person that people got along with. He was friends with Aizawa. Izuku didn't meet any other friends of his guardian other than Yamada and Kayama. But he felt that maybe the R-rated hero's friendly approach wouldn't fit him. Izuku wouldn't be able to imitate Yamada's boisterous approach. It was way more doable than cheeky flirting. How did you get to be friends with Aizawa? Izuku asked. The blonde man widened his eyes in surprise when he saw that the teenager had started the conversation. Insistence. Many might say that I harassed him, but I'd say it was more of a, sit next to me, you're condemned to put up with me. Izuku nodded as he mentally took notes. He felt that maybe if a person were like Yamada, he wouldn't have to initiate the conversation and have a friend who wouldn't stick his nose in Izuku's life. It sounded like a good plan if he was sincere. There was another boy. His name was Shirakumo, Aizawa's friend who had died. One of the reasons why Aizawa sometimes said or did certain things. He managed to get Shota out of his shell. I was just there waiting for it. Izuku felt the man's smile diminish until it became a ghost of the real one. When he died, I stayed by his side because I couldn't allow him to decay. Like Izuku's quirk, Shirakumo's death had turned Shota into the dust of who he had been. But, at times, I felt like I was putting myself aside trying to make the pieces of Shota stick together. Friendship was something hard for extroverts like Yamada, even if it seems easy. They were the embodiment of the sun, but they had to deal with the shadows of people like Izuku. Did he want a friend for that? Overwhelm them with his problems? But it's been a while, and we've had discussions about it. Yamada said calmly. The last one was the most productive. A lot has improved since then. Communication was necessary for every relationship. Inui-san had told him that. Had he ever discussed how he felt with Bakugo? No, he hadn't. It was always Bakugo telling him that he should be a hero and stop thinking about the sheets smothering his self-esteem. Izuku sighed. Classes start in a few months. I want to be able to communicate with my classmates, maybe even make a friend. And I wanted you to help me with it. He expected an enthusiastic present mic scream or energetic statement, but only received a soft smile from the blonde. It will be a pleasure to help you, little listener. Now, preparing to leave the cafeteria table with a quiet Shinso sitting across from him. Izuku felt completely miserable to see that he had failed despite Yamada's advice and his slight recovery. It was a mistake. Midoriya-kun. Izuku heard Shinso's voice. What? Izuku turned to find Shinso's bowed head staring at his own plate of food. He looked uncomfortable. Shinso-kun? Izuku replied. The boy's face lifted, and his features showed strange emotions. Was that regret? Shin? Izuku had made those expressions many times. Why did Shinso feel like that? You can sit down if you want. Shinso replied calmly. I think it would be nice to have some company. When the day finished, Izuku met Aizawa inside his yellow sleeping bag. Aizawa? He called his guardian. The man widened his eyes and groaned as he looked at Izuku. Is the day finally over? Izuku nodded. How disgusting is your class this year? They have potential. The man replied as he slowly got up. It's the first class where I didn't expel anyone. Izuku's eyes snapped open. That was something new for Aizawa. How was your day, Kit? The man asked as he got out of the sleeping bag. Izuku sighed before smiling slightly. I think I made a friend. Izuku looked at the reporters in front of the UA entrance and felt his anxiety start increasing inside his chest. Lots of people he would be in physical contact with. He would have to push them if he wanted to get to the door. It terrified him. What if his gloves slipped off and left his 5 fingers exposed? Izuku flatly refused to do so. He had wanted to sleep a few more minutes, so he told Aizawa to go ahead. Izuku mentally loathed himself for it. This is like watching the greatest demons rise from the abyss. Someone growled behind his back. Izuku was startled at the comment and turned to run into a bird-headed boy. I confirm. He answered. Any idea how to get through? The boy shook his head. I will spend seconds of my mortal existence awaiting the intervention of one of the teachers. Maybe he could be his friend? Could he have another friend? The boy's aura reminded him of Shinso's, and they could get along if they decided to open up. But shouldn't he tell him something else? Maybe ask his name? Wouldn't that sound very direct? Would he be disrespectful? Should I introduce myself first? Sounds good. If he decides to give me his name, there is a possibility of friendship. If not, at least Shinso agrees to sit with me at lunch. I am Midoriya Izuku. He snapped. Class 1C. The boy blinked, confused at the abrupt introduction, but he ended up nodding. Tokoyami Fumikichi. Class 1A. Ah, this is one of Aizawa's students. He hadn't had a chance to meet his guardian students due to multiple factors. One of them was the fact that he still refused to meet Katsuki and face him. Izuku was deeply refusing. He knew their quirks and personalities slightly from what Aizawa had told him. Tokoyami's quirk was Dark Shadow, an entity that lived within him and had a conscience of its own. It sounded pretty cool. How long do you think we will wait? Izuku asked. Tokoyami shrugged. I suppose some teacher will come to intervene for us soon. Classes will start, and I don't want to be late. My teacher is quite strict. If you knew, he's a big softy on the inside. I guess. Izuku replied. You have Eraserhead, right? He's cool. If Aizawa found out that he had said that he was cool, the man would torture him and tease him for a while. Yamada-san would have no problem supporting him, and Kiyama-san would say something similar to Izuku being a lost son. Is that his hero name? Tokoyami asked, narrowing his eyes. He told us that he was an underground hero, but never the name. I guess it's interesting knowing it. Oh, I screwed up. Izuku thought. If Aizawa found out about this, he was definitely going to make fun of Izuku. The boy focused his gaze on Izuku and questioned. How did you find out? Izuku blinked slightly before his brain raced to make up an excuse. My friend Shinso is interested in underground heroics. Izuku replied. He recognized him by the scarf. Sorry, Shinso. Tokoyami seemed to believe it. Is he in 1B? Izuku denied. 1C. The entrance exam is quite skewed. Very right in that regard. The boy from 1A agreed. We have classmates with sinister and malevolent attitudes but incredible quirks. I heard from some second years that Eraserhead expels students. Izuku commented. Did your class meet the same fate? He said it was a logical ruse. Tokoyami said, watching as Aizawa and Yamada-san started chatting with the press. A boy had a fit of laughter from relief. Izuku snorted. That must have been Minoma. Then you were lucky. I guess. Tokoyami said as the press dispersed and the students started rushing into the school. Nice to meet you, Midoriya Izuku. I hope fate brings us together again. Did he like me? Does he want us to meet again? Would you like to have lunch with my friend? Izuku asked, rubbing his gloved hands. Tokoyami blinked, confused at how direct the proposal had been. Izuku hoped he hadn't completely screwed up his chance of making another friend. But the boy nodded. I'm having lunch with some guys from my class. If you guys don't have a problem, can I invite them? Of course. Izuku snapped back without thinking. Hope to see you at lunch, Tokoyami-kun. No. Shinso snapped at Izuku's proposal. No hero class kids. Izuku rolled his eyes. Come on. Didn't you want to get the transfer after the sports festival? Think of it as a sneak peek at fellowship. Plus, they can provide you with valuable information from the kids in Class 1A. In the first week of school, Shinso and Izuku had gotten to know each other quite well. It ended up being that Shinso was thinking of transferring to the hero course after the sports festival. What about 1B? Shinso asked. They are not the only class in the hero course. But it's the only one who has Eraserhead as a teacher. Also, Shinso was a huge fan of Eraserhead. He was an underground hero with a quirk that gave him not a physical advantage, but a tactical one. Izuku had told Aizawa about Shinso, and his guardian said he had seen him at the entrance exam. Apparently, Shinso got too frustrated because he was fighting robots and got neither villain points nor rescue points. A shame with a quirk like his, very useful for underground heroics. Shinso's eyes snapped open. What? Izuku nodded. Do you remember that yellow sleeping bag? The purple-haired boy nodded. That thing we saw in the corner of Class 1A? Izuku nodded. Eraserhead sleeps on that thing. His name is Aizawa Shoda, and he is 1A's homeroom teacher. Maybe he was talking a bit too much, but Aizawa was a teacher at UA, and Shinso would find out about it sooner or later. Furthermore, he had to maintain his facade with Tokoyami. Shinso's eyes were still wide. Izuku wondered if he should get some of Aizawa's dry eye medicine. I must definitely make it to Class 1A. Shinso commented. I will not accept anything else. Izuku laughed. I didn't say anything. Shinso narrowed his eyes. How did you find out about that? Secrets, Shinso-kun. Secrets. Izuku answered mysteriously before sighing heavily. The point is that Tokoyami-kun agreed to have lunch with us, but he will bring some of his classmates. He's quiet, so I don't think they're loud. The purple-haired boy finally nodded. Okay, but if it doesn't work, I'd rather sit alone. You will accompany me if you want. I won't bother if you decide to sit with someone else. Izuku put a hand on his heart and gave him an offended look. Do you really think I would just abandon you like this? He asked. I understand what it's like to be left out, so if you don't feel comfortable, we'll go elsewhere. Okay. A slight smile rose on Shinso's face, and the boy nodded. Okay. What class is Izuku in? Bakugo asked, breaking into Shota's office. Shota shook his head. He wasn't going to tell him, especially with that attitude. It's an Izuku's issue. If he wants, he will talk to you. If not, he will avoid you. Bakugo grunted. I know he must be in one of the FING Gen Ed classrooms. Then why don't you go find him? Shota asked defiantly. There are only 3 classes. Because I don't want him to hide if he knows I'm looking for him. Bakugo replied. If you think he's going to hide, why are you looking for him? Shota questioned, keeping his expression neutral. You said some pretty nasty things that day. Those things had further ruined his child psychologically. In itself, his mental health was delicate from years of abuse and neglect. Finding out that his best friend thought of him as a potential villain was quite strong and one of the reasons why Shota had decided to take him into his guardianship. You think I don't know? Bakugo exclaimed, slamming his fists against the table. That's why I'm asking you. I want to apologize to the nerd. He didn't know why, but Shota knew that apology would do more harm than good. It might even cause Izuku to have a panic attack and make him feel completely humiliated. Shota shook his head. Izuku is improving if you ask that. I want to see and talk to the nerd on my own. Bakugo grunted. Well, you won't. Shota replied coldly. He's getting better, and I don't want you to meddle with his recovery to clear your conscience, understand? He watched as the boy's bloodshot eyes widened in surprise before he growled. You don't know the nerd as much as I do. Shota denied. I don't know him as long as you do, but I do know his struggles, and I understand them. He said. If he wants, he will look for you. If not, he won't. So, if you appreciate him as much as you say, you'll leave him alone until Izuku decides to talk to you. Tokoyami-kun. Izuku saluted after meeting the gaze of the student from class 1A. Tokoyami returned the greeting and indicated the free spots at the cafeteria table. Beside him, Shinso inhaled deeply. Highly strung. Izuku asked. The purple-haired boy turned to look at him, his eyes narrowed at the statement. But Izuku could see the nerves in that look. We are 2 social misfits for a reason. No. Shinso replied monotonously. So, let's go. And so, the 2 general education guys made their way through the cafeteria towards students from class 1A. Hello, everyone. Izuku exclaimed once he and Shinso reached the table. I'm Midoriya Izuku. He pointed to himself, mentally warming himself to the idea of making more friends. The others at the table nodded at this, and Izuku took it as a sign to introduce his purple-haired friend. And this is Shinso Hitoshi. We're from 1C. Thanks for having us. He gave a little nod, as did Shinso, as they waited for some response. Midoriya invited me to have lunch with them, but I told them you would come. Tokoyami said and turned to Shinso and Izuku. Excuse me for separating a table without consulting you, but we needed to fit everyone in, and we left class early. No problem, right, Shinso-kun? Shinso shrugged in agreement. Rather, we hope not to inconvenience. Tokoyami denied with his head and turned to see the group of 1A students. No inconvenience on my part. You. The others at the table shook their heads. A floating female uniform lifted one sleeve of its jacket and waved it. A pleasure. An animated voice greeted from the close. Ah, the invisible girl. Hakigure Tofu? Hagakure Toru. I was close. Next to her, a boy with a thick tail smiled. A pleasure, Ojiro Mashireo. Obviously, Izuku knew their quirks and knew who they were. After all, he had been the one to analyze them after their first class with all might. A boy whose head looked like a rock just nodded, mentioned in an almost inaudible voice that his name was Koda Koji, and signed a greeting to which Shinso replied. I speak a little sign language. Shinso replied after witnessing the shock in the boy's eyes. My parents taught me. That's great. Hagakure screeched enthusiastically. You have to teach me. Does that make you bilingual? Shinso blinked. Most likely, his brain was processing the enthusiasm and friendliness for the skill. I don't know. He answered. I have never thought about it. Izuku knew that Shinso didn't know what to think. Until now, the kids in Class 1A were kind, but what would happen when they found out about their quirks? Would they still be this nice? Sato Rikido. The boy with thick lips saluted. From one of the arms of a multi-armed boy came a mouth. Shoji Mizo. He introduced himself, and from other arm came two hands that extended towards Izuku and Shinso for them to squeeze. Glad to have you join us. Cool, Izuku said as he squeezed Shoji's hand. Shinso blinked slowly but ended up accepting the gesture. Tokoyami motioned them to the free spots, and both 1C students sat down with their lunches. It was terrifying. Hagakure exclaimed, her clothes shaking. I was penultimate. But not the last. Ojiro mentioned, bringing a piece of chicken to his mouth. They were talking about Aizawa's logical ruse in the quirk apprehension test. On the first day of class, the man had taken them to see how much control the students had over their quirks. As much as he hadn't expelled anyone, as he had with his previous class, he had considered doing so. Possible victims? Mineta, Hagakure, Kaminari, and Jiro. Mineta? His attitude. Hagakure? She used her quirk to fool the censors. Very limited. Kaminari? Terrible control. Jiro? Zero creativity. But he must have seen something there to let them stay in Class 1A and not traumatize them with the red expulsion mark on their transcripts. Eraserhead must be a tough teacher. Shinso mentioned after taking a few sips from his glass of water. Wait. Izuku mentally yelled after realizing they had just revealed Aizawa's hero name to a table full of his students. So that's Aizawa-sensei's hero name? Ojiro asked and, after receiving the confirmation, he shrugged. Matches his quirk. True, right? Hagakure agreed as chopsticks wrapped around her soba noodles. It has all the horror movie vibes. Just like sensei. Izuku laughed. Drinking water. He ended up choking and coughing as Shinso patted him on the back, trying to get all the liquid out. I don't know why he chose that name. Tokoyami commented. Because there's a movie from the pre-quirk era called that, and it's about the depicting human reproduction as a desolate freak show, an occupation fit only for the demed. What the hell were you thinking, Yamada-san? Sounds sinister. Shoji agreed, placing a hand on his jaw. But it's underground, so it perfectly counts. So I will be. Hagakure intervened. One day, everyone will know the name Invisible Girl. Everyone at the table turned their attention to the girl. They all blinked slowly. They won't know it because that's the idea of being underground. Sato said what everyone was thinking, trying to be as kind as possible and not coldly destroy Hagakure's dreams. The Invisible Girl, according to what Izuku assumed from the movement of her uniform, nodded. But she never wavered in her spirits. I'll change the rules of the game. Better not to contradict her. Hagakure seemed very determined to make a name for herself in underground heroism, regardless of whether or not that was the purpose of specializing in stealth. After all, they would be the heroes of the future. They could carve out their own paths to be the heroes they wanted to be and open up new ones for future generations. The conversation flowed naturally. None of them asked about their quirks, just as neither Izuku nor Shinso asked about theirs. Perhaps they expected a more NTMT environment to ask them, and both 1C students were comfortable with it. Classes start in a few months. I want to be able to communicate with my classmates, maybe even make a friend. Observing the people in front of him, sensing their sincere attitude, Izuku thought he was succeeding. They were in the middle of an interesting debate about whether or not the pizza should have pineapple on it when a blonde head crashed under the table. Kaminari? Tokoyami asked while the others looked at the electric student shrinking as much as possible. The boy nodded, making no noise and trying to stay as still as possible. What did you do now? Ojiro asked. Kaminari's golden eyes analyzed from under the table the faces of those there. He stayed a second longer to see if Shinso and Izuku were a threat before determining that they weren't and sighed. Could it be that Monoma and I made a bet on who would annoy Bakugo the most? He quickly answered as he fiddled with his fingers. Could it be that I won by telling him that his personality is steam turd? Could it be that he's chasing me because he already caught Monoma? This idiot has ball. Wait, he said Bakugo. As if he had been summoned, Bakugo Katsuki's raspy, furious voice echoed through the cafeteria. Where the hell are you, dunce face? Copycat got his turn. You're the next. He walked with his pants on badly and his hands in his pockets table to table, growling at everyone he bumped into and terrifying anyone who didn't know him. Rest in peace, Kaminari. Shoji whispered as they watched Bakugo approaching their table. Where am I hiding? Izuku didn't want to talk to Bakugo. He had been avoiding him for a reason. Earth swallow me. Just as Bakugo started to approach his table, he stopped as noticing Izuku's presence. Nerd? He asked in a growl, and all eyes at the table, including Kaminari's under it, turned to him. He even felt the gazes of the rest of the people in the cafeteria. Izuku swallowed hard. Where the F have you been that the F-tramp wouldn't tell Dash? Before he could finish, the siren went off. Someone infiltrated the school. And chaos broke out. Izuku didn't know where the F he was but was sure he had left everyone he knew behind. The screams of the crowd and the din of scurrying and banging against the wall did little more than terrify Izuku's terrified brain. Since he was a child, he had been taught never to be physically close to people, that he was dangerous and could hurt them. Particularly, Izuku didn't mind that because he only knew the cold touch of his mother. Despite the haze of panic that washed over him, Izuku tried to examine the place where he had locked himself. White walls like most UA rooms, but there were no student desks. Rather, they were large and saturated with paper. Several sheets were also on the walls. He could glimpse empty cups and saucers on what looked like a cupboard. The panic wouldn't let his brain process where he was. Much less, noticing the forming warp gate behind him. Shota grunted as he watched from outside the chaos unfolding in the student body. Of course, they were children, but children who had entered one of the best schools in Japan. At least, the third years should know how to act in situations like this. The press came in. Yamada declared, watching the reporters try to stick microphones in Principal Nedzu's face. I don't know how. Shota heavily sighed as he took another look at the students, wondering where Izuku had gone, considering his disgust at the excessive physical contact. As much as Shota would like to be there, calming the students and looking for Izuku, in case he had a panic attack, to reassure him. He was also a teacher. UA was his place of employment. If Nedzu requested him there, it was for a reason. We could be there, trying to calm the students down. Shota growled, watching the desperate children punch each other, some panicked grimaces squashed against the glass. As long as there are no deaths, we'll be fine. Shota's heart almost jumped out of his chest when Nedzu's sharp voice sounded on his shoulder. On the other hand, Yamada jumped, stifling a cry and putting his hand on his chest. Holy Michael Jackson! Shota resisted the urge to snort at the reminder that, in their second year at UA, Yamada had proposed Present Michael as his hero name. It was after Michael Jackson, a musical artist from the pre-Quirk era. Nedzu did laugh. Apparently, the conspiracy theory that he fed on scares could be correct. Shota snapped out of his head and realized that the press had already completely withdrawn from UA. And the intruders? Shota asked with a raised eyebrow and watched as the principal gave a toothy smile that could terrify the devil himself. It's not important. Nedzu finally responded, waving his paw, meaning they should ignore that question. There is another matter that concerned me. Which? Yamada asked. How did they get in? Izuku watched from under the table the worn red shoes step firmly, not realizing that he was trying to stay calm and not go out to ask for help. We need the schedule for that field trip to USJ. The raspy but young voice said as the footsteps moved away from Izuku's spot and began to rummage through the papers. Our insider told us that we'll catch All Might almost entirely alone, and we can use some students as hostages if the heroes dare to make a move. USJ? Aizawa would have an expedition to USJ later that week. To that USJ? To the USJ of UA? To that expedition that Class 1A would carry out together with Aizawa, 13, and All Might? Izuku started to feel even sicker as his temperature dropped, feeling like he was suddenly freezing. Nausea began to hit hard, and Izuku used all his strength not to vomit. In 1A, right? A second voice commented, and familiarity hit Izuku. It can't be. It can't be him, right? Memories of afternoons full of video games and sitting in the park went through his mind. 2 pairs of red shoes swinging side by side on the swings before Izuku's quirk manifested. Being quirkless Esikas. Izuku nodded as he handed over the video game controller. Don't swear, Tamura. Tamura rolled his eyes. You're too polite, Izuku. Would you like a snack? Yes, Kurogyri. Onigiri. As you wish, young Tamura. And what will young Izuku want? Can I have onigiri as Tamura, please? As you like. And why don't you like heroes, Tamura? They don't help anyone. That's a lie. Have you seen All Might's debut? Or Knuckle Duster? Best Genist? Ingenium? Even Endeavor, albeit a bit scary. They didn't help me and they won't help you if you ever need help. Yes, they will. They won't, and when that happens, I'll be the one to reach out to you. I have a quirk, Tamura. I hate the quirk. And the heroes came to help you? Yes. Then why are you here with me? Because the hero had to go. At least they deigned to help you at the time. Do you really have to go? Yes, but someday we will meet again. Izuku didn't expect to meet his childhood friend this way. Got it. Tamura's voice exclaimed, picking up the schedule on Aizawa's desk. Double prize. He reached down, picking up a fallen leaf. Izuku shivered at his lousy hiding place, praying that neither Tamura nor Kurogyri would notice that he was there. Fortunately, Tamura was too excited about his findings. It's a list of all the students in the hero course. He jumped in his place as he began to eagerly read the paper. We have 40 precious NPCs. We only choose the weakest group, and it will be a piece of cake to take them hostage. All Might will have to accept his fate. He watched Kurogyri move slightly as a warp gate opened behind the man. I think that's all. Kurogyri commented. I don't hear the commotion in the halls. It's a matter of time before someone arrives. Tamura hummed lightly. The mission is over. We are one step closer to the endgame. The door is dusty. Vlad King commented, touching the remains of the UA barrier. Almost like your ward's quirk. Shota didn't like where he was leading that statement. You're not implying that Midoriya had anything to do with this, are you? Yamada stepped in front of Shota and asked with a raised eyebrow. That child would be incapable. Shota liked to believe that he knew Izuku. He wanted to think he knew Midoriya, despite some things he kept to himself. I don't like the idea either. Vlad King growled, noticing Shota's murderous look. Calmly, we call Tsukachi and have Midoriya go through his quirk. Quick and easy, we rule him out as a suspect. The logical and rational Shota would have said yes. It was feasible evidence. But the Shota who had sheltered Izuku knew that it could destroy the foundation of trust that he had created for the boy. How would Izuku find out that the adults he trusted believed he was capable of acting as a villain after being singled out as such for his entire life? Shota knew that he was a hero and teacher. What had happened had threatened the safety of the students, idiotic but innocent children who were going to study and would be the future of society. But he was also thinking of Izuku, that boy who he had to put tape on his fingers after his quirk manifestation and later shelter him. I'm getting soft. He was against all therapy logic, but he hoped that Izuku would understand, even though it pained him to accept. Let's do it, he said, and Yamada's eyes snapped open as Nedzu's ears perked up. And then we will ask for the corresponding apologies. Izuku desperately ran through the halls of UA. He had to find a teacher. To any teacher. What if a teacher was the insider Tamura had talked about? Izuku had to find someone to trust. He couldn't find Aizawa or Yamada, much less Nedzu. He thought about asking the students for help, but what if one of them was the insider? What's wrong, Midoriya? Kiyama-san's voice made him stop. Is she trustworthy? Izuku hoped he wasn't wrong when he lunged at her. The woman's eyes widened when she saw how Izuku stretched out his arms and hugged her. She blinked slowly before accepting the gesture, patting him on the back. They're going to attack the USJ. Class 1A or 1B? He whispered into her neck and felt Kayama tense. They broke into the teacher's lounge and stole a hero course schedule and student roster. Kayama squeezed him tighter. And what is the goal? Kill All Might. Panic settled deep in Izuku's chest as he met with judicious stares through the glass dividing Nedzu's office and the waiting room. His leg wouldn't stop shaking, causing the chair to sway slightly and its legs to slam against the floor. They were whispering, but he saw Aizawa's annoyed look, the indignation in Yamada-san's expression, and the concern in Kiyama-san's. Vlad King gave him a long, frivolous look, and Nedzu kept his typical neutral expression. On the other side, Power Loader was conversing with Inui-sen as he shook his head. Ectoplasm, 13, and Cementos analyzed some blueprints. The only absent teacher was Kokaiho-san and All Might. He watched Aizawa grit his teeth, and the man started walking in the direction of the office door. He opened it and slowly approached Izuku, pinching the bridge of his nose and inhaling deeply. Midoriya. Midoriya? What happened to the first name? Did I do something wrong? Aizawa must have noticed the spiral of thoughts he was spiraling into because he immediately touched Izuku's shoulder and squeezed. He was soothing, but it didn't help to calm that awful feeling. It was taking over his chest, creeping slowly up his throat and choking him. Child, I need you to trust me. The man practically begged, crouching down to reach his height. His eyes begged Izuku to understand something not yet said. And I hope you'll forgive me for asking you to do this. Is it such a bad thing that you apologize to me before it happens? Izuku couldn't stop his voice from cracking. How do you want me to trust you if it seems like everyone in there has already condemned me? Aizawa was unfazed, and Izuku was grateful for that. Aizawa knew that he was an intelligent person. He had paid enough attention to his surroundings to realize the atmosphere was tense. It's hard. Aizawa sighed heavily and squeezed his shoulder even more. But Kayama, Yamada, Inui, and I, Nedzu included, know it's just an unfortunate coincidence. With the information you gave Kayama, I'm 80% sure suspicions have been further dispelled. The gears in Izuku's brain started to work quickly. The information he gave Kayama had been quite punctual. He had not even told her who the perpetrators had been and that there was a traitor in UA. He only told her the basics, hoping to comment in detail when the panic receded from his thinking after the situation calmed down. If the information he had given Kayama lessened suspicion, Izuku assumed they believed he had been responsible for the press intrusion. Thus, he would have been plotting behind UA's back to carry out an attack on the USJ to kill All Might. Everyone thinks I did this, right? Izuku answered, and Aizawa nodded. Do you think I did this? Aizawa shook his head. I think I told you it's an unfortunate coincidence we'll fix. Aizawa said, giving Vlad King a sidelong glance. We just need your collaboration. Izuku snorted, rolling his eyes. Collaboration? For an interrogation? Like I'm a villain, right? He understood what Aizawa was telling him. He understood that the suspicions were valid. Izuku understood why he was in that situation. But it's not like he can shake off that horrible feeling in his chest. A year had passed. Izuku knew that he had grown and was getting better. He needed to tie up a loose end with Katsuki, but he wasn't ready. He even needed time to find himself and be able to talk to the one who had been his only friend for an average of 10 years. UA was different. At UA, he would make friends and stop being classified as a kid with a villainous quirk. And Izuku had believed those promises. How not to when he met Shinso? How could he not when Tokoyami, Hagakure, Ojiro, Sato, and Shoji received him so well? How not to believe in it when no one pointed it out or called him a villain? He remembered Shinso mentioning that at his old school, a boy commented on how his quirk was similar to that of a villain dictator. Katsuki had said that Izuku's quirk reminded him of 13, a professional hero. Izuku knew that yelling and complaining wouldn't do any good, nor would it help to run away and avoid the interrogation that he would definitely do. In any case, Detective Tsukachi would most likely show up and would be there in a few moments. You are furious. Saying Izuku's emotions, Aizawa's voice snapped him out of his head. I understand why you're feeling anger, rage, fear, and disappointment. Valid. I won't get mad if you're upset with me for agreeing to have Tsukachi come to question you because I had no right despite being your legal guardian. His eyes collided, and Izuku could see how truly desperate the man was. You just talk to the detective, you answer him, and I promise, I won't ask you for anything like this again. You make it look so simple. Izuku hissed. You make it look like I don't have people assuming I'd be capable of endangering others. I understand that I seem to make it sound simple. Aizawa sighed, removing his hands from Izuku's shoulders and running them over his face. But I know it's a challenge for you to face these kinds of accusations, but I promise you that Kayama, Yamada, Inui, and I are supporting you. There was determination in that look. Aizawa always looked tired. Izuku knew that Aizawa hadn't had an easy life. His tiredness came from the fact that he was still living because of a promise he made to someone. Regardless, Aizawa never made Izuku feel like he tired him out. Instead, he promised that they would get better together. His insecurities kept creeping through his thoughts, filling him with doubts and wanting to take him to his dark place, but Izuku could see that there was light, even if it was dim. There are people who care about you, and will be willing to extend our hand. You're not alone. And Izuku believed him. All Might gave him the fakest smile Izuku had ever seen in his life, and the detective tiredly sighed as if to say, what happened this time? If it were a conversation, Izuku would have answered something like, villain with a quirk similar to mine. The detective would have told him, I'm sorry, kid. And Izuku would have replied something like, don't worry, I'm used to it. Can we start this at once? Aizawa snapped. We all have children to teach. Since each class had chosen their representatives, the teachers had written to their cell phones to let them know they had a free PRD while the faculty discussed a last-minute question. Izuku had written a message to Shinso, explaining that he had had a panic attack and had a leave of absence for the rest of the day. The other adults nodded, and Izuku inhaled deeply. People tended to say that, if the truth was told, there was no reason to be nervous. Izuku thought it was a big FNG lie. How could he not be nervous when there were multiple pairs of eyes watching him like a villain? I think we can drop the formalities, considering our familiarity and the urgency of the situation. Seems fine. Everyone in the room agreed. Detective Tsukachi hummed as he took a mini recorder out of his trench coat pocket and placed it on Nedzu's desk, in front of Izuku. I'm obliged by law to tell you that this conversation will be recorded. It's fine, Izuku said with bitterness in his voice. If it's going to make them stop suspecting me, I'll be happy to answer questions. The detective sighed and gave him a reassuring smile. He is also on my side. For the record, please state your name. Izuku snorted. The detective hadn't introduced himself as per protocol, but he would try to follow him once he was recorded. Midoriya Izuku. My surname contains the kanji for green and valley. And my given name contains the kanji for being from a certain place, one's turn to go on, and the homophonous to 9. He could hear Yamada-san and Kiyama-san drowning out his laughter, an irritated growl from Vlad King, and Aizawa hitting his face with the palm of his hand. He didn't see him, but Izuku knew that Nedzu was smiling. The detective blinked slowly. A very accurate description. Thank you, Midoriya. I'm just supporting the interrogation being as complete as possible. Izuku commented with a light, bitter laugh. Was he being sarcastic? He couldn't be blamed. Sarcasm was a good way to keep him from yelling at everyone. I'll be direct. The detective blurted out, and Izuku could hear the breathing of everyone in the room stop. You were the one who disintegrated the UA barrier? Izuku allowed himself to smirk as he replied. No. The detective smiled slightly before pausing the recorder and saying, Truth. Izuku smirked as Aizawa glared at Vlad King. A few more questions and we're done with this. The detective hit the resume recording button. Do you know who perpetrated today's events? There was no reason to lie to them. Izuku would tell them all the facts and they would corroborate that. Indeed, he was innocent, and they would start looking for the real culprits. Still, something stirred uncomfortably in his chest. Would he really be able to hand over his friend even after being diagnosed as quirkless? Who, despite knowing how dangerous his quirk was, had remained his friend? What had happened in the last 10 years? What if they didn't believe him and sent him straight to jail? His whole act of sarcasm and nonchalance began to crumble. Would Aizawa be disappointed in him? It wasn't his fault that he had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. He guessed that he had been silent for a long time. With his throat closing and tears falling down his cheeks, Izuku whispered, "Yes." Izuku met Shigaraki Tamura when he was 4 years old, a few months before he was diagnosed quirkless. Tamura was 5 years older, but the age difference was never felt too much due to the older boy's immature behavior and Izuku's sharp mind. On a May afternoon, Izuku met him in the park, when he still had a mother who loved him and a father present. "I'm Izuku." He saluted, holding out his all-might figure. Tamura was sitting on a bench. He narrowed his eyes before finally nodding and extending his hand to him. "Tamura." "A pleasure, Tamura-chan," he exclaimed happily. "You want to play with me?" Kaken had chickenpox, which was why he hadn't gone on that playdate, and Tamura was away from the other kids. "I don't play heroes," he answered. Izuku was indignant because who didn't like All Might? What kid didn't like to play heroes? They were epic. But at the same time, he understood that there were other options to save lives and that they were remarkable in their own way. For example, firefighters, police, and doctors. Maybe Tamura-chan just wanted to play with that worn-out game console he was holding in his pale hands, but he looked so lonely. Children should have friends to play with. Izuku would be that friend. "Then you decide what to play." "Their names are Shigaraki Tamura and Kurojiri," Izuku answered, nervously playing with the fabric of his gloves. "I hadn't heard from them until today." Detective Tsukachi nodded. "True." His gaze was still gentle, but now there was a glimmer of doubt in it. Vlad King's jaw clenched, and Aizawa was unreadable. Izuku could only nod. "Do you know their quirks?" He tries to collect as much information as possible. "Kurojiri can create warp gates." Izuku remembered the purple tints in the darkness of the mist that enveloped him as he took them to the lair to spend the afternoons playing and talking. He sometimes missed those old times. "And Shigaraki?" the detective asked. Izuku looked at him, confused. "What about Tamura?" "His quirk." The detective responded as if it were obvious. "What's his quirk?" "He doesn't have one." Izuku shrugged. "He's part of the 20% of the population that doesn't have a quirk. No big deal." It was a big deal. Being quirkless was a strange thing. Being quirkless meant being a less evolved human and therefore inferior to others. Izuku had been diagnosed quirkless by accident and still remembers the looks of disgust on the faces of his classmates, teachers, and his own parents. Katsuki had been the only one who stood by his side and defended him the best he could. He glanced at the adults in the room. Several of them didn't believe him at all. It was almost as if they thought a quirkless couldn't commit such villainic acts. The detective scribbled in his notebook but did nothing to indicate that he mistrusted Izuku's answers. "I will ask you questions in a row, and you only answer what I ask of you." The detective indicated, and Izuku nodded. "Did you know they would attack?" Izuku shook his head. "No." The men deeply inhaled as Izuku braced himself for the next question. "Did you know they were doing illegal activities?" "No." "I'm tired." "Have you ever helped to do or carried out activities of a criminal or villainous nature that violate the rights of others on purpose?" "No." "Have you ever helped to do or carried out activities of a criminal or villainous nature that violate the rights of others without purpose?" Izuku remembered when his quirk got out of control and disintegrated everything in its path. The voices calling him a monster haunted his dreams, and contempt took hold of him every time he saw his hand. "When my quirk went haywire." Izuku bit his lip, crestfallen. "It hasn't happened since Aizawa-san found me." The sludge villain attack. There was that nervous energy running through his body like a whiplash, leaving marks on his emotions and thoughts, but finally stopping. Izuku was in front of a group of adults judging him, showing them that he was innocent. He felt like vomiting. We'll be done now, don't worry, Tsukachi-san said gently, trying to assure him that everything would be fine and that he believed in his innocence. Have you given information regarding UA to any source outside the school? The question ruined any feeling of calm he had felt. Aren't we clear that I'm innocent, Tsukachi-san? Izuku asked. Maybe he was being rude, but he was uncomfortable and annoyed, feeling how his safe place was turning into the same garbage he had faced for years on Aldera and his daily life. The expression on the detective's face changed to surprise for a moment before returning to neutrality. Please answer the question. Izuku rolled his eyes before replying. Oh, do I look like I have friends? The man saw him back, a slight plea on his face. Please, just answer. Nope. The detective nodded as usual and went back to writing in his notebook. Are you linked to any villain association or organization? Villain, this is how they see you and always will see you. No matter how hard you try to be someone else. He tried to shake off those thoughts. He looked at Aizawa on the other side of the room. His guardian's eyes were fixed on Izuku and silently asked him to hold on, that everything was going to end and that it would be all right. Just answer. There's nothing else you can do. Nope. Would you join at some point? They want to assure you'll be on their side even if they're not on yours. Nope. Izuku said. You're going to ask other students this, right? I'm not the only one who can speak. Do you want other students to pass this interrogation? The detective asked, sounding incredulous. Izuku shrugged and hummed slowly. Is it okay to question my loyalty but not others? He raised an eyebrow. In this world we all are not created equal, but we are all capable of doing the same things if opportunities are presented to us. He heard a growl. You're diverting the dash. I'm asking fair. Izuku turned and faced Vlad King with the coldest gaze he could manage, then turned his attention to Nedzu. Sensei, is it true that the UA regulations ask for equal treatment of their students, right? A mischievous gleam crossed the Chimera's eyes. It is true. He answered with an almost creepy tone and focused his eyes on the detective. Would the police mind question all the UA students? If we've doubted someone trustworthy like Midoriya, who's to say we can trust others? The detective didn't seem very convinced. Too many students and risk. The man answered, but before they could reply, he raised his right hand to ask to be allowed to finish. But there are other ways to investigate. And what would those be? Aizawa asked neutrally. Because interrogating them, especially in this way, is, in my opinion, unnecessary considering that they are minors, and we would need the presence of their legal guardians. The detective closed his notebook and put away his pen, turning off the recorder, giving them red herrings to follow. When the interrogation was over, he found himself in Aizawa's office, drinking a packaged jelly and watching his tutor pace the room. It was a weird reversal of roles, but they were. Still a couple of emotional intelligence bums with too much trauma left to unpack. Aizawa-san opened his mouth to say something, and Izuku shook his head. I don't want to talk about it here. He responded, referring to what happened during and after the alarm incident. Please. The man blinked slowly before finally nodding and changing the subject. I have to go teach the hellhounds of 1A, but I don't want to leave you alone, especially after all this. He passed his hand over his face and pinched the bridge of his nose. Izuku shrugged as he sipped the contents of the packet. Don't you have like a spare babysitter? The man snorted and rolled his eyes. Yamada has English classes with your class, remember? And Kayama-san? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Crafts with 1H. The man answered simply. Those gremlins need to work with something non-flammable. He had heard too many explosions from those parts of the school to know it was true. Hound dog? He asked, running out of ideas. Aizawa shook his head again. He has therapy with another student. Summary. Izuku would have no one to stay with until the end of the school day. I'll survive, he said, feeling unsure why he was lying, especially knowing he wasn't okay. Only 2 more hours to go, right? Someone knocked on the door, when it seemed that Aizawa was going to say something, probably a lecture on the poorly disguised lie. They looked at each other. Who? Aizawa asked at the closed door. I'm Kuro's-san. The female voice belonging to 13 exclaimed from the other side of the door. I wanted to see how you guys were doing after the interrogation, especially for Midori-kun. It's been a stressful day, and I was worried about him. He hadn't interacted much with 13 since she was commonly found on rescue missions and only taught the hero course. Despite that, he knew she was very passionate about her field of work, and it was no wonder she was nice to the students. Izuku saw his guardian. It seemed that the man had had a great revelation. Don't you have classes? Aizawa asked quietly at the door. That's why I'm here. The woman responded, not sounding discouraged at the fact that she wasn't invited in. I have free time. I wanted to see how you were doing. Maybe I'm interrupting something? Sorry. Aizawa-san turned to see him and then looked at the door. He doesn't want to leave me alone and found a babysitter. Just ask her. Izuku rolled his eyes and tossed the package into a trash can. There's no way I can convince you to leave me alone. A slight smile spread across the man's face before he whispered. Thank you, child. He went to the door and opened it. Sorry for leaving you out, Kuro-san. I wanted to ask you a favor. Have you ever had nightmares? Izuku suddenly asked after a long and awkward silence that had sat down after the respective formalities. Kuro-san's eyes showed surprise at the sudden approach. Asking about fears was not a common icebreaker topic, and Izuku knew that well. Sadly, his social abilities were very limited, so he used a question from Shinso-kun. Thinking about it, he must have used some approach from Hagakure-san. Despite that, Kuro-san smiled before replying. When I was little, my neighbor had a very big dog. It was too big and I always tried to avoid it. Izuku imagined a little 13 returning from school by a longer route than the original to avoid bumping into a big dog. It always appeared in my nightmares chasing me. Izuku frowned. And, in none of your nightmares, did you use your quirk to defend yourself? Kuro-san slowly sighed as she shook her head. The dog was a frequent nightmare, but they were dreams. My quirk? Nightmares stop being nightmares when they come out into the light of day. Izuku bit his lip. The conversation had gone too personal at the very beginning. I'm an idiot. The woman realized that his head was down and that he had tensed. Go ahead. I know you want to do it. Izuku didn't want to. He needed to know why. He needed to know why she should face that fear and why he couldn't, when he had the support he hadn't received in years. He wanted to know why healing was so difficult. So, how did you become a hero if you considered your quirk a nightmare? Kuro-san slightly nodded as she thought about the answer, or so it seemed to Izuku's eyes. When she seemed determined enough, she smiled slightly. My neighbor's dog once ran away, and she was asking for help to find it. I was so scared I'd run into it, and it'd attack me. The woman laughed after the memory. When I returned from school, I found it sobbing in a corner. It seemed heartbroken to be so far from her house. And you approached it? Izuku asked with a frown. Kuro-san slowly shook her head. I was scared to death. What if this dog had an intelligence quirk and was faking it, so I'd come over and gobble up a kid-sized bite? Izuku laughed at Kuro-san's dramatic expression. But heart won out over reason, and I slowly approached, remembering what the experts at Animal Planet said. I approached, crying, and the dog liked my face, yes, liked my tears, and I realized that there was nothing fear. Izuku preferred cats if anyone asked him, but dogs were good too. He remembered Mrs. Sisamiya's chihuahua. That tiny thing was always hopping after him for kibble. The same thing happened with my quirk. The woman told him as she showed Izuku her phone. There was a photo on the screen of a little Kuro-san wearing a school uniform with 2 pigtails and gloves on her hands. She had a sad smile on her face and behind her was a model of the solar system. I was 8 years old when I went to a planetarium on a school field trip. She commented, moving on to the next photo. It showed little Kuro-san looking at an infographic on star formation while her classmates were in the background looking at a simulation of the Big Bang. It was my first approach to what space was and to understand that the unknown can be scary and beautiful. The picture was Kuro-san staring with an open mouth and one bare hand at the black hole display while her classmates were in the background. The other glove was on her other hand, dangling and insignificant. Like unicorns and gargoyles, Black holes seem to be more in the realms of science fiction and ancient mythology than in the real universe. Izuku blinked slowly at the phrase. That's what Kip Thorne said. I studied him for my science fair project in high school. Kuros-san nodded. Black holes are terrifying, but there are theories that say they are the reason everything exists or, at least, stays. She responded with a dreamy smile as she flipped to another picture on her phone. There was a slightly older Kuros-san, maybe 10 years old, with a bright smile and an astronaut suit in her bare hands. My dad gave me that costume when I told him I wanted to be a hero. It had been 2 weeks since my last appointment with the quirk advisor. The image was a teenage Kuros-san smiling at the camera and showing her acceptance letter to UA. This was when I realized that I would be a hero, and I would explore the mysteries of who I was. If little Izuku were at that moment, he would be dying to meet his idol, talking to her about how she faced her nightmares and became the space hero. I discovered my quirk was scary and dangerous, but I could save lives with it. She showed a picture of a Kuros-san wearing a bronze medal and the UA sports uniform. I got 3rd place in my first year sports festival. Too many rescue hero offers. I cried the whole day. The last photo she showed was the one of her debut. A video that was on Izuku's favorites list. 50% of the views were his. It was not easy to become a hero. I always received comments indicating how dangerous my quirk was. I still receive them. She pointed as she placed her hand on Izuku's shoulder. But I chose this path. I like what I'm doing with this mysterious quirk, just as scientists get excited every time they discover something new from the terrifying and infinite universe. Izuku didn't know when he had started crying. He felt pathetic for doing so. It was a hopeful story, but those were the most moving for a reason. Those were success stories because they were not usual or causal, they didn't happen every day, and not all the origins of heroes were one. At some point in his past, Tamura had wanted to be a hero and became a villain. Who knew Izuku wasn't in the same way? He had a long record that wasn't his fault in the first place. What's beautiful about destruction? Izuku asked through gritted teeth. I understand the mysteries of the universe and that black holes are a part of it, but what about destruction? Kuros-san stared into his eyes and tightened his grip on his shoulder. Everything arises from destruction. The universe arose from the Big Bang, and great changes in human history arose from disasters. Izuku got the point, but when decay ended, it left nothing but dust. There was nothing to save. But what if there's nothing left? Izuku said quietly, looking at his gloved hands. How can something come out of nothing? Even the universe is supposed to come out of a little lump called a cosmic egg. There's something. When I use decay, nothing. Kuros-san slowly hummed as she searched for something on his phone. But you're training it, right? To only decay what you want, to expand to where you want. Izuku nodded. But still, what's beautiful about destroying things? What's beautiful about being someone like me with a quirk like that? Perhaps the beauty is that it's you, Midoriya-kun. Let me tell you that you're loved, even if you don't believe it. She showed him a photo of Aizawa at training. A photo that shouldn't exist. Don't tell him I saved the photo Mike sent to the teacher chat. She whispered to him with a giggle. But I find it beautiful that you're training your quirk. I don't want to be a hero, Izuku replied. My reason for training is not hurting anyone else with decay. Then you're selfless, Kuros-san pointed out, because you do it for the sole reason of not hurting anyone instead of using it for a career. Izuku frowned. But isn't being a hero much more worthy? Kuros-san snorted. And what's a hero then? Someone with a suit and a title, or someone who brings home a lost puppy? She asked him, and Izuku felt like in Ectoplasma-sensei's pop quiz. No idea. Maybe you don't realize it, but you're the hero of many, and none of that had anything to do with decay. And I'd rather it be that way. Izuku snapped back. My quirk is dash. And decay is a part of you. She pointed, cutting Izuku off. A beautiful part that can help create new paradigms around quirks. It wasn't like Izuku could lead a quirk revolution. He was tired of being considered a villain, but Shinso could do more. He wanted to be a hero. Also, his friend had a much more feasible quirk for it. Decay has hurt people. he said slowly, hoping that Kuro's-san understood his point. But the woman shrugged. And people have hurt you, just like that idiot Ken. Don't say I called him that, but you don't consider all people to be bad, do you? It's different, Izuku replied. I know. She calmly accepted. Decay hurts people, but it can save them too. Kuro-san put her phone down next to her as she pointed her finger at the left side of Izuku's chest. The beauty that there's goodness in you, even though the world turned against you. Then the finger passed to the middle of Izuku's forehead. The beauty that you face your greatest fear every day, and you'll master it. She repeated the gesture several times as Izuku felt his vision crystallize. The beauty that you have saved people without even knowing it. She leaned forward in her seat and spread her arms wide. The beauty that you, Midoriya Izuku, are capable of great things and that destruction brought you to where you are now. What happened will lead you to who you're supposed to be. Maybe not a hero, but you will be great, child. Izuku couldn't resist and rushed to wrap her in a hug. Formalities were forgotten as the broken boy was enveloped in the warmth of someone who understood what it felt like to be afraid of oneself. She ran a reassuring hand down his back as her fingers brushed lightly through his curls. Trust me, Midoriya Izuku, nothing to fear. The light rules out nightmares. As soon as the apartment door opened, Izuku unceremoniously threw himself on the sofa, receiving a tired look from his guardian. Should we order food for dinner? Or will you join me in heating the leftover ramen? The man asked Izuku as he took the broth out of the fridge. Izuku shook his head as he buried his face in the neglected piece of furniture. I just want to sleep. A good night's rest would do Izuku good, and not attending class the next day would be for the best. So tomorrow, I have to justify your absence, right? Aizawa sighed and gave Izuku a sidelong glance, who nodded still with his head buried in one of the cushions. The good thing is that it's Tuesday, and you take English with Yamada and art history with Kiyama. They won't be a problem. On the other hand, you also have math. The man put a hand on his chin. Izuku raised his arm. His phone flashed in his hand. Shinso's passing me his notes. I'll be fine. He watched his guardian's eyes focus on the most recent messages without actually reading them, but Aizawa trusted him, so he nodded and put the bowl of frozen ramen in the microwave. You must eat something, the man approached him. I'm not hungry. Izuku growled. He was so tired, the day had been crap, and the only salvageable thing had happened at the end. How did Aizawa not understand that? Izuku just wanted to lie down and have a day-long nap that would make Monday look like a bad dream. At least drink a glass of milk or something, Aizawa insisted. It's not good to skip meals. What a hypocrite. Izuku snorted. Look who says it. Izuku knew that he had told Aizawa he was calm, especially after the conversation with 13, but the weight of the day had collapsed on him as soon as he had set foot in the apartment. He told his guardian they would talk about it when classes were over after arriving home. Izuku didn't count on the blow of exhaustion. Aizawa must have noticed the tone Izuku was speaking with but didn't scold him. Instead, he turned to the microwave, took out the ramen, put it on the table, and sat on the chair. Silence settled in the room, only to be interrupted by the man's slurping of noodles and the notifications on Izuku's phone. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Aizawa muttered loud enough for Izuku to hear. Izuku shook his head. Don't apologize. Can we talk about this tomorrow? Please. The whispered plea at the end. Don't make me think of that. Sure, Aizawa relented. Thanks. When Izuku woke up the next day, his back aching and a blanket covering him, he couldn't help but feel the heaviness in his chest. Good morning, Aizawa greeted from the table, drinking coffee, or so Izuku supposed. How did you sleep? As I got hit by a car, he grumbled, stretching and hearing his back creak. You should buy a new couch. The man shook his head as he got up from the table, putting down his cup and picking up another. He slowly approached as Izuku sat down and offered him the hot drink. I'm only giving you coffee because there are no rules today, the man exclaimed, a false tone of enthusiasm to the words, as Izuku reached for the cup. You need a day off. I planned something that might help you. Izuku blinked slowly, the heat from the cup flooding his palms and his mind trying to clear what his guardian was saying. Shouldn't you be at UA? Izuku questioned as he took a sip from his cup. Did he sound ungrateful? He didn't mean to sound like that. But it was weird. Aizawa was supposed to be a teacher and had classes. It wasn't logical that he would miss his work to cheer up Izuku. There were ways to cheer Izuku up that didn't require him to change his routine. It's not that I dislike you planning a day off for me, but you don't need to alter your routine. It was just a rough day yesterday, Izuku said as he got up from the couch. But I'm fine now. You've done a lot for me. You don't need to do more. I've had worse days, and I've been able to face them alone. You shouldn't feel comp dash. He hadn't realized that he had started to hyperventilate. He was suddenly mimicking Aizawa's breath. That is, the man's gruff voice told him. Better. Izuku nodded. Good. Aizawa calmly replied as he sat cross-legged on the floor. This is the first non-mandatory day off I've taken in all my years as a teacher. If I want to change my routine for you, I'll do it. Understand? There was no room for discussion, and Izuku had no objection to spending a free-from-school Tuesday doing an activity instead of staying in his apartment, immersed in his misery. Got it? They were in Kiyama-san's car with a pre-quirk song playing in the background. It was weird. Izuku sighed as he stretched out in the back seat. I hadn't seen Tamura for a long time, and meeting him like this. He didn't need to finish the sentence. How long have you not seen him? Aizawa asked, his eyes still on the almost empty road. Izuku thought about it. He hadn't seen Tamura or Kurogyari since shortly after his 6th birthday. Almost 10 years. Aizawa slowly hummed as he watched him in the rearview mirror. It's a long time. Tamura had a positive impact on Izuku's life. Someone who hadn't cared about his quirklessness and who hadn't been terrified of his quirk when it manifested. Tamura was strange. He acted quite childish, being older than me. He loved video games and said that I was his little brother. Izuku admitted, remembering the fun afternoons of games and snacks, the sleepovers, and the feeling of Kurogyari tucking them in. He always made me feel safe. When being at home was too much, I would go with them. Seeing what his childhood friend was planning, Izuku felt bad for remembering it so fondly. If he saw Izuku, would Tamura recognize him? Aizawa seemed to read his mind. It's not bad that you treasure those moments with him. The man snapped, drawing Izuku's attention. He was there when no one else was. He helped you deal with your difficult situation at home and sheltered you. Then why did he leave me? Izuku muttered the question with his head lowered. One day, I needed him, and he was gone without a trace. I had so much anger and sadness. I looked for him every single day on the news in case they reported a quirkless suicide. By then, he would be 11. I was expecting there would be an answer to why he left me so suddenly, but I don't know now. Izuku remembered that after an unfairly failed exam, he had come home upset to find a note from Inko, telling him that she wouldn't be back until the following afternoon and that she had left money in one of the drawers for Izuku to buy what he needed. He had wondered how much longer his mom's rejection would last. When would there be evenings of games and movies again? Would she hug him again when he came home from school? Would he try his mom's katsudon again? It had been unbearably lonely. Maybe Tamura wanted to hang out, so he packed some clothes into his worn all-night backpack and ran to the meeting point. He had called repeatedly, waiting for the familiar purple portal that used to lead him to his friend, but it had never shown up, leaving him with wet cheeks and an emptiness in his heart. The days were passed in the same routine until Izuku gave up and accepted that he had been abandoned for the third. What if he wanted to leave you out of all this? Aizawa asked him as he parked the car. Izuku looked up to see his guardian turning on his seat. What if he protected you? Where are we? Izuku asked as they walked through the crowd of people. They made him nervous, and Aizawa didn't look very comfortable either. In a fair, Aizawa replied calmly. According to Yamada, they sell the best katsudon here. Katsudon? Did you bring me here to eat my favorite dish when there's a store that sells it for microwaves at the corner of the department? Or that I can eat it daily at UA? Aizawa gave him a raised eyebrow as they continued to cut through the people. For a change, or do you prefer something else? I think there's a branch here of that takoyaki cart Fat Gum loves. But if you want, we can get out of here and go to the nearest convenience store and buy frozen food. I have no problem saving a few yen. Izuku snorted as he shook his head. He loved to irritate Aizawa when the man played along. Katsudon sounds great. They sat in the pews, watching people hang out with their loved ones. Entire families, groups of friends, and couples enjoyed a fun afternoon in front of them. My quirk always made it hard for me to have friends, Aizawa quietly said as he took a bite of his takoyaki. My mother and father tried everything, but they also had their own problems. Aizawa had never told him about his family life. There was an accident when I was 14, just before I applied to UA. His guardian focused his gaze on the sky. They argued about something while we were going to my psychologist. I didn't realize when we crashed, but suddenly I opened my eyes and they were dead. Aizawa had lost his parents in a traffic accident. He had been the only survivor. They sent me to foster care after that. It was the worst experience of my life. The man tightened his grip on his stick. When I turned 16, I became emancipated, but I've been on my own since my parents died. Izuku felt a lump in his throat. I won't let you feel like you're alone. You are not. Izuku knew that Aizawa meant it sincerely, the man wasn't lying, but that dark corner of his mind told him that he shouldn't accommodate himself. Misfortune would follow him wherever he went. Sooner or later, everyone would tire of dealing with him and put him aside. It wouldn't be hard to abandon a boy who had apparently made no progress even after a year of therapy. I want to believe you. Izuku felt a burning in his throat and uneasiness in his hands. I seriously want to believe that there is something for me. The times he observed his mortality from the top of a building. Hidden letters in his notebooks. Izuku seriously wanted to believe that there was something for him. Maybe a future awaited him with a warm sense of security. A life without worries about his quirk. I hate feeling like this. He hissed. I want to be okay. I want not to care. I want them to shut up. He wanted to meet people without feeling like the earth would swallow him up, enjoy time with his friends, and talk without fear of rejection. He wanted to be careless about what others said or assumed about him. If the words were lies, they shouldn't bother him. He knew he wasn't a villain. He didn't want to be one. It didn't matter if his quirk was destructive. It was Izuku's. And Izuku wouldn't use it to harm anyone. He wanted those voices to shut up. Let those thoughts stop and leave him alone. He just wanted to listen to Inui-san's advice, the encouragement of Kiyama and Yamada, Nedza's lessons, Aizawa's support, and chat with his friends. All the recent events hit him, reminding him how hurt he had been by the suspicious looks that some of the UA staff sent him. He had felt so small, like that scared 5-year-old whose newly manifested quirk hurt a classmate. At least he hadn't felt as lonely as he had back then. He knew that there was someone who was protecting him. And I want them to see who I am. He was not a villain. He wasn't just a guy who needed psychological help. He was Midoriya Izuku, a 15-year-old UA student who wanted to be a quirk analyst. He didn't want to hide anymore, and he was getting there. He could feel it. But it was hard. Giving up seemed like a better option. He was so tired, but he was looking for strength not to sink further. There were people in that room who trusted him and never doubted his loyalty, who stood their ground on who Izuku was and didn't give up until the truth came out. It is a promise. Aizawa's tone reaffirmed his words as an unshakable truth. Surprisingly, Izuku hadn't cried until he heard Aizawa's voice, who, in 4 words, asked him to keep trusting him. Izuku began to roughly wipe away his tears as he hastily nodded and set the plate of katsudon at his side. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Strong arms wrapped around him, allowing him to use the black sweater as a makeshift scarf. It would be torture to wash it. You're welcome, kid. Izuku took a deep breath as he entered the 1C classroom. His classmates stared at him. It was a completely awkward and silent few seconds. Even Shinso woke up to the apparent lack of noise and gave him a small smile. Nobody knows anything. It didn't come out of that room. Don't worry. So he moved forward, trembling as he felt the eyes following him. Arriving at his seat, he took the backpack from his shoulders, adjusted it, and sat down. Is his hair on fire or something? Shinso snarled at the others after noticing that the uncomfortable looks wouldn't let up. Nobody answered. Maybe they had discovered Shinso's quirk or were scared by his hostile attitude. The good thing was that they stopped looking at him as some kind of wildlife and refocused on their stuff. How about the day off? Shinso asked as Izuku laid his forehead down on his desk table. Fun. Izuku hummed. I tasted the best katsudon of my life. He couldn't deny how exquisite it had been to try that dish after so many years without enjoying it. Lucky one, Shinso teasingly glowed as he rolled his eyes. We received a talk on SEC education. How lucky I am. Izuku may have had a shitty Monday, but at least he hadn't witnessed the fascinating world of SEC and CNCPTN. The kids didn't need to be taught that. Everything was on the internet. Although obviously there were students with parents or without the resources to access such information to a certain extent, they all knew what they had been told in the talk, and Izuku was happy that he did not have to re-listen to what he didactically learned at the young age of 10 years. Before Izuku could respond with some witty reply, Yamada-san, in his present mic persona, greeted everyone and started the class. When it was time for lunch, Izuku and Shinso went to sit at their same table, away from the others. How I envy those of the hero course, Shinso said as he plopped down on his chair. Yesterday I had lunch with them. They are not so bad, but they told me that their schedule is different from ours these days. Izuku snorted as he rolled his eyes and sampled some of his soba. Yeah, they're hero training. They have it 3 times a week, from what I know. Exactly. Shinso exclaimed as he took a bite of his teriyaki chicken. Though they told me it can vary. That's why we hardly ever meet hero kids at lunch. Nervousness didn't leave Izuku alone. Aizawa had assured him that everything would be fine. No one would go to USJ. He would take Class 1A on a field trip outside the school while the other teachers stayed behind at USJ to prevent Tamira's plan. All Might would be there. Everything was going to be okay. Izuku was trying to get distracted. He was getting paranoid. What do you think they're doing now? Shinso asked with his cheek resting on his fist, staring at nothing. Maybe something cool like beating All Might's butt or learning to use the capture weapon of Eraserhead. In their classroom with their costumes? Izuku raised an eyebrow, trying to keep his paranoia at bay. It's only 12:50, Shinso-kun. I really want that place, Shinso wailed. I must have you sick of the same, but it's my dream. Izuku shook his head as he put his chopsticks aside. That dream will come true if you start training. Concern for the USJ was replaced by concern for Shinso's possible rejection after finding out about his notebooks. The main reason was that many people found them creepy and killed any chance of friendship. But Izuku felt that he could trust Shinso for it, so he put it on the table under the watchful eye of his friend. Shinso slowly blinked as he appraised the quirk analysis number 14's notebook, the most recent, and raised an eyebrow. Where did you have this? Izuku didn't understand the question. Is it my notebook? Did I buy it in a store? No. Shinso pinched the bridge of his nose. I mean, where did you get it from? I don't remember you taking it out of the classroom, much less having it in your hand. Izuku tilted his head. How so, Shinso-kun? I always carry it by hand. Shinso seemed on the verge of having a breakdown, but, as always, he kept his cool and sighed. Never mind. Izuku was happy to put that conversation aside because he hadn't understood what Shinso wanted to say. He preferred not to delve into it. Then, speaking of your chances of entering the hero course at the festival, Izuku exclaimed as he opened the notebook and allowed Shinso to observe what he had gotten from his quirk. Shinso comically widened his eyes as he read the remarks. Izuku prayed that this wouldn't terrify his only friend, even though Shinso seemed to accept Izuku's eccentricities. This is impressive. Shinso snapped as Izuku got out of his own head. It even looks like I have a chance. Optimism turned into a person. Of course, you have a chance. Izuku squealed as he pointed at his notation. You only lack physical strength. I made a training plan based on my guardians. Shinso raised an eyebrow. From what I know, that varies by person. How old is your guardian? Because a 40-something person won't work on someone like me. Besides, there are other factors. Have more faith in me, Izuku offended played. I've adapted everything to your height and my estimate of your weight, He wasn't going to tell his friend that he got that information from his school files and consulted it with Recovery Girl. Besides, he's 32 years old. 32, pretty young, but who am I to judge someone's guardianship decisions? Shinso seemed to want to say something but backed off. Well, this madness seems to be my best chance. So, in your capable hands, I commend my spirit and my chance. Too much pressure, Shinso. If I don't do it well, my fault. Shinso continued reading the training plan in detail. You're doing too much for me, Midoriya. Thank you really. Izuku only managed to give a small smile. No problem. I don't know why I get worried, everything's gonna be fine. Shota pinched the bridge of his nose as he watched his students. None appeared to be an insider. They all seemed to be naive brats with some heroic potential. Sensei? Kaminari asked from his seat. The boy was obviously restless from having to sit for so long. He was starting to play with the antenna of his communicator. Reminder, ADHD test for Kaminari. Shota looked up and urged him to continue. How much time is left to arrive? The boy seemed like a small child asking his parents how long it would take to reach a destination. They weren't going to USJ, but Shota couldn't tell them. The insider could leak the location change information and attack. Better to keep the villains in a zone full of heroes. Maybe he could be the insider. The boy seemed to be overly anxious. Maybe they needed to be there, and Tamura already knew what they were planning. Kaminari! Monoma exclaimed from his seat. Why so nervous? Or are you just too excited? Or is it that your plan has failed? Kaminari shook her head as he hugged himself. Something's up, sensei. What the F are you talking about, dunce face? Bakugo yelled at him, standing in his seat. The tension focused on the boy. Conversations had gone silent. Kaminari, explain yourself, Shota ordered, trying to stay calm. You better not be alarmist. Kaminari shrank further in on himself as if he wanted to disappear into his seat. It's just that I have a friend, Hoshino Akita, Class 1H, and she just sent me a Morse message on my earphone. Or at least it seems like an attempt. The point is, I'm trying to reply to her, and I can't get a signal. Class 1H? Students from all other departments, along with 1B, were at UA. Shirty. He tried not to look alarmed. He had to keep calm. And what did the message say that makes you so nervous? Azui asked calmly. I don't see a big drawback. They're supposed to be in class. It meant SOS, Kaminari answered automatically. It wouldn't be a big deal, we commonly use it for humorous situations and everything, but it won't allow me to reply. All the heroes had left UA, and the school was full of substitute teachers who would cover their subjects while they were at USJ. Don't be alarmed. Shota tried to keep his students from panicking. All the children began to write to their contacts at UA desperately. I can't get in touch with my sister. Hagakure screeched. She's from Class 3J. Management. She always uses her phone. It's her life. Shota felt as if a bucket of cold water had fallen on his head. Izuku. He pulled the comlink from him and desperately tried to contact Nedzu. Nothing. If there was no signal to call UA, he had to contact the USJ. Come on. Shota muttered as he desperately tried to get any signal from Yamada. Please work. Nothing. Just silence. What's going on, sensei? Monoma asked, getting up from his seat. Shota could lie to them so as not to scare them. He would keep them calm while taking them to a safe place. He would think something after that. But lying doesn't always work. I can't contact either the UA or the USJ. He agreed as he watched his students lose color from their faces. Looks like they're under attack. Whoa. Izuku watched fearfully as Tamura calmly entered the dining room, followed by a monstrosity and several people. So this is blissful you interesting. What the F is that? Shinso muttered as he looked at the monster behind Tamura. Izuku didn't know the answer. A portal opened next to Tamura, and Kurogyri stepped through it. He leaned towards Tamura, but his voice was projected enough for everyone to hear. There's no appearance of All Might in the USJ. They were going to the USJ to assassinate All Might. What were they doing at UA? It was a foreseeable scenario anyway, Tamura shrugged. Looks like we'll have to destroy the spirit of the symbol of peace instead of killing him. It's not gonna be the same. Izuku swallowed hard as he watched the other students freeze in place. Such precious NPCs, who should I kill first? Tamura hummed as he moved between the tables. Maybe the one with 2 pigtails who's crying over Machi? Or maybe the guy who's texting a lot. Spoiler alert, it won't work. Don't look at me. Don't find me. Tamura approached the boy, who was crying silently as he desperately typed on his phone, trying to ask any of his contacts for help. I'll take this. Tamura took the cell phone from the boy's hands with 2 fingers and swung it over the heads of the students as he walked away. And I'll do this. He tossed the phone into the air and caught it with one hand, which closed around the device, making all 5 fingers touch it. The phone disintegrated. What the F dash? Izuku whispered with his eyes wide. Is he using decay? It just can't be. Tamura's quirkless. Shinso turned to see him with wide eyes. It's like yours. Izuku wanted to correct his friend. It was not like his. Tamura was using decay. Izuku knew that this was decay. You have 30 seconds to run and 30 to hide, Tamura said calmly. Let the game begin. Chaos broke out. So that's how Izuku and Hitoshi found themselves huddled under desks in a closed room with other kids. In the left corner of the room, a girl couldn't stop sobbing, her cries echoing too loudly. They'd be discovered if she didn't quiet down. Please, the boy whispered, covering her mouth. Stop crying or you'll get us killed. The situation worsened as the girl's eyes filled even more with tears, and she began to cry uncontrollably, unable to be silenced by the hand pressing against her lips. Izuku glanced at Hitoshi, silently weighing their options. He knew he could make her quiet, but Hitoshi looked away, unwilling to risk exposing his quirk, especially with the sports festival looming and their chance to secure a spot in the hero course. However, they found themselves in a situation that demanded immediate action. Before anyone could react, they heard it. Slow, heavy footsteps approached their hiding spot. The boy beside the girl pressed his hand harder against her mouth, trying to muffle any sound she might make. Please go, Tamura. Please, Tamura, don't hurt anyone. Do you think they noticed our little move, Kurogyri? Tamura's voice sounded amused from outside the room. Izuku closed his eyes tightly. Because chasing and scaring NPCs isn't much fun. Is this the same brat I played heroes and villains with? Izuku questioned himself. What happened, Tamura? They did indeed notice it, the other voice, which sounded like Kurogyri, responded. All Might shouldn't take long. How will you carry out your threat? Tamura laughed, a dry, sarcastic laugh filled with disturbing amusement. The lives of a few NPCs should be enough to damage their spirit, but now the question is, where have they gotten themselves? Izuku heard footsteps, but Tamura didn't move, they were rhythmic as if he were marking. It's a trap, Shinso whispered extremely quietly to him. He wants others to believe he's retreating so they will come out of hiding. Izuku nodded as he watched the girl being pinned by the boy in a suffocating hug. It wasn't an image that sat right with Izuku. In any other circumstance, he would have intervened, telling the boy to ease up, that he was hurting her. But then he remembered that if the girl made a noise and revealed their hiding spot, the consequences wouldn't be as simple as a bruise. Come on, little NPCs, Tamura whispered with feigned kindness as he advanced a few steps. No need to be afraid. I just want to introduce you to a friend, don't I, Nomu? A hoarse, indecipherable growl responded. So the monstrous thing Tamura had brought was called Nomu. Izuku could live without knowing it, and hopefully, the other UA students could feel the same. Or maybe we can play another way, the older boy said as he returned to his original position. Izuku looked at the red sneakers under the door frame. He wasn't going to move, he seemed to want to stay in front of the door to his hiding place. Tamura was impulsive, had a terrible temper, and was capricious, but he was not stupid, much less an idiot. He knew there was someone inside the classroom. Instead of hide and seek, let's play hidden treasure. Tamura exclaimed in an exaggerated, fake animated voice, humming slowly. I didn't just come here for All Might, I also wanted to find another little person. Izuku felt frozen in place, all the warmth leaving him at once. He can't talk about me, right? This little person is a childhood friend of mine, someone I haven't seen in a while and who I found out studies here. Tamura continued, humming as he raised his voice higher. Izuku felt Shinso's gaze on him. The other kids didn't know who Izuku was, they weren't his classmates. Maybe they were even from other departments. I want to recreate our childhood memories, remember? This time, Izuku knew the speech was directed at him. Long sleepovers and days of play, don't you miss that? Being free without all this control, without a demon watchdog on your back. Aizawa wasn't his watchdog. Instead, he was the only person who tried to understand him and offered him a real home in a long time. A chance to live despite Izuku's many expressions of wanting it all to end. Initially, before last year, Izuku had longed for Tamura's company. A person who reached out to him in his loneliest moments and offered him a distraction, a long-lost friend but one Izuku could never turn down. But now he felt that he had a place to return to in the evenings, and he wouldn't change things to how they were at that moment. He still longed for Tamura, who was his only friend and was there when Izuku's life fell apart. But now it was better that it remain a memory because Izuku's life was getting back on track, and Tamura would never accept it. So I will withdraw from UA freely, even before All Might's arrival. Tamura said gamely. If Izuku Midoriya is brought before me, it's all over. There were many things that Hisashi Yamada had not prepared for in life. Among them was waking up without a voice, and another was an attack by villains on school grounds. It was too curious that the second had happened before the first. Can you contact UA? Kayama asked. He put his hand on his hearing aid, but it seemed off. Completely silent on the other side. We are so screwed. Hisashi shook his head. We are on our own. Shota couldn't panic, even though he felt like he could at any moment, especially with the way Hagakure had started crying. I got into a fight with her this morning because she ate my yogurt, the invisible girl wailed as Ishido comforted her. If something happens to her, I will never eat yogurt again in my entire life. The worry was understandable, and he could feel the heavy atmosphere among all the children. No one knew exactly what was happening, but they were on their way to ask for help. Then he remembered Izuku. Izuku, who was likely also in danger. But he couldn't afford to panic, he was the hero and the adult in this situation. If they wanted to rescue the UA students, if he wanted to save Izuku, he would need to devise a plan. How do we bypass the UA barrier, sensei? Kirishima inquired. Maybe they've cut off the signal everywhere, and our only option is to break through it. Some students looked at him with concern. How could they do it? What would All Might be doing in his position? Rather, what would the Netsu be doing? Would he have had a plan B? Maybe if I cut the power? I mean, I could redirect it or something with my quirk, Kaminari suggested. At least for a few seconds, and then Ida runs through it? Everyone turned to the blonde. It could work, in theory, and as far as Shota knew. Kaminari would cut off the supply, and Ida would run as fast as he could to get through the barrier above. Good idea, Kaminari. Shota congratulated him as he got into the driver's seat, deactivated the car's autopilot, and pressed hard on the accelerator. Hold on, kids. Wait for me, Izuku. Tamura smiled widely as a girl emerged from a room, fear evident in her trembling movements. An imminent death could have awaited her if Tamura had not proposed an alternative. I see that at least in UA, not everyone is a coward, he exclaimed as Nomu roared at his side and Kurogiri slowly clapped his hands behind him. I promise what I said is true. Bring Izuku Midoriya to me, and everything will be over. I will take him, and you will be free without a scratch. The girl continued to tremble as she slowly walked down the hallway, her back to Tamura. I hope you're looking for him, and don't try to run away. Tamura laughed humorlessly as he watched the girl freeze. I wouldn't want to see my good faith compromised by a fraud from you, the honorable NPCs of UA. Right, Izuku? No sign of Izuku in sight. Tamura was starting to get impatient. It wasn't good when he asked for things so nicely and didn't get what he wanted. I know you're over there, Izuku, hiding with some of the NPCs. If I lied to them, your little friend out here would be turned into dust. The girl couldn't stop shaking. Tamura felt satisfaction seeing the terror it caused. He felt so powerful, even beyond the ability to turn others into dust. So go out and find Izuku Midoriya so you can have it tomorrow, you damn NPC brats. If his warning hadn't been clear from the start, it finally seemed to have the desired effect. When the girl in the hallway turned around to face him and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Izuku Midoriya is from 1C. General Studies. He has curly green hair and freckles." And what was more beautiful than doors opening and people starting to run through the hallways united by a single goal? Izuku felt his stomach drop as Shinso completely focused his gaze on him. Tamura's words stopped mattering as the footsteps quickened in the hallway. The room was dark enough that the other two guys couldn't identify his features, but Shinso was another matter. "People are looking for you," his friend whispered. Izuku nodded slowly as he tried to keep the tears from coming. This wasn't how things were supposed to be, though he had to admit how naive he had been. The past cannot be erased as simply as changing your environment. He must have foreseen that, like a cursed child, good things never last too long. He recognized the voice of the girl who spoke outside. She was Ayaka Kawasaki, from 1D. Izuku had lent her 200 yen last week. She had been so kind to him. But fear changes people. "I swear, Shinso, I haven't seen him since I was 6. He disappeared one day, and I moved on with my life," Izuku said, his voice strained, trying to make sense of things. Izuku thought Shinso was his friend and hoped Shinso felt the same way. But what if Shinso handed him over to Tamura? No, Izuku couldn't imagine that. Shinso wouldn't betray him, right? Yue was different as most of the people there. "I don't even know why he's looking for me. I haven't had any recent association with him. I even informed the police that he was the one who infiltrated UA on the day the journalists entered." Izuku found himself speaking more than usual. He desperately wanted to prove he wasn't the villain people accused him of being because of his quirk. "I don't understand why he has my quirk now. I swear he was quirkless when I met him. And you have to believe me dash." Shinso slammed his hand over Izuku's mouth. "I believe you." 3 words were enough to make Izuku cry. There were few people whom Izuku fully trusted. All of them were adults who had shown him that he was still worthy of love, regardless of his quirk. However, ever since the incident with Katsuki, Izuku had become wary of people his own age. But with Shinso, things were different. There was a silent mutual understanding between them, closely linked by shared experiences of ostracism, memories of suspicious and fearful glances, and the word villain whispered in different voices and distant rumors. "That's why I'm asking you to trust me, okay?" Shinso's tone was desperate, as if he knew Izuku would refuse if he revealed his plans. "You're my friend, really. I'm not lying." Could Izuku trust someone who claimed to be his friend again, especially after being betrayed by his childhood friend? "Please, Midoriya. I swear I have a plan, okay?" Did he have any other option? Shinso's eyes were watering as he slowly removed his hand from Izuku's mouth. He appeared genuine, and Izuku prayed he wouldn't repeat the same error. "All right," Izuku replied. "I trust you." Tamura was delighted with the chaos unfolding at UA as he watched the students desperately run through the hallways in search of Izuku. He would soon save his little brother from the world of heroes. Letting him go had been difficult at first, but Sensei had promised him that it would be for Izuku's sake, which Tamura could see after so many years. Unfortunately, as always, the heroes had to intervene and ruin Sensei's plans. "Heroes are always nosy," he growled under his breath as he watched the frightened students opening and kicking in doors, none trying to escape. But when they have to save those who need it, they're nowhere to be found. He remembered wandering the streets, scared and fearful, however, finally feeling free. Who knew destruction was such an effective form of liberation? He could get rid of the FING brats in a matter of seconds, watch his skin disintegrate down to his muscle, and finally see their bones turn to dust. But it wasn't what he needed. He just wanted Izuku to come out from wherever he was hiding. They would finally return home and be free together. Tamura would teach him everything the heroes didn't want Izuku to learn. Soon, Izuku. "Tamura!" Izuku screamed, and it was like everything started moving in slow motion. The students stopped and stared at him, eyes wide open, completely terrified. Tamura turned and gave him a toothy grin. terrifying to anyone but familiar to Izuku. It was the same smile with which Tamura defeated the final bosses in video games when they were children. The same pure expression of childish joy twisted into the mania of someone who had fallen into villainy. A child that no one saved. "I'm here now," Izuku shouted again. "You don't have to do all this." He did not observe any change in Tamura's expression. There was no regret or shame, just mere excitement and perhaps some displeasure. "Why shouldn't I, Izuku-chan?" the older boy asked him as he leaned against one of the beams and the thing called Nomu appeared behind him. "Didn't you see how these FING NPCs turned their backs on you?" Izuku backed away slowly as Tamura began to approach him. "Didn't you see how those you want to belong to abandon you?" Tamura began to scream while the Nomu followed behind him before the terrified gazes of the other students. "I'm here to save you, Izuku-chan. Don't you see?" Izuku bitterly remembered the afternoons of video games and snacks. Tamura's endless words of comfort and encouragement when Izuku cried. If only the world wasn't so cruel, maybe Izuku wouldn't long for those memories so much after having created so many more. "But you also left me like them," Izuku responded, feeling tears run down his face. "You left me too and didn't come back. What makes you different from them?" Izuku knew it wasn't the best strategy to buy the time Hitoshi had asked for. He had to better control his emotions, not overflow them, but it was not possible. Izuku Midoriya had always been a crybaby. "What makes me different is that I didn't leave you because I wanted to." Tamura stretched out his hand, reaching for Izuku as he ran in a pathetic attempt to get away from his childhood friend. He wasn't supposed to do that. Izuku would only distract him, nothing more. But why had his instincts screamed at him to run? Why had he listened to them so suddenly? "Do you think I wanted to leave you?" Tamura was chasing him fiercely as the students locked themselves in the classrooms again. "Do you think I wanted to leave you at the mercy of stupid heroes?" Izuku didn't respond, he just ran through the hallways in terror. "Answer me, Izuku." Tamura's voice echoed through the corridors, mixed with the unsettling sounds of Nomu's heavy footsteps behind him. Everything was a blur to Izuku. His mind tried to understand why Tamura had returned so determined to his life. Why after so many years? Why not before? "Why did you come back now?" Izuku shouted back, his voice cracking with emotion. "Why after all these years?" Tamura's expression twisted with frustration. "Because it's time now. I waited all these years for this. Because I couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing you with those fake heroes, pretending like they care about you." Izuku's thoughts raced, but they were interrupted by Tamura's harsh voice. "You think all this is real?" Tamura's words were dripping with bitterness. "You think those people really care about you? They're just pretending. Heroes never save people like us." Izuku's breath came in ragged gasps as he sprinted through the narrow, dimly lit corridors. The weight of Tamura's words pressed heavily on him, mingling with the panic surging through his veins. He tried to push them aside, focusing instead on putting as much distance between himself and Tamura as he could. His heart pounded against his ribcage, each beat a reminder of the danger closing in on him. "Why does it matter to you if I'm happy?" Izuku shouted back, his voice cracking with a mix of exhaustion and frustration. "Why are you doing this?" Tamura's gaze was intense, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous mix of anger and deep-seated pain. "It's not about ruining your life. It's about showing you the truth. You're living in a delusion, surrounded by people who will abandon you as soon as it's convenient for them." The words stung more than Izuku wanted to admit. He could feel the sting of Tamura's accusation, a sharp contrast to the warmth he had always found in the support of his friends and mentors. He thought of Aizawa, who had offered him a home and a place to belong, of Inui-san, whose listening ear and non-judgmental presence had been a lifeline, of Yamada and Kayama, whose readiness to help had made him feel less alone, of Kuro-san, whose advice had guided him through his toughest moments, and of Nedzu, who had believed in his potential. Their support was a constant reminder of the good he had in his life, standing in stark contrast to Tamura's dark view. "Even if some people are fake," Izuku shouted, his desperation giving way to a fierce determination, "there are others who actually care about me. I can't just ignore them because of what you say. Tamura's face twisted with frustration as he closed in on Izuku. You're so wrapped up in your little world that you don't want to see the truth. Izuku's fear was turning into resolve. He wouldn't let Tamura's bitterness drag him down. So tell me yours. He had fought too hard, been supported too generously, and come too far to give up now. As Izuku rounded a corner, he saw a familiar face coming toward him. It was Hitoshi, his expression a mixture of worry and determination, who yelled, Handyman. Everything had unraveled so quickly that Hitoshi barely had time to comprehend just how disastrously his plan had failed. His heart pounded in his chest as the scene replayed in his mind in flashes. First, he was there, standing, screaming at the villain with all the authority he could muster, fully relying on his quirk to tip the scales in his favor. He had been confident, maybe too confident, that the villain would fall under his control like so many others had before. But something had gone terribly wrong. In the next moment, a monstrous, hulking beast twice the size of anything Hitoshi had ever encountered was barreling toward him, each thunderous step sending tremors through the floor beneath his feet. The distance between them was closing too fast, much too fast, and the sound of its guttural roar reverberated in Hitoshi's bones. He couldn't move. His legs, which should have already been carrying him as far away as possible, felt like they were rooted to the ground. His mind screamed, but his body refused to obey. He stood there, frozen, his breath caught in his throat as though the very air had turned to lead in his lungs. Why wasn't he running? Why wasn't anyone else trying to help him or stop the beast from charging? And most importantly, why hadn't the villain answered his question like everyone always did? Instead, the villain had grinned mocking, sinister, and simply shouted one word: attack. That single word echoed in Hitoshi's mind as everything crumbled around him. His quirk, which had always been his greatest weapon, had failed him. No, he had failed. He had made a critical mistake, underestimated his opponent. How had everything gone so wrong so fast? His mind raced, searching for some explanation, some way to fix it, but it was too late. He could already feel the ground shaking harder as the beast drew closer, the rush of wind from its powerful strides hitting his face. His vision blurred with fear, and he knew he was going to die if he didn't move. But there was no time left. His options had dwindled down to one: brace for impact. With a grim sense of acceptance, Hitoshi squeezed his eyes shut, shutting out the world, the monstrous beast, and the looming disaster. He shut it all out, every sound, every image, until all that remained was the painful pressure of his eyelids pressing together. The fear still clawed at him, but there was nothing more he could do. It was too late. He was powerless. In that moment, as he waited for the beast's crushing blow to hit, a bitter thought crept into his mind. A dark laugh bubbled up from his chest, though it was more self-mockery than humor. You're one shot at a heroic moment, and you screw it up, he thought, his inner voice dripping with frustration and regret. After everything, this is how it ends? You, standing like an idiot, waiting to get trampled by a monster because you couldn't pull it together. His fists clenched at his sides, but it didn't matter. There was nothing left to do but wait. Well, he mused bitterly, at least you go down with your head held high, or whatever's left of it after this. There had been countless moments in Izuku's life when he had failed miserably, moments where his best efforts had crumbled in the face of overwhelming obstacles. Each failure had left its mark, carving deeper the sense of inadequacy that had followed him for so long. But trying to befriend Hitoshi Shinso, thankfully, hadn't joined the list of his greatest failures. In Shinso, Izuku had found more than just a classmate or an ally. He had found someone who understood what it meant to be underestimated, to struggle against expectations. Despite the short time they had spent together, Shinso had already become someone Izuku trusted, someone he genuinely considered a friend. He saw in him the makings of a great hero, someone whose potential had only begun to surface. There was a quiet determination in Shinso, one that reminded Izuku of his own struggles and his relentless pursuit of his dreams, despite the odds. And even though Shinso still had a lot of training ahead of him, Izuku had no doubt that he could achieve greatness. It wasn't a question of if, but when. But for now, He had to survive long enough to prove himself at the sports festival. But at that precise moment, none of those thoughts crossed Izuku's mind. His body had moved on its own, driven by instinct rather than reason. The situation had escalated too quickly, and there was no time to think, only time to act. Maybe destruction wasn't always meant to harm. Maybe it had another purpose. Kuro's-san had once told Izuku something that had stuck with him. Quirks could be terrifying, yes, but there was an excitement in that power when one truly allowed themselves to embrace everything it could bring. There was beauty in the chaos if you were brave enough to see it. Izuku had been thinking about that a lot recently, how quirks were often seen as tools of destruction or harm, but they could also be so much more. They were a part of who they were, and to deny them would be to deny a part of themselves. And now, standing there with a monstrous Nomu threatening to crush everything in its path, that truth had never felt more real. In that moment, something shifted inside him. It wasn't the usual surge of fear or hesitation that often plagued him in the face of danger. No, this was something else. A quiet resolve. It was the small, fragile dream of a child whose wings had been clipped before they had the chance to spread. A dream that, despite everything, refused to die. Without a second thought, Izuku removed his glove, letting it fall to the ground with a soft thud. His heart pounded in his chest, but his hand was steady as he stretched it out, reaching as far as he could. The power thrummed at his fingertips, a force he had only begun to understand. Just inches from Hitoshi's face, the Nomu dissolved into dust, reduced to nothing in an instant. It floated like ash, catching the fractured light that filtered in through shattered windows and broken ceilings. The world had gone silent, save for the dull ringing in Izuku's ears, a sharp contrast to the chaos that had just erupted. The debris settled slowly, as if reluctant to cover what had just occurred. Izuku stood in the center of it all, trembling. His fingers were still outstretched, suspended midair as if they could rewind time, erase the evidence of what he had done. As if by keeping them frozen there, he could pretend it hadn't happened. That he hadn't used it. That he hadn't let go. His knees buckled, the weight of the moment finally sinking in. But before he could collapse completely, a hand caught his wrist firm, grounding. Someone was saying something. Voices rose and fell around him, sharp with urgency, blurred by panic, but all of it washed over him like white noise. He couldn't make out the words. Couldn't bring himself to listen. His breathing came in shallow gasps, too fast, too loud. His hands, covered in the familiar weight of his gloves, shook violently, and for the first time, they felt foreign. As if they no longer belonged to him. As if something else had reached through his skin, hijacked his nerves, and acted. He had used decay, and it had worked. A rasping chuckle cut through the fog like a blade. So, in the end, you're still the same. The voice slithered into him like cold water down his spine. He flinched, instinctively drawing back, eyes scanning the dust until they locked onto the figure stepping forward. A hand twitched against the villain's jaw, as if itching to tear the flesh away, and pale, cracked eyes bore into him equal parts amusement, anger, and something Izuku didn't want to name. Tamura. His name tasted like ash. Tamura stared at him in silence for a moment, gaze dragging down his form like a surgeon examining a wound that wouldn't close. Then, a bitter, crooked smile curled onto his face. It wasn't triumph. It was recognition. That thing you used. Tamura's voice was calm, but his fingers curled with contained tension, nails breaking skin. It's not yours. But it doesn't matter, does it? It works. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. The words echoed louder than any explosion. Not yours. He looked down at his hands again. At the gloves, fraying at the edges. He hadn't felt anything when he used decay. No resistance. No pain. No sense of crossing a line. Just emptiness. Tamura stepped closer, a cruel sort of empathy in his voice now. You don't have to keep pretending, Izuku. Playing the role they dressed you in. That classroom, that uniform, that dream, it's not yours either. He gestured loosely around them, at the wreckage, at the terrified eyes watching from a distance. You really think they'll let you stay after this? Even if they don't say it, they're afraid. Not of the villains. Not of me. Tamura's smile faded, his voice softening into something more dangerous. They're afraid of you. Izuku didn't want to look, but his eyes betrayed him. He caught the way the others stood still, too still, backed against the walls like cornered animals. No one came forward. No one called his name. No one reached for him. You've always been different. Tamura's hand extended. An offer. An invitation, born of shared exile. They won't ever stop seeing you that way. No matter how hard you fight, there's a line you'll never be allowed to cross. The pause. A quiet breath. You can stop pretending. You can leave now with me. Izuku's throat closed around the storm gathering inside him. Tamura's voice no longer sounded like a villain's. It sounded like a lifeline, the wrong one, but a lifeline all the same. He wanted to believe the things he'd done were still his own. That the choice to protect, to defend, hadn't been overwritten by that moment of surrender to the decay. But the memory replayed behind his eyes, too fast, too real. His skin remembered the crumble of matter beneath his fingers, the absolute silence that followed. Power without restraint. A stuckton, not a mistake. He shook his head, but even that felt weak. I can't. Tamura watched him for a beat too long, something unreadable flickering in his expression. Then his jaw clenched and the moment passed. Whatever he had been hoping for in Izuku's answer, it was gone now. We're leaving. His voice had turned to ice. Now. Shigaraki, Tamura. Someone tried to speak, but he cut them off with a snarl, turning on his heel. I said we're leaving. Kurogiri was already moving. Shadows twisted at his feet, unfurling into a void that swallowed light and sound. The villains stepped through without hesitation, like pieces returning to their rightful place on a board. Tamura was the last to go. He didn't look back. And silence, deeper than before, fell. Izuku dropped to his knees. The tremors returned with a vengeance, racking his frame. The numbness receded just enough to let guilt slip through the cracks, slow and suffocating. His chest felt hollow. He reached for something to hold onto: logic, reason, memory, but found only one phrase echoing in the aftermath. Not yours. Then what was it? Shota felt the shift before Kaminari could even open his mouth. It wasn't a sound and it wasn't a tremor. It was something subtler, deeper, like the pressure in the air had suddenly dropped, like the whole building exhaled at once after holding its breath too long. The atmosphere grew lighter, but not in a way that brought relief. It was the kind of lightness that came just before something gave out. The kind that said something was gone, and maybe they should have never trusted it was there to begin with. The power's out, Sensei, Kaminari said quietly, his voice tight, as though saying it too loud might unravel the fragile silence around them. It's cut out. Or it was cut out, Kirishima added, his tone lower, darker, as he scanned the hallway. With eyes that were sharper than usual, jaw clenched. Shota didn't answer immediately. His mind moved quickly, piecing together what that sudden absence meant. The electromagnetic field was gone, that much was obvious. The barrier that had surrounded this wing of the campus, separating them from the outside and shielding them from whatever was unfolding beyond, it had vanished. But that wasn't victory. That wasn't even necessarily escape. It could mean that the attack had ended, that the villains had been repelled. Or it could mean the opposite, that the threat had simply shifted focus, that their enemies no longer saw them as relevant. Or worse, that the real assault was only just beginning. Shota had been in enough combat zones, enough ambushes and hostage crises and urban disasters, to recognize the patterns. And this wasn't an ending. It was a pause. A breath drawn in before the blow landed. Izuku. The name crashed through his thoughts like a gunshot. Not a whisper. Not a passing thought. A desperate, involuntary flare of fear. Ida broke the silence first, panic breaking through the stillness like shattering glass. We have to get to the main campus. What if they need help? We don't know what's there. Ashido snapped back. It could be crawling with villains. We need to regroup, we need to call someone. Or we are the someone. Bakugo exploded, eyes blazing. If you want to be heroes, then start acting like it. That's suicidal. Jiro's voice was sharp, almost shaking. We don't even know if it's safe. You're talking about running into a blind ambush. The noise swelled around them, arguments and accusations overlapping into a rising tide of panic. Shoji moved to shield Mineta, who was visibly trembling, while Tokoyami and Siro exchanged clipped, urgent theories about entry points and defensive positions. Uraraka stood apart from them all, silent, her gaze locked on the way that led back toward the main campus. She wasn't speaking, but her posture was rigid, waiting, like she still believed someone would come running through that hallway at any second. Like she was hoping for a miracle. And Shota stood in the center of it all, barely hearing a word. All he could think about was Izuku. About where he'd last seen him. About the sound of his voice. About how many unknown minutes had passed since the attack began. He had found the kid when he was at his lowest, a quiet, broken thing trying to pull himself together with nothing but willpower and a stubborn sense of right and wrong. Aizawa had offered what he could not: warmth, maybe, not softness, but presence. He'd been there. And over time, that presence had become something stronger. He hadn't realized when it shifted, when that protective instinct had started cutting deeper than duty, but now, he couldn't bear the thought that he might have already failed him. The fear sank deep, a cold weight in his chest that made it hard to breathe. It was the kind of fear that didn't just whisper danger, it screamed it. That made him want to abandon everything, to tear through the halls with his quirk blazing and find that kid, drag him back no matter what it cost. But he couldn't. Not yet. Around him, the voices of his students were growing louder, more desperate, more frayed at the edges. They were still young, still raw, brilliant, brave, foolish kids who wanted to help, who wanted to do the right thing but who didn't understand yet what it meant to choose one life over another. To make the call. To live with it. And they were all looking to him. He couldn't afford to freeze. Couldn't afford to run. If something had happened to Izuku, if anything had gone wrong, he'd never forgive himself. But if something happened to any of these kids under his care while he was chasing after someone else, he wouldn't be able to live with that either. "Don't tell me we're staying here," Bakugo growled, stepping closer now, practically vibrating with frustration. "If Deku's out there, you know he'd come for us." And goddammit, he was right. Izuku would have gone. He wouldn't have asked for permission, wouldn't have hesitated. If there was even a chance someone he cared about was in danger, he'd already be halfway there. It was the most heroic and most terrifying thing about him. And that truth was like a knife in Aizawa's chest. He dragged a hand down his face, forcing himself to focus, to breathe past the storm inside his head. He wanted to shout, to run, to protect all of them at once, but he couldn't do any of it without information. Without knowing where to start. He moved quickly to the emergency communication panel mounted near the corridor. His fingers trembled slightly as he punched in the code and keyed open the line. "This is Eraserhead," he said, jaw clenched, forcing steadiness into his voice. "Requesting immediate intel from any active hero units near UA's main campus. Situation is uncertain. Prioritize visual confirmation. Repeat, I need eyes on that campus." Izuku stared at his hands. They were still trembling. Even through the scorched fabric of his fingerless gloves, he could feel the phantom heat of what he'd unleashed, could see the faint trails of dust clinging to his palms like a curse that wouldn't wash off. He flexed his fingers once, and the motion sent a sharp sting up his wrist. It didn't feel like victory. It didn't feel like power. It didn't even feel like survival. It felt like something he wasn't supposed to touch. Something that had never belonged to him. The silence that followed felt like judgment. He didn't know how long he stayed like that, knees pressed into broken tile, chest too tight to breathe properly. The air was too thick, too heavy, like smoke curling down his throat with every breath. His lungs ached. His ribs felt caged. Still, he didn't move. Couldn't. The cold had sunk into him, not the kind carried by the wind outside or the shattered windows overhead, but something internal, heavier than fear, colder than regret. It had worked. And they had seen. He didn't dare look up. He didn't want to see their faces, didn't want to meet the eyes of the people he'd sworn to protect. He didn't want to see what was written there. But he didn't have to. He could feel it. The weight of it. They weren't moving. They had frozen against the walls like the debris around them. Pressed themselves into the shadows, behind twisted steel and fallen chunks of ceiling. Not to hide from the villains. From him. A sound broke the stillness, small, sharp. Concrete scraping against tile. A choked breath. And the unmistakable shuffle of someone backing away too fast. He turned his head without thinking, and his gaze locked onto a student whose name he couldn't even register. It didn't matter. Their face told him everything. Izuku knew that look. He had lived with that look. From his own reflection. You're not like the rest of us. He curled his hands into fists, as if sheer force could stop the tremble. It didn't. The quake ran deeper than his muscles. It came from the fracture he could now feel running straight through him, thin and invisible, like a fault line waiting to split. He clenched his jaw, swallowed back the sour taste of bile. It shouldn't have been like this. He reached blindly, fingers brushing against a loose shard of concrete. He wrapped his hand around it, not tight enough to break skin, but enough to feel the edge, to feel something solid, something that grounded him in this moment. His breath caught, unsteady. And then, through the haze, a sound reached him. A sob. It echoed from somewhere deeper in the hallway, choked and fragile and real, and it hit him like a blow. They were alive. The students were alive. He had saved them. That should have meant something. It should have been enough. But it wasn't. Because all he could hear now was Tamura's voice, cold and quiet, winding through his mind like smoke. Do you think you still belong here? There was no answer. Somewhere beyond the shattered windows, a new noise stirred the dust. Faint at first, like a whisper on the wind, but rising steadily. Sirens. Their whine cut through the distant silence like a blade, growing louder with every second. Then the tremor, soft but unmistakable, of someone powerful landing just outside the building. A rush of wind swept through the entrance. Voices followed, barked orders over radios, the scuffle of boots over debris. Heroes incoming. He didn't move. The sirens screamed now, flashing red and blue through the fractured windows, casting flickering lights across the ruins of the hallway. Shattered glass sparkled like frost on the blood-streaked floor. Footsteps pounded closer, growing sharper, heavier. The calm after violence was breaking. More voices. Too many to focus on. Commands shouted. Questions asked. A pause, then the sound of someone sobbing, another gasping for breath. Amid it all, Izuku just sat there, breath shallow, his heart thudding like a distant drum. He didn't flinch when a shadow fell over him. Didn't speak when gloved hands reached for his arm, steady but cautious. He couldn't hear what they were saying. He barely registered the stretcher, or the way they carefully maneuvered him onto it. The thermal blanket that wrapped around his shoulders might as well have been made of smoke. His gaze drifted upward, catching glimpses of the ceiling, of broken pipes and flickering lights as they wheeled him out. A shard of broken glass caught his eye, a jagged sliver stuck in the frame of a shattered display case. He saw himself there. Briefly. Dust-covered. A line of blood across his jaw that wasn't his. His eyes looked hollow. His expression blank. There was no version of himself in that reflection that he recognized. Outside, the chaos had already begun to swell. Reporters had gathered, held back by barriers, but not silenced. Cameras flashed. Helicopters circled above. The voices outside were louder, more demanding, clamoring for truth, for blame, for a headline. They wanted a name. Izuku turned his face away. Let them ask. Let them guess. They'd all find out eventually. They didn't wait long to ask. Izuku sat straight-backed, gloved hands folded neatly in his lap, posture rigid in a way that felt more like restraint than composure. The room itself was suffocating, windowless, sterile, too small for the thoughts pressing against his skull, and it did nothing to ease the anxiety tightening in his chest. Am I in trouble? Izuku asked. He had to be. He had killed someone in public. Detective Tsukachi shook his head, a tired sigh escaping him. What you disintegrated wasn't human anymore, he said gently. At least, it hadn't been for a long time. If you ask me, you showed mercy. Mercy for the hell of having become that thing. Had it once had a family waiting for it somewhere? Had Izuku robbed it of the possibility, however slim, that doctors might have found a cure? No matter how he turned the thought over, the conclusion stayed the same. He had taken a life. Izuku's fingers curled slightly into his palm. He focused on the sensation, the texture of the fabric, the pressure, the grounding reminder that his hands were still under his control. "You didn't do anything wrong, Izuku," the detective said calmly. "You protected your classmates from a clear threat. There's no crime in that. If anything, you acted like a hero." How many times had Izuku dreamed of hearing those words directed at him? Now they felt hollow. Apparently, the only way he could be called a hero was with blood on his hands. The irony burned. "Did you locate Tamura?" Izuku dared to ask. Tsukachi shook his head again. "We're doing everything we can to find him. Him and Kurogiri. So far, nothing. Sooner or later, they would know what Tamura had said to him. The school cameras had audio. Tamura said decay wasn't my quirk," Izuku said, drawing in a shaky breath as tears slipped down his cheeks despite his effort to stop them. "Yes, we saw that in the footage," the detective admitted. "But it doesn't change anything." "No," Izuku replied quietly. "It changes everything." His voice cracked despite himself. "If this quirk isn't mine, then, who am I? Who have I been trying to become all this time?" Tsukachi exhaled slowly, rubbing a hand over his face. "Those are good questions," he said at last. "And I don't have a proper answer for them, kid." Izuku didn't exchange a single word with Aizawa during the ride back home. The silence pressed in on him the entire way, thick and unbearable, his thoughts looping too fast for him to grab onto any one of them. By the time they reached the small apartment, Izuku didn't hesitate. He walked straight past Aizawa, shut himself inside his room, and broke. He cried loudly, without restraint, the kind of sobbing that tore itself out of his chest because holding it in would have hurt more. No amount of words could have dulled the pain coiling inside him. "It's not fair!" Izuku screamed, sweeping his desk supplies onto the floor with a sharp, angry motion. Pens clattered, paper scattered, plastic cracked on impact. "It's not fair, it's not fair, it's not fair." Kid sacrificed so much to master decay. Years of fear, DSPLN, and relentless self-control just to earn a place in society as someone people didn't have to be afraid of. Hound Dog had told him he was improving, that therapy would be reduced to twice a month. He had even started to believe, tentatively, that he could participate in UA's sports festival. And now? Decay wasn't his quirk. Or at least, that was how Tamura had said it. Then whose was it? More importantly, who was Izuku without the quirk that had defined, categorized, and condemned him for most of his life? Had all of that fear, all of that effort, been for nothing? If decay wasn't his, then who was he without the terror to shape him? 3 knocks pulled him out of the spiral as his breathing slowed, just barely. "Go away," Izuku snapped. "Leave me alone." "I can't." Aizawa's tired voice came from the other side of the door, quiet but steady. "I can't, kid." The anger surged back before Izuku could stop it. "What don't you understand?" he yelled. "Leave me alone." "No," Aizawa replied firmly, still not opening the door. "I don't need you anymore." Izuku shouted back. "This quirk isn't mine, don't you get it? I'll find a way to get rid of it. Then you won't have to take care of me anymore. I'll emancipate myself. That's it." And then Izuku noticed his shoes. The kind made for quirkless people, wider at the top to accommodate the extra toe joint. Bright red because of course they had to stand out. Because the world needed to know, at a glance, who didn't belong. Izuku wasn't quirkless. He hadn't been for a long time. And yet there it was, the unmistakable mark of how empty he felt inside. In a world built around quirks, where did people without one fit? And if Izuku's quirk wasn't his, where did that leave him? "I can't," Aizawa repeated from behind the door. "Whether that quirk is yours, whether you keep it or not, that doesn't change who you are. It changes everything." Izuku yelled as he yanked the door open, coming face to face with Aizawa's impassive expression. "I fought so hard to control decay. And now, when I'm finally doing it, you're telling me it was never mine? That it never will be? Then why did I suffer so much?" People had discriminated against him because he had an evil quirk that could kill with a touch. He was destined to be a villain. That was why his childhood friend had stayed by his side. His quirk was dangerous and uncontrollable. That was why Aizawa had become his legal guardian. Yue had accepted him because he had trained endlessly to prove he wasn't a liability. Shinso was his friend because they both understood what it meant to be judged by a villainous quirk. Without decay, who was Izuku? You suffered, Aizawa said, crouching down to meet Izuku at eye level, his voice low and unwavering, because the world still hasn't learned that quirks are extensions of a person, not the person themselves. He held Izuku's gaze. But whether that quirk is yours or not doesn't change the fact that you are Izuku Midoriya. Izuku's chest hitched. You're a good kid with a big heart, Aizawa continued. A smart, brave boy who faced his fears to protect others. Someone with real potential to be a hero whether you decide to become one or not. That is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku shook his head, hard enough that his curls bounced into his eyes. No, he said, the word coming out small, fractured. You don't understand. You're saying that like it fixes something, but it doesn't. His hands trembled at his sides, fingers curling uselessly inside the gloves. Everything I am is built around this. Every rule, every limit, every fear. I learned how to breathe around decay. I learned how to exist with it without hurting anyone. His throat tightened painfully. If it's not mine, he whispered, voice cracking, then what was I learning to live with? Aizawa stayed where he was, grounded and unmoving, letting the silence stretch just long enough for Izuku's words to settle. Izuku laughed weakly, the sound sharp and wrong. Do you know how many times I told myself I deserved what people said about me? That I had to earn the right to take up space. His eyes burned. I thought that was the price. I thought fear was proof that it mattered. His breathing grew uneven, shallow, the edges of panic creeping back in. I was scared all the time, he admitted. Scared I'd hurt someone. Scared I'd slip. Scared that one day I'd stop being scared and that would be worse. His hands clenched into fists. That fear kept me human. Tears blurred his vision, spilling freely now. And now you're telling me it might not even belong to me, Izuku said, voice breaking completely. So what happens when it's gone? Or taken back? Do I disappear with it? Was I only real because I was afraid? His knees buckled slightly. He didn't fall, but only because Aizawa's presence anchored the space in front of him. I don't know who I am without it, Izuku confessed, the words tumbling out in a rush. I don't know how to be good without something terrible inside me to fight against. What if that's all I was doing, fighting myself because there was nothing else there? The thought sent a cold wave through his chest. What if I built my whole life around a lie, he whispered. What if all that effort, all that control, all that pain, doesn't mean anything now? He pressed his gloved hands to his chest as if he could hold himself together. I'm scared, Izuku said softly. Not of decay. Of what's left of me if it was never mine to begin with. The words barely left his mouth before his body gave up on holding itself together. His legs folded under him without warning, strength draining all at once, and he hit the floor hard on his knees. The impact knocked the air from his lungs, leaving him gasping, hands scrabbling uselessly against the carpet as his vision swam. His chest seized, breaths coming sharp and shallow, each one more difficult than the last. I can't, Izuku choked, fingers clawing at the fabric over his heart as if that might stop the crushing pressure there. His shoulders shook violently, the sobs ripping through him with no rhythm, no restraint. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to exist without it. The room tilted. Sound dulled at the edges. Breathe, Aizawa said, calm and steady, cutting through the panic. Again. Izuku tried. Tried again. Gradually, agonizingly, air returned to his lungs in something closer to a rhythm. The world stopped spinning quite so violently, though the ache in his chest remained. Deep and raw. Aizawa waited until Izuku could look at him. Listen to me, he said, voice low but unyielding. You're asking the wrong question. Izuku let out a broken sound. How can you say that? Because you're asking who you are without decay, Aizawa continued, unwavering. And that assumes decay is what made you. Izuku shook his head weakly. It shaped everything. My fear. My choices. My future. It shaped your circumstances, Aizawa corrected. Not your character. Izuku's breath hitched again, quieter this time. You didn't learn restraint because of decay, Aizawa said. You learned it because you cared about people. You didn't train because you were afraid of being a monster. You trained because you didn't want anyone else to get hurt. That wasn't the quirk. That was you. Izuku stared at him, tears still slipping down his face, but something in his expression faltered, uncertain, searching. Even if decay disappears tomorrow, Aizawa went on, you don't lose the DSPLN you built. You don't lose the empathy that guided you. You don't lose the choices you made every single day to be better than what the world expected. His grip tightened slightly on Izuku's shoulder. You're terrified because you think your suffering only mattered if it belonged to something permanent, Aizawa said. But suffering isn't a contract. And meaning isn't retroactively erased just because the origin changes. Izuku swallowed hard. So no, Aizawa finished quietly. You didn't suffer for nothing. You became someone because of how you responded to it. That doesn't vanish just because decay might not be yours. The room fell silent again. Izuku's hands slowly unclenched from his chest. He sagged forward slightly, exhaustion crashing down on him now that the panic had burned itself out. The pain was still there, but it no longer felt like it would tear him apart from the inside. I don't feel okay, Izuku admitted hoarsely. Aizawa didn't argue. You don't have to, he said. Not tonight. Not tomorrow. He paused. All you have to do is stay. Naomasa Tsukachi was a man of logic and common sense. He liked to think of himself as simple, someone who believed that most problems, when examined carefully enough, revealed a rational core. The world he lived in, unfortunately, did not share that philosophy. Do you think this is a new villain on the rise? Toshinori asked, his eyes fixed on the screen as the UA hallway footage replayed once more. The question lingered uncomfortably. Already, Makoto had been pestering him for access to the recordings, convinced that a direct villain attack on a prestigious hero school was proof of the moral decay of hero society. A headline waiting to be written. There had been a time when people spoke of superheroes and supervillains. Now, they spoke only of heroes and villains. The distinction mattered. The loss of the prefix stripped away the wonder, the distance. It suggested something closer, more ordinary, more fragile. It suggested a future that felt increasingly difficult to control and dangerously easy to lose. Or perhaps the return of one we already know. Tsukachi murmured as the audio caught up, Midoriya's voice overlapping with that of the villain calling himself Tamura Shigaraki. His tone didn't change as the words played. A villain capable of copying quirks, or granting them. That's impossible, Toshinori said sharply, shaking his head. We saw his body. We made sure there was nothing left, my friend. Tsukachi didn't argue. He never did when emotions ran high. Then something happened, he replied calmly. Because this can only be an indication. An indication of what? Tsukachi sighed, eyes still on the frozen image of the screen. Of all for one's return, he said quietly, or the undeniable sign that he never left in the first place. Night had settled quietly over the apartment. Izuku slept curled slightly on his side, exhaustion finally having claimed him after everything his body and mind had been forced to endure. Light exploded behind his closed eyes. Monstrous flashes of white and red tore through the darkness, accompanied by screams that didn't sound human anymore. Voices overlapped, distorted, familiar in ways that made his stomach twist. Hands crumbling to dust, corridors stretching endlessly, laughter echoing where it shouldn't. Memories he didn't remember living. Izuku jolted awake with a sharp gasp. His heart slammed violently against his ribs, erratic and painful, each beat uneven as if it might give out entirely. Sweat soaked his hair and trickled down his forehead, his shirt clinging uncomfortably to his back. He dragged in air desperately, lungs refusing to cooperate at first, breaths shallow and useless until he forced himself to slow them down. It took long seconds for the room to come back into focus. Why now? He whispered hoarsely. He hadn't had nightmares like that in a long time. Maybe it was Yue. Maybe it was the incident. Maybe it was the things Tamura had said that had cracked something open inside him. After talking with Aizawa, he had gone straight to bed. His body had been beyond exhausted, drained down to something hollow and aching. He had needed sleep. Apparently, his mind had other plans. Izuku lifted his hands slowly, staring at them in the dimness of his room. Even without touching anything, they felt heavy, familiar, restrained. He let out a shaky breath. "Why me?" he murmured. A faint light brushed across the wall in front of him. Izuku frowned. He remained still, heart beginning to race again, eyes fixed on the wall as shadows shifted behind him. Something was there. Turned. A dark portal hovered quietly in the center of his room, its edges rippling like thick fog caught in a current. Kurogyri. From within the portal, a hand emerged, pale, deliberate, reaching toward him from the dark. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. His instincts screamed at him to move, to pull away, to wake Aizawa down the hall and pretend none of this was happening. But he didn't move. He stared at the hand, mind racing in fractured loops. Tamura's voice. "Not yours." The way the words had hollowed him out from the inside, leaving questions where certainty used to be. He had spent his entire life learning how not to touch, how not to destroy, how to exist around something everyone told him defined him. And now, even that had been taken from him. Izuku swallowed hard, his gaze dropping briefly to his own hands resting against the mattress. They were steady now. Controlled. Proof of years of discipline, fear turned into restraint. If this quirk truly wasn't his, if something had been done to him without his consent, then running away from the truth wouldn't change that. He exhaled slowly, shoulders sagging under the weight of it all. "I'm tired," he whispered to the empty room. Tired of not knowing. Tired of being afraid of himself. Tired of building his life around questions no one seemed willing or able to answer. The hand remained outstretched. Izuku reached for it.